I love y'all, but say that for lunch. All right, I'm going to call to order the Town of Telluride, Colorado Town Council meeting. It is Tuesday, March 31st, 2026. It is 10:02 a.m. We are in person at 113 West Columbia Avenue, as well as hybrid and online. First item on the agenda is roll call, and starting to my right.
Maria Stark.
Kristen Permakoff.
Elena Levin.
Ashley Von Sprecken.
And right.
And myself, Teddy Erico. That gets us to agenda item number 1, public hearing 1A. And this item will be continued to April 28th, 2026. Consideration of an appeal filed on September 3rd, 2025 by Otten Johnson of the August 20th, 2025 Historical and Architectural Review Commission. Approval with conditions of the Stender residents for consideration of an application for a small-scale new construction outside the THLD, but not within the HPOD in the residential zone district that will contain 2,500 square foot or more of floor area per land use code 7-203, point B, point 1, point A, point 1, and B, insubstantial scale new construction outside the THLD, but within the HPOD in the residential zone district that will contain 950 square feet or less of floor area per land use code 7-203, B.1.C.1. With that, with this continuance, we do need a motion. Kristen did hand out a motion to everybody, and unless there's any questions on that, I would entertain a motion.
At the request of the appellant and appellee, I move to continue this public hearing to the town council meeting on April 28th, 2026 at 10 a.m.
Second.
We have a motion from Dan and a second from Ashley. Dan, how do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Ashley, yes. Maria, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Elena, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. That brings us to agenda item number 2, work session 2A, 2026 proposed construction projects, and we have Kyle and Kristen here to present.
Who's going first? Kristen, why don't you come up if Kyle's still working on something?
Your technical difficulty. You're here. Kyle will join you momentarily. If you're able to, that would be great.
Morning, everybody. My name is Kyle Beck. I'm the Public Works Director here for the town. And today I'm going to present, let me back my presentation up. 2026 summer construction. There we go. Good. All right. So I'd say as I go through these, maybe if we want to just hit each construction project, and if you have any questions, just let me know. That way we can just tackle any questions or comments, and then we'll just move through these as fast as possible. But yes, please ask any questions you may have. The first project that's on the list is going to be the Stillwell main fill and drain line replacement. And this one we mentioned a couple times through the manager's report. Last year during the winter, we actually installed the rockfall fence off of Tomboy. So it's North Oak to Tomboy, and you'll see a massive fence that's along the north side of Tomboy. And the purpose of that construction, why that was ahead of the actual fill line install, was that pipeline is roughly 100 years old. It's an old spiral wound, steel wound pipe. And so it's developed pinholes over the past several years. Last year, we actually had 7 leaks that we had to go and repair. And when you look at those repairs, it's one after another. And the big concern is if that whole stretch were to go, we'd have something that I'm sure a lot of you seen when right behind Shandoka, when that water line blew from Telski, of the impact of boulders and everything coming down the mountain and, you know, going through buildings. And so, of course, that's the biggest fear you would have with the water line break. And so we wanted to make sure we put an emergency fence up in place. And again, this is a temporary rockfall fence that will be in place for roughly 2 to 3 years, just so vegetation can be established along that trench that'll be constructed up the 65-degree embankment up to our still well tanks. And so that's kind of the reason why we're doing this replacement is the age of the existing spiral wound pipe. It's high pressure. Obviously, as you climb elevation, you gain pressure. And so that's what feeds the town. And the plan is to go next is we actually went out to bid. Low bid was GMS Mine Repair out of Grand Junction. The bid came in at just over $1 million for that install. And what that looks like is a trench that'll go from Tomboy all the way up to where you guys see the star. There's 2 separate tanks up there that we call the Stillwell tanks. And it'll be a 10-inch HDPE line and a 6-inch HDPE line. And the purpose of the 2 lines is you have one line that fills and you have one line that drains. And there is redundancy there, so we can switch if for some reason the line were to go down, we're still able to fill and drain to those tanks. But the replacement of the HDPE is a high density polyethylene pipe. And it's just a thick walled plastic pipe that is able to handle expansive soils, movement in the ground. So they're going to be a lot more reliable than your steel, specifically with corrosion as well. As they go and install this trench, there will be some additional fencing that'll be required to go pretty much midway. That way, once they get above midway, if they do, you know, as the spider excavators excavating out the trench, if they disturb any rocks to fall down, it'll capture it prior to it getting down to the lower fence. So there will be some what they call attenuator fences that are going up the slope as the contractor does that excavation. And then, of course, they'll be tying back into Tomboy, just like the 2 lines do now. And then which feeds into a Tomboy PRV vault and an Oak PRV vault, which I'll get to here in a little bit. That's a pressure reducing vault. And that's what lowers the pressure from the tanks and for distribution into the town. And so that's what will be going on for the steel well. Disruptions to the community is really as they're tying in at Tomboy. Tomboy will be closed at times for that connection because you will have to excavate down. And then they'll also be doing basically a wall restoration where they trench up that slope from Tomboy. There'll be a retaining wall that will be permanently there because as you disturb soil, then it weakens its native compaction. And so there will be a retaining wall that'll be just off of Tomboy. That'll be a permanent structure that sits over the pipe. That'll remain there for the life of the pipe. Any questions on
Yeah,
the well?
one quick
Yeah.
one. Back when I was still liaison for open space, this was briefly talked about, and the members of that commission did ask about the sort of visual impacts of this line being replaced, of, you know, re-tearing up that soil. And they had expressed a desire to look at rerouting the line around that sort of lower part of the Judd Weeby to Tomboy and then back down through Tomboy and following that alignment to help reduce that. I'm just curious if that was an option that you guys looked at in part of the bid process.
Yeah, so you always want to, I mean, the easiest way is to follow the road, right?
Sure.
That, because you always have access, you don't have to go up steep terrain, but the geotech, when they did their samples along Tomboy, it's hard rock. And you would have to do a rock excavation along the whole stretch.
Mhm.
And then you're still hitting 65 degrees as you're following that road up towards the Judd Weeby. So it was looked at to follow the path of the road and then follow existing trench. So that's the reason why they trenched up that hill, is because you're able to maneuver around the large rocks, because excavation is blasting, which is tough when you have a bunch of homes and businesses below it.
Thanks, Kyle.
I just have a question about the closure impacts on this road. You know, obviously like the four-wheel driving, jeeping and stuff like that is a big thing in the summertime, especially for our economy. So I just want to make sure that we're really focusing on like when those times are, that and trying to do it at times maybe when it might be less impactful. Obviously, Tomboy was closed last year, which impacted a lot of businesses and stuff like that. So I don't want us to continue to really have a lot of impact on this one site as far as like not being it not being passable for people.
For sure, and that was one thing we were really trying to do is actually have this completed at the end of 2025 because it was already closed due to the impacts of some of the erosion from Royer and other locations. But because of the temperature, we couldn't meet temperatures to do the fusing for the HDPE. So that's why luckily we got the fence in because that was a little bit of an impact because they had to construct it from the road. But now the trenching, nothing should remain on this road until they get down to that tie-in, and then we'll work on coordination with the county as well as Uray on coordinating, you know, that timing to connect. That would less impact specifically the four-wheel drive.
I just hate for like a closure to start on a Friday and then go over a weekend when there's no work is happening, but it impacts the use of the road and then to restart on a Monday. Like, I just want us to be really mindful of that. This is part of the recreation economy and we don't want to like be doing something like that where if we can avoid it.
100%. Yep, I agree. It's planned to start 1st of May and then be completed early July. But you're absolutely right. When we look for that tie-in, we want to make sure we're doing that with less impact as possible.
Are there impacts to the Judd Weeby Trail at all, the hiking, except for the Tomboy access piece?
It would just be the Tomboy
Okay.
access, yep. Yeah, then the only other potential impact would be, so this is 700 linear feet of HDPE that has to be fused. So they come and fit like 50-foot sticks and there's a machine up there that actually fuses it. So you got to run that 750. It'll be running along that trail and then they pull it down. And so it'll be an impact only, it's on the side, they brace it and it'll just be as they're potentially maneuvering it, that they would have staff there making sure no one's walking next to it as they're just maneuvering it to stabilize it.
Thanks.
Next on the list is the Public Works Campus Facility upgrade. This one has been 2 years in the making and we're finally seeing progress. We've got the award for a grant, which is 2.2 million, which is a huge help to make this project actually possible. And the campus the addition is specific to the transit, which is furthest to the east of the Public Works building. And this is going to provide new conference room, new office space, new restrooms, new kitchen. And what that does is it allows more space, office space for staff to where currently we have like our street maintenance division. They are set up in a fleet bay. So they meet in the morning, they schedule their activities, and then they got to be pushed out because it's basically a bay that is used for not only constructing some of the assets within street maintenance, but technically it should be a mechanics bay. And so by allowing additional office space in transit, we're able to move staff around and freeing up that furthest west bay, which will be the EV bay for the fleet. So as we're getting all this new EV equipment, we're working towards higher lift, getting options for fleet to be able to maintain the electric side of our fleet. Right now we're just currently under review with CDOT. We're just submitting our last cost estimate, and we have some specifications that we just have to get updated from federal grant side of things. And then we're hoping to send that out to bid here in the next month, which is huge. Like I said, 2 years. We've been waiting for this, and we're finally at a point where we can actually send it out to bid. And so not too much on the impacts, minus there's going to be a lot going on the west side of town, because you'll have the expansion of the campus, you'll have BP2, later this year, early 2027, we'll have the bridge, which we'll be getting into, and obviously some of those other potential developments, and as much as even some updates possibly to Shandoka and those little projects here and there as well. So a lot going on. And then of course the Mahoney Bridge. So It'll be a busy part of town, but luckily we're at the very end, which will probably have the least impact to anyone, including no impacts to the trail at this time, due specifically to that project. It'll just be a little congested on our site, potentially for winter too for the snow storage. We got all that construction going on.
What is the CDOT approval? What is,
So that's the grant we received. It's for the transit. So it's a CDOT grant, but it's federal grant funding. And so, which makes it difficult on our end for documenting and all that. But CDOT has to review the plans. We have to submit all of our formal documentation on meeting all the federal regulations. And so they're just going through that final approval. We have 2 documents left that we have to get signed, and then we're ready to go out to bid. And so that's when we submit everything to the state, and then we have 10 days to then implement like the Davis-Bacon, Buy America, all those rules and regs into our specs, and then we can send that out for bid.
do you think that the 2.2, is that the budget for the project, or is that just a piece of it?
So that's a piece of it. So there's a $487,000 match to that as well. We were confident in that 2 years ago. Of course, we'll see. Hopefully we can still keep it within that grant budget. But we're moving forward with this project prior to the grant, so we still have that funding, which we're hoping to repurpose for some other capital improvements. But we'll see once we get the bids in. But that was based on 2 years ago when we initiated that request for grant. But it's a huge amount, which is, and make this project
Yeah.
possible. So. Mahoney Bridge replacement project. That's another one that's been kind of a long time coming. 2024, we had the major rain event, which sent a lot of debris down the San Miguel, specifically one log wedged itself in between the corrugated metal pipe. And that kind of allowed us to understand that the corrugated metal invert pipe was actually deteriorated, missing. And so the pipe actually pinched in, which caused the top to collapse in. And their CDOT, once again, has a off-road bridge inspection that they do every 2 years. And in the report, it did mention that, to keep an eye on the corrugated metal pipe. And during that event, it noticed that it was failed. They gave us 17 days to repair the bridge. If not, could have resulted in what you saw in Gunnison, where they totally closed the bridge down. So luckily, we have some amazing people in this town. One of them being Nico, and he jumped on it and was able to re-pour the foundation of both north and south culvert. And then also you'll see in there on the south side, there's actually structural reinforcement for that bridge, because we had a truck go through and it actually collapsed the top of the pipe. But it's all stable, confident. It's going to definitely hold up until we do this replacement. Applied for a grant, and we received the $2.26 million from CDOT once again for the off-road system grant to support this effort. Hired and went through an emergency design to make sure that we can get this project up and running prior to 2027. And we're kind of at the home stretch with this one as well, finishing up the designs based on the CDOT it's the CDOT standards. So once you get a grant, originally the design was not the CDOT standards, but once you have the grant, you have to implement their rules and regs. And so we just went through and updated all of our plan sets to accommodate the CDOT regulations. And then we're just working on that for final approval. And then hopefully this summer, put that out to bid and then get a contractor on board to start construction end of 2026 and then be completed in 2027. This one, it's kind of to step it back. The existing bridge is corrugated metal pipe. That's what a CMP is. They're 72-inch in general, because they are oblong pipe. They're not perfectly circle. We are moving towards a single span bridge. And so that'll open that up completely to where it's not two basically tunnels. It'll be one stretch, which gives it a zero rise, which is what's required, meaning that we are not impacting existing flows. We meet or exceed the existing flows through this bridge. You won't see much change in elevation and height, but we are planning to shift it a little bit to the west to help realign that weird awkward bend that you currently see in Mahoney. And then, of course, the bridge will have pedestrian access on both sides of it. There'll be a sidewalk on both sides, tying into the river trail, and then tied back into Pacific. Pretty consistent with how what you see today. As I get into the West Pacific project, we're kind of trying to tie all these projects in together for efficiency. And so as of today, you'll actually see that there's some plates on the road because we have to relocate the utilities to get them out of the profile of the bridge. That way we're not interrupting power, gas, fiber. So when we actually put in the bridge, it won't impact those utilities. Gas is still one that we are working with Black Hills to figure that configuration out, but we'll have that solved before the bridge project actually comes into place. And then the other impact of this, of course, when you remove and replace a bridge, you got to figure out the means and methods for that and how to minimize the impact to everyone that's on the south side of that bridge. And so the concept that we're laying out there, it could always change with the means and methods based on the contractor, but they will only be able to remove half at once. So it'll remain a one lane during that construction. And so of course, with that, you have to have the safety features with potentially the traffic light, not permanent, it'd be temporary for night for when, cause you don't want two cars going at each other at the same time, specifically two heavy vehicles going across the bridge. So that's really, I can't imagine we're gonna have people out there standing with paddles 24/7. And so that's just what I would envision, prepare ourselves for, is we'd have to have something like that in place for when that bridge gets demoed and then reconstructed.
There's also probably some cost savings by installing a temporary streetlight to manage traffic versus paying people to stand out there with signs for long periods of time, I would hope.
100%. We're dealing with that right now. We're getting bids in for just watching a bypass pump overnight. It's like $22,000 for 5 nights. And it's insane. So there's a huge cost savings with implementing that.
The only other impact I'll note is that people do boat this section of the river and do go through this bridge. Sometimes so just making sure there's signage upriver of a closure and give plenty of opportunity to eddy out.
That's a great reminder. Yeah, thank you. And I know we had to go through that process when we put those structural structures in there as well.
Mhm.
Because yes, that is we'll have to notify all the folks that have the rentals.
It'll probably be a short season this year, not too much boating this year.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Thanks, Scott.
And this won't have any impact at the lower popular put-in spot where people put in at the other bridge down below, right? This won't affect that, just the traffic on the bridge
Just traffic.
and then above it.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, above it. And then there's a little bit impact to Mountain Village. They have their flow meter and stuff. That's that corrugated pipe, that stand pipe that
Yep.
sticks up. Those would have to adjust that while we're in construction.
I've been getting questions about the official traffic study related to the bridge. Is that somewhere where people could find?
So the traffic study is separate.
Yeah, that's more for our Shandoka lot redevelopment and the Car Hinge project. We've done several traffic studies, which you can find on the Engage page, and we're currently doing a pedestrian traffic study currently.
So it's on the Engage page, the traffic study, or it's, okay.
For cars, yep.
And then, yeah, what the bridge will have is it'll have a new design and a weight loading limitation.
Yeah.
Which like all bridges have, you'll have a sign that says the max loading that you can have on it. That's all that'll be developed from the bridge concept.
And is there the rough cost? Is that hopefully around the grant estimate or?
It's hopefully around the grant estimate, yeah. So when we do the design, you get a opinion of probable cost. And so that's what was used as a request for that grant funding. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. How much money do we have in the bridge fund right now?
So the
Street, alley and bridge fund?
total,
I mean, if
You
it
wanna-
goes over, it would come out of that fund, I'm assuming though.
it would come out of the general fund, yeah.
Will come out, are we talking about this capital project?
Yeah.
So yeah, it would come out of our capital fund. But we would most likely look to do some reallocations of that.
Yeah,
in
so
the
it's a
budget.
total of a $2.8 million, which is the 2.2 plus $565,000 is the local match that's required. So that puts us at the 2.8. So if for some reason it was over that, it would come out of the capital
Okay.
improvement, yeah.
Thank-
And just for.
Sorry, it's
So-
the capital fund,
Yeah.
not the capital improvement fund. That's something else.
And the was Apple Bob Bridge, I think that came in, that one was 3.2, which is, it's a quite a bit larger, so gives us that confidence that we should be in the ballpark.
Okay.
What we're calling the multimodal pathway, which we all know is the Spur Bike Path overlay project. This is the resurfacing of the existing asphalt bike path that's between roundabouts from Wausau into town. You'll see probably a lot of activity right now. We got a lot of patching going on. We were doing a lot of patching for the last 2 years. There's a total of 360 cracks. And I know there was a previous overlay. I'm not even gonna guess how long ago because my timing is always off. But when we discovered and started inspecting these existing cracks, they were never repaired. Whenever you overlay over a crack, they will reflect up, and if you don't treat it, then they just come back. And so the process that we're doing right now is we're either doing a full-on removal or replacement patch of that crack, or implementing another technology with what it could be called the Petromat, Petrotac. It's basically a fabric that gets put over the crack, so it doesn't allow that reflection to come through to the new overlay. So a lot of the effort you're seeing right now is just to try to prevent those cracks from breaking through for when we do that next overlay. So for the next couple of weeks, you'll see the patching going on, and then from the 6th through the 16th, the overlay process will start. It shouldn't take too long. I'm thinking like 3 days for the actual overlay. And that's where you're gonna have vehicles on the path, you're gonna have a paver on the path, you're gonna have rollers. So during that time, we have to close that bike path down. So that's gonna be the major impact to that stretch. But during the patching process, you can dismount, you can still get around, you can still walk around the construction. I just want to make sure that we're all aware during that overlay process, it will have to be shut down, and we'll of course send out notifications to take other means of transportation just while that's going on. But it will be happening during spring break to hopefully minimize impact to the community.
So Kyle, ever since you've become Public Works Director, I feel like I've been advocating for a little more comprehensive of a overhaul of this.
Yeah.
I understand this project is already underway and we're heading into the summer. I just want to note that I feel like these piecemeal attacks on the bike path continue to just be Band-Aids instead of making it so it's fully utilized. I've received several public comments recently about this. I've expressed a desire to work with the county on that. So I'm just reiterating that, and I'll leave it there. But I know this is moving forward. I hope it works well. I hope what you're saying is true, that we've identified the sort of shortcomings of those previous efforts, and this option works better. But I do just want to continue to note, I think we need to take a bigger look at this and look at a more holistic long-term approach for the bike path.
Yeah, and I know you mentioned, because there's always opportunity to look at different routing that may be potential benefit going from concrete, versus asphalt. Concrete by far is way more expensive. They ballpark 10 times as expensive as asphalt. So if it was a brand new project and we found a new alignment, a new way to go, and you're starting from scratch, you do always want to consider, okay, well, what's the life expectancy for both? What's the cost differential? But when you have an infrastructure already in place, and it's hard to say, okay, well, now you'll have the cost of removing that old infrastructure and then applying new. And concrete definitely has its challenges, especially with freeze thaw, from spalling, from chipping, and then of course just the joint itself. You have to have joints every 5 to 10 feet. So then you gotta find a way to accommodate for those joints, because rollerblades, skateboards, that's just that repetitive, every time, the bike is just gonna fill that joint. So there's a way to accomplish it, but it gets very expensive. So I definitely appreciate your outlook on that. And, at this juncture, I think this is gonna be the best option for the community and to give them that opportunity to have a good ride. And then it's kind of on us to continue that maintenance, right? One thing we'll get into the manager's report is crack seal. That program has never been here since, even talk with Pat Delpez, who's been here from the beginning of time. That is like one of your best options to mitigate, your freeze thaw on your asphalt, which is a flexible material versus rigid. So anytime you get water underneath your road, you just create issues for it. So that crack seal to seal those cracks from water penetrating is huge. And we're slowly trying to implement that back into the town or introduce it into the town. You'll see that next week, with that, trailer mounted crack seal machine coming in. And all it is it's a rubberized sealant, just like you would anything else where you want to seal it from water penetration. So that's coming in. It's not black striping, it's crack seal that's coming in. So we'll continue to have that a part of the original program as our streets to where cracks will show up. It just happens everywhere with concrete, with asphalt. It's just how you take care of them once they start showing up. And that's a solution for asphalt.
I will say I rode my bike out, me and my husband did to Lawson this weekend, and where the spots where it has been cut out and that patch was put in versus just, sealing a crack, it was noticeably different. So hopefully that there's improvements are being made, I will say. And I noticed on my bike that where that had been done versus the old cracks where it was just kind of lifted and separated, it was much smoother of a ride. So I know it's tricky, but I appreciate the efforts that are being made.
And then hopefully after the 16th, get out there, take a ride, then you're gonna see a huge difference. I guarantee that. "2026 mill and overlay project, no different than really the past of kind of those expectations. I'd say probably less impact for the last few years. We've kind of been in the middle of town. So it's been a little harder to accommodate that particular program. This one will go back out for bid for the fall. But the main one that we have addressed or identified that we want to address this year is Colorado Ave between Hemlock and Columbia. I'm sure if you've been on the bus, that is a rough ride. And so that's kind of one area that I want to focus. But again, it's going to stop short of Gold Run, as I'll get into kind of the future conceptual design we'll be getting in there. I don't want to go too far into Gold Run to where we find a solution and then we line up tearing out asphalt. So just trying to make sure we don't overlap with those two projects, but at least get to kind of the borderline of Gold Run and try to fix all those cracks and deteriorating asphalt sections over in that area. And then, of course, we utilize, it's a pavement condition index, a PCI. We'll be utilizing that technology to help assist with identifying the other locations that are of high impact that need to be maintained for asphalt resurfacing. And so we haven't identified those just yet, but just know there'll be more than just this section along Colorado for the 2026 mill and overlay program. And that one's budgeted for $900,000 for this year for those efforts. Pacific Ave Improvement Project. This is a continuation of the 2025 project. We're nearing the end. We fell short on the season, so we just have a few things to finish up. Mainly landscaping is the big ticket item for this year. But of course, you'll see there's a stretch from Lulu towards Mahoney that there's a gap with that 10-foot sidewalk. It's not going to extend and reconnect into Mahoney just yet. We're going to get it close enough to when then the bridge construction occurs, they'll tie those two together. Again, I'm hoping to minimize or completely eliminate removing of any new infrastructure because of the bridge. And so we'll stop short to where then the bridge will tie into that 10-foot sidewalk. Obviously, because there's some elevation changes and adjustments east and west with that bridge that we have to accommodate. And then making sure that we we stay far enough away that we can also accommodate any stormwater features to make sure we're not creating high points, bird baths or anything like that. So the landscape portion of this project is gonna be, of course, in front of Telluride Lodge, where we removed the 5-foot sidewalk and we introduced new landscaping, which you'll see that lined with trees, which is kind of here on the right side of the photo. And then anywhere along the 10-foot stretch, we have to reintroduce irrigation pipe to continue the irrigation along this stretch. And then in front of Viking Lodge, what we're calling that little park area now, that'll be it'll have a change in elevation to make it flat, and then it'll be revegetated here as well. And then in front of Viking Lodge is where a PRV will be going, which I'll get to here in a second. Impacts on this project is gonna be, I was gonna say, it's gonna be a little more closures than we saw last year. Last year, they were pretty good about closing Pacific and then opening it back up kind of at night. For this specific stretch, Pacific Ave, they were able to run all the conduit underneath the 10-foot sidewalk, which kept them off the road. Now we have to cross over. So we're gonna have to have a 5-foot trench that runs along Pacific, crosses Mahoney into Lot B. So when you have a trench, it's very difficult to actually establish for traffic to go over that trench while you're putting in conduit. So the plan is from the April 6th to the 16th, roughly, Pacific will be closed. And that's specific just for that trench and utility infrastructure. And that utility infrastructure is important not only for the relocated outside of the bridge, but that's that power issue that's going, in that general area where it was direct bury. And so this is more so SMPA trying to update their infrastructure for redundancy. So there was several outages last year, and that was specifically because it was direct bury. Now they're getting it conduit, new power, new transformer. So there'll be a lot more redundancy in that area to serve the community. But that's really the impact I want to make sure that we're all aware of is the 6th to the 16th is going to be that trench to where it will not be reopened at night. Staging will continue in Carhenge. Go ahead.
If you go back a slide, I just had a question. So I live over here and I've noticed groups of pedestrians on our beautiful bike path, which is also a pedestrian path, and then bikes still in the road. Is there a way, are we planning on either striping the bike path or, okay.
Yeah.
Because I feel like currently the knowledge that that is where bikes belong is there's like a missing connector.
Yes.
So it sounds like you already have a solution.
Yeah. So starting next week, we'll actually have a striping company come in, and then our in-house crews will also be striping. And there's a lot because there's all the curbs, there's crosswalks,
Mhm.
centerline striping boxes. But we'll also be working on, it'll be a centerline stripe down the middle of the 10-foot, and then there'll be the painted biker walk arrow. So it kind of shows it split to try to encourage people to get on the sidewalk, as well as signage to assist with getting people on our newly constructed person path.
Great.
Yeah.
For the revegetation and trees, are we choosing drought resistant options?
Yes, and so luckily I'm not in charge of that because I really don't know much about that. But yes, we've hired a third-party landscaper as well as parks, and that is the ultimate goal, is really to minimize irrigation. It's going to take a year or two to establish, but then the whole concept is to hopefully really minimize requirements for irrigation.
Great.
And it's, of course, I know the town has a plan, landscaping that they have to follow. And so it's based on that as well.
Kyle, in the packet, it says on the north side of Pacific that there'll be improvements to the pedestrian edge. What, could you point that out on this photograph here?
Pedestrian edge.
I don't know. Are you talking about the Telluride Lodge parking lot? Or
If
you mean on
I,
the south side?
so the north side, so this,
There's no pedestrian edge.
Well,
Says no
further
active.
east up the block there's like, I mean, a sidewalk on the north side of the street.
Right.
Uh,
But
Maybe it's in your memo.
Yeah, I
Maybe
don't-
that's just a
Yeah,
question.
I
Map
just
in
was,
front of me.
I noticed improving pedestrian edge on the north side, so I was just curious as to what that was.
Was that the north side of the new vegetation? Not necessarily the north side of
Possibly.
It
Pacific
just says
Street.
pedestrian edge. Might be
Uh-huh.
an error.
North side of Pacific, improving the pedestrian edge.
Gotcha, okay. Yeah, I'm not.
I was just curious if that edge is on Telluride Lodge property or town property or.
No,
you
so
know, how-
this.
I didn't know what you were.
This improvement here,
Uh-huh.
so, obviously it's used to be a 5-foot sidewalk.
Right.
We have an agreement with Telluride Lodge because there's now a landscape easement, so we share that space and it's all for landscaping. So that's the only improvements that are gonna be there is they planted the trees last year and then, they're coming in next week and they're actually gonna, work on all the vegetation along that stretch. And then there will be irrigation to assist with growth and then after 2 years, that actually gets cut off and it's not gonna be option for irrigation.
Is there an estimate for this? Cost estimate?
So for
for all this stuff?
just Telluride,
Just the Pacific Avenue Improvement Project.
yeah, have that as well. So the bid for this was 3.5, or sorry, 3.2. The budget was 3.5.
And that was
No.
spent already.
No, so to date, year to date is 2.4 million. So we are well under the budget for that. Yep.
Okay.
So, in that new landscape easement that we share with, Tomboy Lodge, a lot of crossing of that happens and sorry, Telluride Lodge, a lot of crossing of that happens, like,
Yeah.
you can almost like see where it's darker, and just like really muddy, and I sometimes walk across there to get to Clark's. Is there any plan to like pave just like a section of that for skiers that are coming down from Telluride Lodge to come to Chair 7? Because right now they just like walk in the,
I don't know how.
No, so I will answer
Yeah.
this one as a resident.
okay.
So
Perfect.
the part of the purpose of the landscaping is to actually prevent people from utilizing that as a passage. There is in the center where there's a drain, there's actually a break. And so there's asphalt or not asphalt, there's concrete. There's a break in the very
The
center
drain-
of
yeah,
it.
I know the drain.
So the
you're talking
idea
about.
would be that like people could cross in the middle or they could stay along the street. They wouldn't need to cross through
So
the,
they're supposed to walk on the drain.
yeah, I mean, that's where we all walk. It's
Yeah,
a drain.
it's some-
You walk
yeah,
on drains
yeah.
all the time.
Do you know me? No. I've
But there's a
noticed-
break.
Cause
so there-
I know the drain and it's usually like gross and muddy. So I kind of like go around and I find a spot in the landscaping that's like a little
Well,
drier.
the drain has been redone.
Okay.
That whole area used to
Should be
be,
better.
yeah, that whole
Yeah.
area used to be rocks. And it was
Yeah, I remember.
actually
Yeah.
much harder and stuff for people to navigate. So there's natural breaks at the street and then in the middle. But the reality is that if you are walking through that landscaping onto Telluride Lodge property and you're not a resident, you're technically trespassing on that property. That's not public property. So that's a choice that people can make. But yeah. The residents, it's much more navigable this winter, especially like that has been improved greatly. And so, yeah, it's a lot better than it used to be to make that center pathway for residents coming out of Telluride Lodge going across. And then there's on the Tomboy Alley way, that's the natural way across. So
People staying at Telluride Lodge will just walk any direct path they can to get to the bridge.
Yeah.
We are
They're not
getting in
gonna
the weeds.
go.
it's fine.
this way, this way,
Yeah,
that
it's fine.
Walk in.
There's a natural break in the center and people continue to walk on the street.
And we'll
Saying.
Telluride Lodge navigate their property as
we'll-
best they
We
can.
can deal with that ourselves.
I mentioned staging in Carhenge, will continue for this project. And then, of course, there will be sidewalk and river trail detours Specifically when they're doing that trench for utilities, they'll really need that full width to accommodate that, as well as constructing the 10-foot bike path. So of course, we'll be setting up communication on detours and the closure of the river trail for that small portion that they have to tie in the 10-foot walk and continue the utilities. And then of course.
So that gray section then, that's the river trail section? On the far right of the diagram? Is that what you're talking about, where the ditch will be dug in the river trail?
No, so the existing trench for utilities is right under the 10-foot bike path or sidewalk. It's now shifting in the Pacific, so it's gonna be running down the center of Pacific and then crosses
Gotcha.
Mahoney. And so that's why we can't allow vehicular traffic at night, just because they have to make sure that whole trench is established, do all the testing. And then they'll fill it back in, and then once it's filled, then we can open it back up to traffic, even if there's not a hard surface.
And then repave it
And then repave it, yeah.
And just before you pause, I just want to see Stephanie is online. If you guys have any questions about the River Park revegetation, which is by there. Does anyone have questions for Stephanie? Okay, go ahead, Kyle. Thanks.
PRV replacement program, which is the pressure reducing valve program. We have 3 of these that are going to be replaced this year, and this is simply because they're aged out, high repair costs, and these are important because this is what creates the pressure zones throughout town. And again, we have high elevation water treatment, we have high elevation tanks, so we have to lower that pressure. Otherwise, you'd have very high pressure showers in the morning, which is not always a bad thing, but this gets it to a point where it's actually between the 60 and 90 PSI. So the 3 locations there's the Pacific and Davis. So this is in front of the Viking Lodge. This is in that landscape portion. There's an existing vault there now, which you can't see because it's subgrade. We have to dig that one up, remove it, and replace it with a new vault and setup. Then there's one at North Oak, which is North Oak and Tomboy, right where that connection is at. There's another PRV vault there. And then there's the new PRV vault that is going at Mill Creek, right as you get to Mill Creek and the spur. That's considered a very high pressure line to Lawson, where you can see up to 300 PSI, which even the fire department can't hook onto unless you have it pressure reducing valve, which we do have an existing PRV at Lawson. But what this will do is it'll reduce the pressure, so you're not having such high pressure for miles of stretch. And it'll just help extend the life expectancy of that pipe that's running to the west. And so it's just the replacement of those 2 existing infrastructure and 1 new. And the cost of material and fabrication for those 3 as of right now is $311K. And then we'll have to go out to bid to find a contractor that'll be able to install these both with the existing and the new. Some of the community impacts. I know for the Davis and Pacific, there's a redundancy, so there shouldn't be any impact. What we're finding though is we're finding some mystery lines that were not on an as-built, and we're just trying to identify what those services go to. And then once we find that out, then we'll deal with how we either provide temp service, or we may have a temporary shutdown for certain services. But we're hoping that those are abandoned and there is no outages, but we'll definitely keep everyone posted and identify what those potential impacts would be to those specific utilities that we do discover that are unknown at the time. Groundwater is always something that we deal with. We've already received our permit for that, so we're able to do a surface discharge. And so as we're excavating, if we do run into any groundwater, we're able to pump that out and surface discharge, and of course with some filtration bags. But this is great news because on a couple other projects, we did run into either high metals where you have to have an extreme expensive way to be able to discharge any dewatering efforts that you end up doing. Let me go back just to talk a little bit more about the PRV for Davis and Pacific. Not involved with the West Pacific improvements. This is completely separate, but there will be impacts on Davis where a crane, heavy equipment will have to excavate the existing PRV out in front of Viking Lodge and then switch out with this new vault and piping. So there will be additional impacts to Pacific to install this PRV vault. And so I'm hoping to wrap up West Pacific and this project where, you know, everything's no longer disturbed in that area. But there are two separate projects that unfortunately are impacting that on that area. And we're still waiting for, we're hoping to utilize TGI since they're already there. So it could be a quick turnaround to where they're working at the same time that they're doing some of that landscaping over there to keep it in the same time frame as West Pacific improvements. Stormwater replacement program. This one is a shovel-ready project that we finished up last year. This is along Alder and the North Alley. And it's an existing dirt alley where a majority of the flows either come down from Columbia down Alder, or they come from Willow and cut through the alley just north of Colorado. And if you've been in that back area, there's the underground parking that just captures all the water from that storm runoff. And so this project is meant to help, one, control the storm water through that alley and help minimize that direct flow that tends during high flow events to go down to that underground parking structure, which currently we built up a big berm just to help prevent that temporarily until we can get this constructed. As of right now, it's not funded. So we're trying to figure out, as long as we stay within budget with our other projects, we should be able to accommodate this year to at least introduce some of the stormwater features to minimize the impact for these structures. But there may be a chance that this gets pushed into 2027, but we just have to see as we wrap up these first and second quarter projects to see if there's funding still available. Now we're getting into more of the conceptual design, and this is not construction related as of for 2026. The East End traffic calming conceptual design. This is something that we've been thinking about for a while now. We keep putting in water jersey barriers, traffic calming devices to assist with some of the speeds that go through there, specifically in the summer. As we do tend to see high traffic volumes going east of Gold Run, just trying to help implement and speed control through that development. And so we've hired a professional service third party, KLJ, and they're looking into traffic calming conceptual designs for that area. We have several sources of radar from the speed sensor that's already out there, from street light, satellite technology that captures speeds and density. So we're pulling all that information now. We'll be coming up with some conceptual designs. We definitely do plan on doing, neighborhood engagement, community engagement. The schedule shows here that July, August, we'll start that community engagement concept, and then late summer, fall, present preferred design and next steps. And then obviously look at funding opportunities as well. So some of the simple wins that you can do for traffic calming could be introducing vertical curb. That doesn't allow vehicles just to drive up on roll-up curb. You can introduce like a roundabout at where the bus Galloping Goose turnaround is, raised crosswalk, extending, making your curb and gutter wider. So there's a bunch of tricks you can do for visual necking that really help draw that traffic speed down. And that's what we're looking at based on the information that we start to.
Have we ever had a conversation with the county about potentially reducing the speed limit on their part of the road on the east end? Because I do feel like that's at least part of it is if you're coming from the Bridal Veil area, it's I think a 35-mile-an-hour speed limit or 30, whatever it is. And it's downhill there into right by the cemetery where our part of the road begins. And so people just have momentum. And so I think that might be low hanging fruit that is affordable is if we could collaborate with them to, even if it's not fully our speed limit, 15 miles an hour, if it's 20 or 20 miles an hour, I think would help that a lot. And that might be the easiest, most cost-effective way to really get at this issue.
And we've been doing some investigation, from the Bridalveil heading west. I mean, they're hitting, I mean, we saw 60, 70 mile an hour, but there's that speed bump there that they are slowing down. That's
Sure.
no fact.
And I'm not to say that we shouldn't do other things as well. That just might be one component.
I'll write an email to Mike right now.
Thank you very much, Zoe.
Anything else on East End? West End pedestrian underpass. This one I'm excited for. Same thing, just a conceptual design. Last year, I was really diving into this. We got our surveys in just to see if it was even feasible. And the more information we're getting, it's actually looking like it's a positive outcome, that this could be a potential for an underpass in front of the high school, just west of Clark's Market. And so right now we're just gathering the information, the survey, existing utilities, and just looking at what could potentially be done to, is it even possible to put an underpass under Colorado and not get into groundwater and not have to raise the road significantly to where it has major impacts to the surrounding community. But this is specifically just going into a conceptual design to see if it's even feasible. And once we come up with that conceptual design, obviously we'll be doing the engagement and bringing that to everyone's attention so we can have a conversation on if this is something we want to move forward with.
I love this. I just want to make sure that because you just have like a very, obviously like a very computer generated image. It's not like on a map. I just want to make sure I understand where you're thinking about putting this. Because in my mind, the best spot would be where we have the crossing guard at the bus stop, like, and the kids coming across from Clark's and stuff like that. It feels like because the Clark's parking lot is already like under the road grade, that it feels like that would be like the most natural space, because you would just adjust the sidewalk down to an underground tunnel and then have it go up the other side. Is that kind of where we're thinking, or is it a different spot?
So you know how you have the sidewalk on the south side that follows Colorado, then you have the other sidewalk that actually starts going down towards Clark's, right? So you have elevation gain there. So looking at right where you see this yellow is where the location would work best, because now you split that distance where we could actually raise the road a little bit. So you're not having to go so far underground. And then just running through several concepts of, okay, what sidewalk do we keep? What do we remove to kind of force people to use that versus, because if there's a shorter way to get across, they're not going to want to go under the underpass. And so we're just looking at those conceptual options that will, I think in our RFP, we're allowing for 3 different concepts that we'll look through that best fit, the expectations of what we want to see for this underpass.
I think I was picturing more of where Ashley's location was, which would be a little further east. I think that the issue that I love this idea too. Let me just preface it. I think that not issue, but one of the battles that we'll have in this particular location is people getting off the bus and going directly to Clark's. They're not gonna walk down and cross. So I wonder if there's a placement where it can more organically kind of feel like it's part of the bus stop as well. I think that would encourage more usage and still serve the school.
And we're also working with SMART, and that'll be a part of that conceptual is the bus stop as well, of if that gets
Like
adjusted,
relocating?
because we look at that
Okay.
as well as you want to be able to capture all traffic to utilize that. Otherwise, you're not serving a purpose if you're only accommodating certain folks to use that, where you still have a bunch of the kids crossing from Clark's. And so that's the key is, I mean, you'll see during lunch or when kids get released, they're just like ants and they cross everywhere. And we're trying to capture not only that timing, morning traffic, evening traffic, but as well as the transportation all around. So we'll be looking at all that to how the
Okay,
kid will
great.
configure
Yeah.
it. The issue is the closer you get to Clark's, you limit how high you can go up, right? Because you have a fixed asset of the entrance to Clark's to where if you, the closer you push it, the higher you raise that elevation, the steeper that grade's gonna get. So when you push it out, it levels things out, so it's not such a steep grade. If you have to raise that up to avoid being in the water table.
Got it. Or you could kind of pull it out longer, is it, that would accommodate the same thing, like if you make the actual tunnel a longer space, depending on where you need it to start and end.
Correct, correct.
A lot of this, I think we can continue to examine as we move forward. I think the general reception is quite positive, but yeah, some of these details will likely get judged.
And then we're looking into 3 lanes, creating a center lane as well down Colorado, and that's gonna accommodate when you're pulling out of Clark's, you can, and you're going westbound, you have a staging to where you're not having to figure out both ways of traffic to get across, and then a turning lane in the Clark's as well, going westbound. So I think adding an additional center lane there will help with some of the traffic flows as well, in addition to an underpass. So we'll be looking at all of that during this conceptual design.
I like this idea, but as the new girl, was this in the 2026 goals and objectives or was it added
You can see all of the top.
IH 910?
Yep,
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
that's for every slide.
And in the meantime, is there a possibility of a crossing guard?
There is a
one
crossing
already.
guard.
There's already one there?
Mhm.
Okay,
Done.
good, thanks, good to know. Excellent.
From the school,
From the school,
during
yeah.
school time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then next one, all right, we're taking forever here. Rory Gulch Culvert Bridge, and so this is another one. We're in the conceptual phase. This is an effort between Adorado Legacy Subdivision, Fall Subdivision, San Miguel County. If you remember, 2024, same timeframe as the bridge, had those major rain events, and we had in 2 weeks 2 mudslides down Rory Gulch that impacted East Spur as well as the trails all around and access roads. And so right now we're in the design phase just to see what we could do to help eliminate that for the near future. And so we've hired a professional service company and we're in the phase 1 of the design. And our goal is to look for grant opportunities for those efforts, for the construction efforts for this project. But most of them require to be shovel ready. So that's where we're gonna be working towards getting a design in place so that we're ready for those grant opportunities. But if grant opportunities doesn't present itself, I fear that this will be shelved because it is an expensive project. It's a lot of culverts, bridges to accommodate. A large infrastructure to accommodate mud and debris flow. So we'll continue working on those concepts. Darren, do you want to tackle EVs?
Okay, yeah, so yeah, we were just actually meeting with one of the business owners over at this site, so yeah, the update on the Spruce Street Parklet EV charging project, which initially was we were hoping would go last summer. There were some technical challenges with the design team. The contractor is Win Marion Barber out of Centennial, and they work a lot around the state, but they had some staff changes and now we're working well with them on the North Spruce Parklet, and Justin Blair, the civil engineer, and I were just over there. And it looks like the North Spruce Parklet will be able to go forward very shortly. The South Spruce location, at this point, it presents too many technical design challenges that would, in order to, obviously maintain the trees and the things that are part of that parklet that are over there, there's no room to expand the parking spaces further out or away from the curb or anything like that. So I think we will be looking for a different location for the 3 chargers that were meant for there. So the project, sorry to step back one bit, is partially funded through the Charge Ahead Colorado grant program, and it was a grant we wrote to get funding to help with 6 new level 2 chargers. So there will be 3 located at the North Spruce Parklet, and the parking orientation will be the same as now. The grant does require that depends on how many spaces, but for 3 spaces, one of them needs to incorporate ADA features to the largest extent possible. So the 4 current parking spaces will become 3. One of them will be accessible. So 3 level 2 chargers there. And we are hoping to have that go forward for install shortly. And so we're doing the business outreach, and town council did adopt a public charging fee structure for these. I guess that was in the end of 24. Right? Yeah. And so we'll be sort of we'll be working with Lindsay to sort of remind the public what the fee structure is and the rationale for it. We're really just following kind of established best practices now for, you know, how you charge for these kind of utility costs, and also incorporating the fact that our electrical provider does time of use based rate tariffs. So the charging will be more expensive from 4 to 9 p.m. to sort of reflect the costs that we will incur for providing those. So, yeah, so I think the main update there is, the North Spruce Parklet should be going forward this summer, whereas the intended location on the South Spruce Parklet, we'll be looking for alternatives. I think at this point we have some candidates in mind, because we started this project kind of when I was brand new here.
And I'll just back up to that. It started when we were asked to remove the EV chargers from our Silverjack parking lot. We've been looking and working on this since then, which was several years ago.
And just part of why that was a challenge, just another reminder, is just nationally getting new transformers has been a huge lift and a big delay on. So when we started this, replacing those 6 level 2s that were in Silverjack, it was sort of like hunting for places where a transformer that still had capacity was near public parking. So that was kind of the needle we were looking to thread. Yeah, and we're coordinating with Parks and Rec, obviously, because that is Parks and Rec territory in the park there, making sure that what happens is, you know, meets the goals of the Parks Master Plan, and also working with Public Works and Streets to make sure it works there too. So, yeah.
I have a question. First of all, I'm really excited to see this happening. Again, we've been talking about this for a long time, so it's cool to see it actually come to fruition. What is our goal for, like, as of now, for the total number of EV chargers that we should have in the town? Like, how big of a chip is this taking off the overall goal?
I mean, as far as I know, we've never sort of done some math of like what would be the magic number of level 2s and level 3s in town. What I would say is, just if you look at the state of Colorado, per capita is now the highest adopting EV state in the country. We passed California. So on the Front Range, you have counties where, you know, Boulder County, it's over 30% of new registrations are EVs of some kind, right? Here, we're more at the like 15 to 17%. So I don't have a number. I think what we'll do is, you know, these will be operated through software and we'll be able to monitor usage. And I think
Thank you.
we start having that usage data, we can look at that. I think my hope and my expectation is these will be used a lot. I see the ones at Clark's being used all the time. I see the ones behind the school being used all the time. And there isn't really any other public charging in town. So the other thing that will happen as new development of multifamily happens is that the state EV Ready code requires installed EV charging and EV ready parking spaces depending on square footage and type of building. So that may be kicking in coming years too, but we hopefully will get these 3 in soon and then cite the other 3 that will be adjusted. And then my guess is, you know, the way that EV battery technology is developing will affect this in the long run, but I would assume these will be used all the time and we might still see demand for more coming.
I think just as we're moving forward, you know, this is great where these are located. I think like the proximity to Main Street is going to be a big benefit for these. I think as we go forward, really looking at because obviously if you live in a house in Telluride, you're most likely just going to be charging off of your residence. You're not going to be going to a station to charge. You're going to hook it up to your home and be charging there. But most of these the people that are going to be looking for chargers are going to be people that are here visiting. And then people that live, like I live in a condo, I don't have an opportunity to necessarily plug a vehicle into my home's electricity or my condo's electricity. So let's just be really mindful about like when we have opportunities that we're kind of seeking out these other places where near hotels, near our more densely populated condo type lodging, stuff like that. But I think that these 4 or 3 now proximity on Main Street is going to be huge for visitors, and making sure that we have good signage to direct people there, I think is going to be crucial too.
I believe EV chargers are being examined as part of the Lot L redevelopment, so I think
Great.
that's gonna
Thank
be
you,
a good
Dan.
opportunity there.
Do we have much for electric bikes? Ways for them to charge?
I mean, currently we don't have any, I guess the terminology that I've learned over the last year with the e-bike feasibility study is they use the term rack for just sort of a bike rack that can accommodate a bigger bike that is electric, and then a dock would be what they call one where you actually do the charging. So some systems like in Breckenridge, they're moving towards like 1 out of every 3 or every 4 racks is going to be a charging dock, but a lot of the movement is toward like replaceable, swappable batteries where you don't need as many of those docks. But if it's just privately owned e-bikes, yeah, that would be something I'd be happy to research more. I don't know that we have looked at where we have capacity to provide that electrical, but
Because I think it's the same problem that Ashley mentioned. If you can't charge at your home, where do you charge?
yeah, and the one thing I would say, just and for anyone listening, is if you're looking at an e-bike, it's good to get an e-bike that comes with a UL certified battery. That'll be a safer battery option if you're bringing it inside to charge.
Yeah,
There have been a couple stories on campuses around the country where someone's charging like a cheapo e-bike battery that is rated that.
Well, we just had a car that caught on fire that was due to a battery pack that it had solar that was on Pacific Street.
So yeah, that's definitely something we can dig into and see what might be, and that kind of thing. I feel like this is more Kyle's wheelhouse, but to design and do a new development is a lot easier than to look for where there's like a transformer with some capacity left and try to build that into like retrofitting. But
Yeah. And the bike charging infrastructure is different than the car charging infrastructure. Okay.
Great. Any other questions? Before we let Kyle and Darren go, this is a work session. So is there anybody in the audience that has any questions on the construction updates?
Or Kyle's portion.
For Kyle's portion, correct. Tiffany, is there anybody online?
Yes, we have Douglas Tooley.
Great. You can unmute him.
Hi, folks. Doug Tooley. Real quickly on 3 subjects. On the high school Clark's underpass, I am a skeptic of those. One of the reasons for that is the cost of utility relocation, which is, in my somewhat dated experience, is a standard practice for after project adoption cost overruns. So the existing utility infrastructure that is under the road there is definitely something to look at. My lay opinion would be that the simple solution is to put a police officer there at appropriate times. Why that's not done, I don't know. Mark Martin with the Mountain Village Police Department did so at the Village Court bus stop, which has similar issues, people coming in and entering the more central area there, starting with Village Court. Royer Gulch, that's one of 3 projects that the county has commented on for DOLA funding. I think it's the lowest priority of the three, just given the current budget situation that we're facing at the state. It's also one that could potentially get a bigger contribution from the very affluent property owners out there. I've used my previous comments on that subject to argue for the study of small scale hydro. So you put a small scale hydro project on Royer Gulch to also mitigate floods, which is standard Bureau reclamation benefit. That's a little bit speculative, but I think it's something that's also timely, given the multiple benefits, including pumped hydro storage in those, flood control, and water storage and power generation. On the EV charging, we should be thinking big picture and charging at scale with condos, hotels, large employers is, just on a lay basis, going to be more efficient than doing it on a single spot by single spot basis. Hopefully the town would see some of that efficiency as well. And we should be having some encouragement for this type of development. It's not so much in town, but outside of town, that can be a carrot for accepting additional development.
And Douglas, I got to cut you short. Your time is up, but thank you so much for commenting on the construction update. Is there anybody else online, Tiffany?
Seeing none.
All right, we're going to close public comment on this work session and keep rolling on. Thank you guys so much. Super informative, and we're looking for a little less impact this summer, so that's great. With that, we're going to have Kristen come up and tackle the planning and building aspect of it as well.
Thank you so much, and thank you for bearing with the technical difficulty earlier. So I'm going to provide you with a brief update on private construction activities in town. So each year, the community construction update is presented to town council to provide a snapshot of public and private construction activity in the town of Telluride and to highlight any areas of the town that could be impacted as a result. So my colleague Kyle presented on the town projects of Public Works, and this is the high level for my department, the Historic Preservation Planning and Building Department. I want to give a thank you to Tammy Brand, Historic Preservation Planning and Building Coordinator, and Ben Tribble, Planner, for their assistance in updating the data and maps for this annual report. So our building division has had a number of accomplishments in the last year, including town adoption of a comprehensive package of 2024 International Code Council codes and amendments, the culmination of more than a year of diligent review and preparation by staff. We had 40 plus contractors, builders, architects, and engineers participate in our building code updates information session held back in October. The building division staff provided an overview of key updates contained in those adopted ICC codes and amendments, and we appreciate the collaboration with Public Works, Telluride Fire Protection District, and Marshall's Department staff in that work session. And we also very recently, thank you Town Council, revised the Construction Mitigation Plan Manual. Those revisions were adopted in March 2026. So now building permits. Here's an overview of building permits issued per year, beginning in 2015 to 2025. So our division issued 252 permits in 2025. And between the beginning of this year and now, we issued an additional 30 permits. As of March 24, 2026, there were 159 active building permits. And of the total number of building permits issued in 2025, 25 were for new construction or additions, and 123 were for alterations, renovations, and remodels. So this shows you the breakdown of the various types of permits in 2025, with the largest portion there being alteration repairs and then a number of other things like re-roofing, mechanical, electrical permits, etc. So building permit fees and valuations, you can see the trajectory from 2011 to 25 in terms of the fees collected, and then the building permit valuations per year. So in 2025, the building permit fees collected totaled 589,897,000, and the building permit valuations totaled over 128 million. So current residential, commercial, and mixed-use construction projects ongoing. There are 32 new residential and commercial projects ongoing, initiated between March 2025 and March of this year. And construction completed since May 2023. We've had 12 new residential projects completed, with additional accessory structures and extensive remodels since May 2023. So for current and anticipated construction, the town will see the largest impacts from new construction and addition projects in the areas of high congestion, especially those located on or in close proximity to Colorado Avenue. Projects are at different stages of construction, from those nearing completion to those just beginning. Impacts, of course, may include sidewalk closures, large equipment operations, and construction noise. A construction mitigation plan is required for new construction and larger scale additions. And then town projects, very briefly, in the same time frame. Canyonlands will be completed in Q3 of 2026. Tower House will be completed in Q4 of 2026. VP2A's anticipated completion date is Q3 2026. And public improvements will be coordinated with Public Works for these projects in the right-of-way and undertaken concurrently. So we have a construction activities map. This map, it's a GIS story map depicting construction activities from 2021 to 2026, including new construction and additions remodels. The map visually depicts construction activities throughout the town and over time. Our coordinator updates the map when a building permit is issued. Thank you, Tammy. And QR codes on the posted signs at each job site link to the map and permits. So you can go around town. If you see a construction site, this is to the public. You'll see that there are big signs on each construction site. There are QR codes. If you take a picture of those codes with your phone, you can then link through to this map, which provides a lot of information, including spatial as well as data permitting information. So it's a terrific resource for the community. Here is a screenshot of the new construction map, just one portion of it, but you can click on any of those purple tags there, and then it opens up to detailed information about each construction project. And this is the additions remodels, just a quick screenshot. And then if you click on one of those tags, for example, you can access the files for the project, learn about where it's located, access the building permit, etc. So again, great resource, and you can go through and look at projects completed from 2023 to 2026, and then ones completed from 21 to 22 as well, with the upper links above. So take a look at that. It's a resource that's updated every time a building permit is issued. And I think that's it for me. Brief presentation. And thank you so much for having me.
Great, Kristen. Thank you very much. I see Elena's got her hands up, and go ahead.
Yeah. If people aren't near a QR code, how can they access that?
Absolutely, great question. So go onto the Town of Telluride's website, telluride.gov. You will go to departments and then select the Planning and Building Department. And right on that homepage for our department, you'll see that it says Development Construction Map, and click on that and you're there. And then you can navigate through it. So basically go to my department's homepage and the map is accessible.
Okay, and I wonder if it might be helpful to have a bit.ly link for that at some point. I'm kind of looking at Lindsay and she just shook her head.
Yes.
So maybe at some point we can update that with a simple bit.ly. Thank you for
We
that
can-
answer.
Absolutely do that. Thank you.
Great.
Can
Any
I-
other questions? Kristen?
Are insubstantial projects part of that pie chart?
So that chart is looking at building permits
Building.
specifically, and I can pull that back up if it's helpful, but it is not, if you're referring to Hark insubstantials, that is not a graphic for that. Each year I provide an annual Hark update on historic preservation projects to the board, but it's just a different time of year.
Okay, how many insubstantial projects do you think you see a year, roughly?
Certainly, I would like to look that up and I can circle back to you
Okay,
just so I'm
sure.
speaking accurately. But that information is also
great.
available in our annual report from Hark, which would have been part of the town council packet. I believe it was in December, if I'm speaking correctly.
Okay.
Thank you so
Thanks.
much.
Any other questions? This is also the second part of this 2A work session. So is there anybody in the room with any comment for the Building and Planning Department update? Seeing none, Tiffany, any hands raised? All right, great. Kristen, thank you very much. That's going to bring us to agenda item number 3, and that is administrative reports, and we will hand it off to Zoe.
Great, since I think we've had 2 people patiently waiting in the room, if you don't mind, Teddy. I can
Nope, no
ask,
problem.
Delaney and Chris, if you want to come up and provide your vacancy updates for council, and then I'll dive into the meat of the manager's report.
Thank you. Skipping ahead a bit. Thank you, Tiffany. Tiffany is giving you your handout for the latest vacancy report. What I did today was different than last time. Our cadence is every Monday. We finalize the weekly vacancy report. Because we have 4 or 5, sorry, I'm pulling it up right now as well, new move-ins tomorrow. I went ahead and made you one that is effective as of tomorrow as well, because I think that illustrates how quickly sometimes these things can change. It can change on a weekly basis. Sometimes it's bi-weekly. Sometimes it's twice a week. So I just thought that would be helpful information from you. And with Chris joining us today, I also wanted to reiterate the prior narratives and prior conversations we have had about the vacancy numbers, and that it isn't any one thing that has been leading to these excessive numbers. There's 3 primary scopes, if you will. One has been undoubtedly the stale wait list. By the time we got everything combined, we were at approximately, and I redid the counts last night, 35 wait list people. Once we got those all completed, combining the 4 different wait lists, not the boarding house, just the other properties, and then separating out the transfer wait list, we are now at under 220 names on the total wait list. We have about 46 on the transfer list, and we are doing our best to navigate as directed back and forth between transfer and new placement. We're trying to focus more right now on new placement. However, we're having situations arise where some of the transfers are becoming a little emergent. So the other piece, the second piece, is the cost of some of the units. Voodoo and Sunnyside have been particularly difficult to get placement. That is primarily driven by most of our recent applicants are tier A and tier B. We do not want to place people in apartments that they simply cannot afford. It is not a good model for us for continuity with the tenants, and it isn't setting them up for success. And then the third piece, because I do believe this is a 3-pronged issue, is some of the units with kind of major maintenance issues that are coming to light after many, many years of occupation. One of the units that I was going through the details last night in our work product document, one of the units was occupied for more than 16 years, and it shows.
So we did bring Chris along today if you have any questions specific to any of the maintenance items, but the wait list and the tier structure would be more for me.
Yeah, I have a question. So the people who are tier A and tier B who aren't a good fit for Sunnyside or Voodoo, um, oh, like, are they being offered Shandoka units as well? Like, it seems like we have inventory that I imagine that there's some options to choose from. So what's keeping those applicants from, like, for instance, one of the F building units in Shandoka?
I'm trying to wrap my head around your question. We are offering anyone who is tier A or B, their only choice is really Virginia Placer or Shandoka for affordability. So those offers are being made. You'll see that we've got 5 units at Shandoka, the older buildings, with accepted offers. The other piece of this is they can't move in the following week in most cases. Most of them are under current leases with other landlords. They have to give adequate notice to their landlords because it's also increasing costs for them. So in some cases, they have to give 30 days notice. There have been a few people whose landlords have been very understanding and have allowed them to only give about 2 weeks notice, which is why we have several who have officially accepted offers. But those are the only properties we're offering to the folks who have A or B tier. We have had a few people press that they would like to live in Voodoo, and we can't prevent them as long as they're meeting the minimum income requirement. We just do our best to counsel them to not put themselves into a position that is going to be untenable. So yes, they're being offered Shandoka. It just is taking time.
Okay, so that was for you, that was more a comment on why the
Oh, sorry.
Sunnyside and Virginia Placer units are vacant rather than the difficulty of finding units for the tier A and tier B. So I maybe misunderstood that comment a little
Okay.
bit. Okay, that clarified that for me. Thank you. I did have another question just while I'm talking. What is the timeline for, I'm mostly going to reference the Shandoka units that need minor or major remodels. What's the timeline like that look like?
I'll let you take that.
That fluctuates greatly with the condition. I would say typically Shandoka is not a minor turn, somewhere to mediocre to major. But I did gather some stats this morning. So I've been here since September 22nd. It's 27 weeks, and we've completed 40 unit turns since then. So that's about 1.5 units per week, or roughly 3/4 of a week per unit. So
As an average.
as an average, correct. There are extreme outliers in both cases there. We do have one of the units you mentioned earlier, A10, for example. The floor is completely rotten underneath the bathtub. We're in the crawl space, tearing the floor out, repairing things that got really out of hand over time. So yes, there are some outliers there. We aim for about a week.
Okay.
Maria?
What is our thinking on short-term leases, like say 6 months or a year, in the situation where maybe we have a candidate who isn't really qualified, but can fill one of the more expensive units for a year? Do we like to not kick people out after a year?
So that's more of a question for me. We only currently offer 6-month leases in certain specific circumstances. One of those was when we were applying the new policies and folks had their rents increasing significantly. We were offering interim leases or trying to think. We were allowing shorter implementation of leases until they had full implementation of their rent amount. And the other is a case-by-case basis with people who are already tenants and may have a personal situation in which we are offering an administrative discretionary provisional 6-month lease so that they can then come back into compliance or have a personal situation remedy. We don't have clear direction to offer 6-month leases. And the only property that would really work for would be Shandoka, because you have to have the history of work for the past 12 months. I think that's where you were going with somebody who didn't qualify necessarily.
Or maybe somebody who had somewhat more in terms of income or assets, so that they're, not our preferred person, but, rather than having an expensive unit sit empty for 6 months or a year.
We would need clear direction to alter our approach with the stated policies.
I'll state flatly, I don't have interest in pursuing that. I think that there is plenty of available qualified candidates in our region that we need to continue to be targeting. And that the fact that we have these vacancies, I think points to others' issues, as I stated in the last work session on this topic.
Great.
My question, Delaney, thank you, is you mentioned around 300 some, sorry, I didn't write down the exact number, people on the wait list. Can you give us some reference of how the movement on that topic of moving through that wait list since the last update?
Sure. So just to give a recap for anybody who maybe is not familiar with the past practices, it used to be that you would literally, when you had a unit or a couple units, you would reach out to the next candidate in line that fulfilled the requirements for that unit. And it was a 1-by-1 thing, which was not working. We then altered it to be offering to multiple people at once. That also wasn't moving very quickly. So what we did most recently was we sent out batch emails by the year of their original application. So people who had been on the list for 5 or more years were in one batch of emails. It all went out to them. They had the time to reply. We gave them a little extra time unstated, and then we did it batch by batch by batch. I don't know if I'm answering.
Yeah, I'm more talking about the sort of depletion rate of the wait list.
When people did not reply by the deadline, and we again gave people a little extra time, we note it in their entry in the wait list that there was no reply to the wait list cleanup, and they are removed. And they are then put onto the removed list, because ultimately we have had at least 3 or 4 people reach out in the past few weeks saying, I heard you have vacant units. And we said, yes, you never replied to your email. And we see very clearly that it was sent to them and it did not bounce back. So we have had a few people request, if we bring you an application now, can we get back on the list? And we have been telling everybody, whoever gets their completed application to us first is going to be offered a unit, period, end of story.
And so what's that number now?
Of?
Of people that are currently on the wait list that haven't been moved to the
220.
to the other list?
220.
It's 220. Okay. Was that your question, Dan?
Thank you. Yes,
Okay.
that is more. So, and I'm trying to get a sense of how quickly that wait list is being moved through. So from to the 220 we have today, last update 2 weeks ago was.
Last week was or 2 weeks ago was, I didn't look at that number, sorry. It was probably 260. I'm going through on the weekends and in the evenings and doing waitlist cleanup. And just, if they haven't replied, they get removed.
Do you call them as well?
That was my next question.
We did phone calls in March, we did phone calls in September, and on the ones that bounce back, I am calling them.
Yeah, it might be a good idea on that day your excuse me, your deadline day to call the people who haven't responded.
Okay.
I just think that extra follow-up, since people are re-engaging into the process, is probably well worth it, and it's not going to be a huge number. And then sometimes emails just aren't perfect.
I will add that to Luisa's workflow.
Question.
Okay.
Is the waitlist broken down according to tier compatibility?
No, because when the waitlist began, there were no tiers. So all of the people who are on the waitlist prior to June of 2022, there is no tier. And it's why we need new applications from everyone, because all of that information is obsolete. There are people who were in tier 1 or tier 2 for Sunnyside Lottery, which has helped with some recent placements there. Because we already had an idea of whether, if they were tier 1, they're going to be tier A or tier B, and they're not going to be able to afford it probably, but we're still reaching out to them pursuant to the resolution for Sunnyside. So no, there is not a clear way without a new application to determine the tier.
Ashley?
I'm gonna kind of piggyback on what Maria was asking about if we want to, give shorter leases for people that maybe don't fit the guidelines, to say, why couldn't we give a shorter lease, a 6-month lease, to somebody who qualifies for our programs but doesn't meet that minimum income requirement, and just reduce their rent for 6 months to allow them to get into the space for 6 months? My opinion is, I'm a landlord, and some money is better than no money, specifically in these, and getting people into housing is better than people maybe being in a more stressful situation. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of, like, if we have these prices, like, for doing shorter term leases to allow people to get into some housing, while maybe another situation in a Shandoka space is getting flushed out. I'm just trying to think of, like, the vacancy issue and the size of our wait list. The wait list to me is still kind of perplexing, to be totally honest with everybody. It feels like the wait list you being on the wait list should have an expiration date, and then you reapply every, 3 years or something like that. The fact that we allowed the list to get, or because it was different properties, I know it didn't seem like, oh, there's 300 people on a list, but, like, I think that it just, to me, is a little bit of a conundrum. But to that point, is there any appetite? I think that would be a question for us to say, would we want to do that for some of these higher priced units on shorter timelines to allow people to get into housing, and then also for us to, because we have bond obligations, to recoup some of that, but not do, not have it be for a long-term solution.
Can I add to that before it goes to all council? I think it would be a potential appropriate solution for you to discuss, with the addition that there is a exit strategy for that. Because if you allow them for 6 months without a 6-month plan, then you should just renew for another 6 months. And at that point, it could impact our debt obligations if we have created a different system, because some of these tiers are specific for those obligations. But I think if you can figure out the full package of that. Yeah.
And just to give you another idea that we've been floating around, it's just a difficult time right now also because of spring break and people going away. We are going to get a meeting on the books with finance and manager's office specifically for the Voodoo property to come up with a potential short-term solution to reduce the basement tier to C instead of D, and run through the numbers to see what that would do to the overall debt obligation. It seems like a kind of a low-hanging fruit solution that we could do, but we need all of those parties, especially Patrick, at the table for the financial part of it.
I'm just wondering, if we did any of those sorts of things, would that increase the administrative burden, and would there be a
Yes.
reason for, so then maybe some short-term support for you, because there's just, obviously just, it sounds like you're working nonstop, and what we really want is these to be filled, but you to be supported. So, if there's short-term solutions to administrative support, that might be a helpful way to get through this list.
Eleanor?
I think something that I would like to see before jumping to allowing for more exceptions in who we offer units to would be, like, at a point of where the wait list is just hindering us too much, doing just a mass outreach to everyone on the wait list, like, before we go to, like, allowing higher net assets. Because I think the thing that you guys were saying different was, Mario, I think, was referencing a loosening of the requirements, whereas Ashley was referencing allowing people with lower rents to live in some of the more expensive units. So
And reducing the rent.
yeah,
right?
yeah.
And
So I
make
think you
that-
guys were kind of fundamentally saying different things. And
Yeah, we
that I can get behind, but I think before I would want to see any allowances of our initial qualifying standards would be to have kind of this like mass outreach to those 220 people. And, you know, maybe we're not quite there yet, but I feel like we could kind of, it seems like we're approaching at a point where maybe that's appropriate to just get some efficiency in our fulfillment process.
So one of our biggest concerns earlier on in like January, even November, was going outside the scope of going through the wait list, because there's people who've been on there for a very long time. But this week, the people who have applied in late 2024 and throughout 2025 are going to be contacted. If the people above them have not replied and have not given us the information we need, and our message to everyone has been, whoever brings us the completed application first is getting offered a unit, we're going to have people who have more recent information, and we think it's going to be picking up pretty quickly in the next few weeks, just based on somebody applied 6 months ago and they're like, here's my updated employment sheet, and they're good to go.
I'm going to ask a question that maybe isn't popular. I'm wondering at what point in time do we kind of sit with and recognize that maybe the wait list doesn't work, and like we need to revisit it. And it might be like what Ellen is saying, like it might be like kind of more of a hard reset, because again, I struggle with the amount of units that we have available that are ready to go and the size of the wait list.
Absolutely.
It to me is like there's a chasm there that makes zero sense to me.
And I've had that same conversation with 4 different housing authorities in the past 2 months in Colorado mountain towns. Right now, and they have asked me not to share who they are. I'm not sure why. They are having this same exact thing happen, and none of us can explain it. We don't understand why we have these units and people aren't jumping at the chance, because in our world, stable housing isn't just about the price. It's owned by the local governmental organization. It's not going to be sold out from under you. It's stable. It's not going to disappear.
Right.
But there's at least 4 other mountain communities. They have said the same thing. We're on the phone trying to figure it out together, and we don't know why it's happening.
Which means it's probably broken. I mean, right. I mean, and it's not an easy thing to fix, but we just got to get people in these units somehow.
How long are we gonna let the wait list sit, to your point, Ashley? I mean, how long, like if say you already sent 5 years and more, and then send the next half now, give them a couple months and then start fresh? Or, I mean, we gotta fill the units. There's still,
Or just have them be
Ready for
posted.
mass out? Like, are we ready for that?
well, if
Is
we're
it-
saying it and people come to us and say,
that
no,
look
we
like
want
in the
to keep the
policy?
wait list, then come talk to us.
Does it say in the policies regarding the wait list?
So there's
Is there staff discretion to go ahead and take council's direction immediately, or does that have an impact to the policies?
So there's 2 specific points that I think are important about the wait list and the policies. One is recognizing the time to give them to reply to the waitlist cleanup, which we are doing solidly and extra. The other piece is people are allowed to pass up on an opportunity. So some of the folks who are still at the top of the waitlist from 2018 and 2019 have replied and said, I feel good where I am right now. Here's my current information, but I would like to pass on a unit right now. So we do have 24-ish outliers that are on there who are passing up on an opportunity. If they pass a second opportunity in the future, they get removed. And we've been very clear with them on that point. So it's by attrition, it's doing what I think the policies have intended.
Why are
for
they
it to-
passing, like, what is the reason for passing up? Is it because the pricing? Is it the timing? Is it they're like, they want something very specific and they're waiting for that very specific opportunity? Like, why are people passing up if they're on a waiting list and you're saying, hey, we got your table ready? They're like, not that one. I'll sit here another hour. Like, I'm trying to rationalize it in my mind.
It's all of the above of what you just said. There are some people who specifically only want 1 or 2 properties and they can only take a specific sized unit. If that's not available and they don't want a different one that we're offering to them, we clean up the wait list with their specific requirements or preferences. There are some, we had one in particular whose current landlord lowered her rent so that she would stay. And she said, I kind of got to stay where I am. And others, their household sizes have changed and they have a new 2-year lease and they're just unsure. So it's kind of all of the things you said.
My question to follow up with Ashley though is we have available rent-ready units at every single property. Is it not possible to talk to those people and say, okay, what are you looking for? We have options.
We are.
Like, and so why is that not resulting in these rent-ready vacant units being occupied?
It may just not be the right size unit at this particular property for the person. For example, if they need a 2-bedroom unit and they only want Voodoo, we didn't have a 2-bedroom unit. If it was, they need a studio apartment at Virginia Placer, and we don't have that available.
Maybe we go to just listing what's available and people apply for those. And if they're on the list and qualified, you know, there's a way to measure it because otherwise it's just a little too.
That's what we're doing.
Okay.
And we got to realize we got 30 units coming online soon to add to this. We got to figure it out.
Yeah.
Calumet Canyon Lands?
Yeah.
Well, so that's
That's not-
going to be managed by the developer.
Right. But if those go empty and those are affordable, that's going to kill our PPP for other people down the road. It's all part of the same pie, even if it's not us. And
Yeah.
if they're
The big
working
question
with
is
the housing,
Affordability of it though.
hold on.
Sorry.
And if they're having to work with THA to fill those units, it's running on a parallel track. And we've got to figure out how to fill them and what our problem is.
It
I
feels
mean,
like to me, like maybe it feels like to me, and based on what you're saying, Delaney, that it's not working in other communities, that the wait list in and of itself isn't a practical tool. And it feels like it's creating more work and more confusion in the system. It seems like to me, we could maybe implement a similar type system to what we do with the lottery, where there's points given for specific, like, you know, like if you graduated from here, however that system works, to say that when we have available units up, there's an application period where it's available and you have to monitor it and say, oh, here's a 4-bedroom and that's going to work for me and my family. I'm applying for it. And then there's, you know, some sort of ranking system. And then whoever, we have the group of applicants, and then maybe it's like a ranking system and the highest rank gets it or something. I'm just trying to figure out, like, 200 people on a waiting list. We have vacant units. Why aren't we moving it? It seems like it's creating more work administratively, longer times for people that could potentially move in because they're having to wait for all these other circumstances to play out before they're allowed to move in.
Sorry, go ahead, Dan.
On these other communities, I mean, Ashley asked some questions, so I have my own follow-up questions. So if you have a response to Ashley, please.
I think we're trying to come up with another system right now. I think at this point, the first step could be potentially just to shorten the response time or shorten the way that we're going through it mechanically, and just go through anyone who is currently on the wait list and just say, first come, first serve. Here are the units we have available.
And
Who,
resetting.
if you're interested, let us know moving forward, and kind of stop going we wait a week, then we wait a week, then we wait a week, and kind of going through it that way.
But I mean, staff has been sending out large bunches. It's not, piecemeal one by one. It's been
Recently we have, yeah.
How big is a large bunch? Is
Anywhere
that like 10
from-
or is that 50?
Anywhere from 25 to 80.
Okay.
And there's some overlap, like we try to send secondary emails to certain groups.
Which has brought us to 220 for
Wait,
now.
what-
and I know it's not easy, but we've got to figure out a different way to do it because it's just not working.
And we have ideas for how to move forward. I feel like we're getting through these really extensive growing pains of exhausting the current list as it stands, because we have people who contact us who are livid if they find out they're removed from the list, and we have to explain it to them. But we are working with IT, I believe soon, on getting an electronic thing so people don't contact us, similar to what VCA has. It's an anonymized list. The person gets a code and they can go see where they are on a wait list. If you're talking about eliminating the wait lists, that's a very different discussion. Part of the thing we inherited is that the actual resolution to build Sunnyside, for example, honors every person who was drawn in that lottery, and there were 185 households in that lottery. That's something different to unwind, and I'm looking at Jason because it's in the resolution for that property. We've already exhausted that luckily for Virginia Placer, so that doesn't exist anymore. We are very open to any ideas for how to improve and streamline this going forward. It's a lot of administrative work.
So these vacancies occurred, we know from the staff update earlier this month. The vacancy rate of 2025 was 3 times higher than it was in 2024. My question to you, Delaney, is when you're talking to these other mountain communities, have they implemented similar policy changes or rent structures to what we did in 2025? And is there a connection there? Does their data, or is there a commonplace thread for when or that same time frame or some other factor like we saw a change, a huge increase in the vacancy rate, and we haven't been able to fill them? Is there a similar timeline, or is there any similar data that you have from these other mountain communities that you've spoken to?
I would, as far as the wait list or just the vacancy?
Vacancies. I'm
Vacancy,
talking
okay.
vacancies.
I think that the biggest similarity that we have discussed has been this winter. And there are people who are struggling to make it in these towns, and they are relocating, and nothing with policies. None of the communities I've spoken with had any kind of policy changes. There's a phrase that I go back to often. Sorry, I'm waxing poetic a bit. Lance McDonald made this comment probably 6 to 8 years ago, and I have taken it with me ever since. As a ski community matures, its needs change. And I know 2 of the people I've spoken to, one of the things we talked about were people who were leaving the area to go back for personal reasons to be near family because their personal lives are changing. We have seen quite a few of those happen this year for various personal reasons. This winter has been a very hard hit on many communities, and the 4 I've talked to all said that for sure. That's a similarity.
Can I jump in from a data, just you're mentioning while people are leaving and why this is contributing to the vacancy rate. That is something that we've asked to survey and get data points on. Maybe as supplementary to the vacancy data, that could be something we also have available to discuss in these conversations.
And the tough thing is that you also have businesses that want master leases because they think they have the need to fill the units. And I know I'm not going down that rabbit hole of if we want to consider that at this point in time, but if we're going to discuss all options with finance and about how we're paying for our units, we should be discussing that, because that's the disconnect, right? If multiple businesses are coming in and saying, we need housing, but we can't fill our own units with the waiting list, where's the disconnect?
Yeah.
I also wonder if the 12-month work history is limiting that a little bit. Like if some of these businesses are trying to recruit or bring in new employees, but aside from Shandoka, they have that person has to have that 12-month work history. Like maybe we need to get rid of that, because hypothetically that employee that's trying to move to work for the business here could then be just applied directly with us. But I agree that if this continues to be a problem, that's worth looking at. But I think the immediate next step is reaching out to just everyone on the wait list and just and I don't know if we're there yet, but I feel like after this conversation that maybe there's consensus that it is time to take that step to just move this process along quicker. Because I think we're all ready to see some more drastic movement, what this looks like. And that might be, that to me is the step before the master lease conversation.
And it might be administratively 1 step backwards to take 2 forward in terms of email, phone call, certified letter, right? And then you're going to get no one has any excuse that they didn't know.
Or even like text message? Can we even do that from
I
a?
mean,
Yes.
I mean, you should be
Yeah, I
pretty
think
excited to get that text
Especially like
message.
honestly, like younger people like
Yep.
don't engage with email as much. Like I, as an employer, I remember Instagram messaging some of my employees to get them to like talk to me. So I think maybe a text message might be an easier way for some people to engage with this process. So yeah, I agree. Let's.
And I think part of it has like, I think, yes, I think all of that. And like people that are on the wait list also need to like take some personal responsibility for maintaining the activeness in
Right.
being on that wait list as well. So
And they're not.
yeah, so it's like, I think that, yes, I think the text message is a great idea. Phone call is a great idea. But it's like, people also have to be engaged in the process when it's like, that's part of it as well, is it takes two of us, our engagement and their engagement in order to make this work.
Kristen?
I think affordability is a major piece here too, because I know of the 5 Sunnyside units that are rent ready right now, I know 3 families moved because of the rent increase and because of the cost of the rents. And so these the Voodoo and the Sunnyside, the newer units that have higher rents because they cost more to build or they're nicer finishes or whatever they are, you know, that's a big piece of it too.
Which that's a discussion that we can have later. I mean, the reality is that we have specific financial commitments.
Right.
That being said, it's like, we also have a pot of money that we can figure out how we want to allocate that money.
That's
So
right.
we can have that conversation
Mhm.
about that. And I think that it's a conversation that we should have. But yeah, I mean, a lot of these rates are based on bond agreements on debt that we have to cover.
Right, and so, I mean, basically, to simplify the tiers and simplify everything, if Shandoka is 1, and then Shandoka F is 2, Sunnyside is 3, or however you just categorize each building, I know you wanna try to incorporate different people. What?
That's how it was done before.
Okay, well,
We
that-
did all this big and
We're not gonna go.
Pass it right.
Not going down. So hang on, everybody. Look, if we've
Everyone-
got a short-term problem that we have to figure out, we might have, and we probably have a long-term problem that we need to figure out. And that is gonna be ultimately
Mhm.
tiers and the percentage of income, right? So how many tiers and what that percentage of income is.
Mhm.
What we got to do now is figure out a way, no matter how we do it, of filling these units.
Mhm.
And then I would prefer that discussion for those, reducing the percentages potentially, or reducing the number of tiers, or both, is in the cycle in 2027, or we're just going to go around in circles. We've got to figure out how to fill these units.
Yeah, can't wait.
And I just want you to know it is going much quicker now that we're down to 23, 24, and 25. In fact, after this was completed, what you got, we have 2 more people who want to have official offers made by the end of this week who will accept units. So that's already obsolete after this morning. So
And can I try to bring back council direction just so I understand it and see if there's a consensus here? I know we've talked a lot about things, but I think for immediate action out of this meeting in preparation for next meeting, would you like staff to do a bulk of everyone on the wait list currently, email, text, phone call, to let them know of all the units we have available, and then first come, first serve of those that are on the entirety of the wait list to move into those units?
Absolutely.
I don't like the first come, first serve.
The
part.
way, and maybe I'm not saying it wrong, but the way you're doing it is the first to bring in a full application is presented that offer.
Yeah, we've got to
wanna
create
get
I
a
can
people-
live with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like.
We've already worked through the bigger group, the bigger chunk of the early people.
I mean, I just think about somebody, I feel like I'm dealing with partially incomplete information. So
Okay.
if you're number 100 on the wait list, how many years ago would that be? Is that 2024? Are we talking a couple years? I can think if I've been on a wait list for 2 years, patiently waiting for housing, still haven't got an offer. And then all of a sudden, while I'm on my off-season vacation here that's starting next week, there's a press release from the town of Telluride of free for all, go for these houses.
Right.
Okay.
I would be a little pissed off. So I definitely want to do a mass contact to everybody, like get the word out. we're gonna be cranking through this wait list, the times we're waiting for it, but I would still like to see a little prioritization for those who have been there longer. So, and trying to strike that balance.
I can get behind that. I just think we need to have a specific timeline
Sure.
of like, this is the window. And then once we hear back within this like 2-week period, I'm just making up numbers here, then we'll prioritize based on where you were on the wait list. But I think we have to give it a deadline.
Sure.
Because I feel like there's this sense of urgency to fill these, but then the process of prioritization is what's making it so inefficient. So I think maybe there's a little bit of a gray area where we can figure out a system where we do reach out to everyone on the list. We like respond by this date, and then we look at those responses and can put them in order and do it that way. I know that's
I
more.
just want clarification. So number 100, just because you mentioned that, is somebody from summer of 2023.
Okay.
They have already been contacted. Whenever there is a holiday break of any kind or off season, we are very cognizant of that being a concerning time to give people plenty of time. It's why we've been pushing so hard to do most of this prior to off season starting and the mountain closing. What I need clarification on is, are you saying to go back all the way to the beginning, the people who we already have taken off the wait list because they haven't
No.
responded?
No.
Just
No.
who's remaining?
Just
Yeah,
remaining.
okay, thank you.
220.
No, it's not
Clarifying.
220. It's less than that. She just said that 100 has already,
It's-
number 100 has already been reached out to.
It's
No, but they only get removed when it's the second refusal. So that 100 is still on the wait list.
No.
They've already been reached out to about the available units and they haven't taken any, correct?
For the first, so 2 months ago-ish, the batch was 123 that went out total. We had 18 responses as of that date that was presented out of 123. After that meeting, we had more people respond to us. Ultimately, approximately 80 people from that 123 were removed from the wait list. They already went away.
So I would say the people who are still on the wait
Yeah.
list can be part of this mass reach out. Cause if they're like, oh, this is my last shot. Yes, I want that unit. Like, why not? We're trying to fill these units.
And
I don't mind casting a wide net on this strategy.
And people need to take some self-responsibility. Like if housing is, we know it's a crisis, but you can't just be like, oh, I went out of town for a month and I'm not going to worry about my housing, because that's not a crisis to me. Like, I don't understand why the people aren't paying attention to what we're trying to accomplish. And if it was me, I would be paying attention, certainly once a week if I was getting contacted or making a phone call. I'd be doing something to better my chances to get in. And that's what I can't figure out. Like, why is it so like,
That's why I think a text message might be helpful. Because if you're on vacation, you're reading your text, but you might not be sitting and like thumbing through your emails. So
I do not think the waitlist is an effective tool for what we're trying to
Yeah.
accomplish. And I think we need to start figuring out how we're going to phase it out and bring in something
I
that,
think that's another conversation, and that's probably a work session for THA sub.
Yeah.
But I think the conversation we're having right now is like what we do immediately. But I think that we do need to rework this. I just don't know if we need to get into that level of
reach out, text people.
Yeah.
But like, let's seriously start
Yeah.
thinking about how we're
I think at our
better system.
yeah.
hammer out the calls?
Yeah, I think at our May 19th meeting, we'll take this direction. We'll see where that falls on May 19th, and then we can continue to add on if we need additional work sessions to move anything else forward. But I appreciate the direct direction for us after this meeting.
Great.
Does that encompass kind of the immediate next steps?
Yeah.
Any other questions for you, Delaney? All right.
Okay. Thanks you guys. Appreciate the housing update. We'll continue the manager's report later on this afternoon. We'll figure that out later exactly when. And probably either in between 8 and 9 or after action items, agenda item number 9. And we will adjourn for lunch.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Delaney.
To restart the Telluride, Colorado Town Council meeting after lunch. And it's Tuesday, March 31st. It is 1:01 PM. Once again, we are still in Rebecca Hall and hybrid and online. That brings us to our next agenda item, which is public comment. Public comment is for non-agenda items, and each person will be allotted no more than 5 minutes. Overall, public comment will be limited to 45 minutes per council meeting. We do have a sign-in sheet. First person that did sign up for public comment in the room is Carrie Brock. Yep, either you can pick your favorite microphone.
Okay. You guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. To Telluride Town Council and members of the Telluride Housing Authority. We are writing on behalf of Tri-County Health Network to share urgent concerns about the current state of affordable housing in our community and to offer partnership in strengthening the system moving forward. We want to begin by acknowledging the significant effort and intention behind the town's work to create and manage affordable housing. This is difficult, complicated work, and it reflects a real commitment to the well-being of Telluride's residents. At the same time, we are hearing consistent and concerning feedback from community members that current policies and how they are being implemented are contributing to instability rather than providing the support they were designed to offer. At TCHN, we understand health is deeply connected to the conditions in which people live. Stable, affordable housing is a core component of the economic stability domain of the social drivers of health, which research shows have a profound impact on community well-being, often exceeding that of healthcare services alone. When housing systems become unpredictable or inaccessible, the impacts ripple outward, affecting families, schools, workplaces, and the broader community. Recent data underscores the urgency of this moment. According to the town council meeting packet from February, the town ended 2025 with a 21% vacancy rate in its affordable housing properties, meaning more than 1 in 5 units sat empty. During that same period, turnover in the town's affordable units nearly tripled compared to 2024. These numbers are difficult to reconcile with the well-known and documented need for affordable rental housing in the area. Together, these trends suggest the system is not functioning as intended and may reflect unintended consequences of policy changes. The complicated nature of income-based rent tiers, eligibility thresholds, exclusions, and minimum employment requirements are making it more difficult for many residents to remain in town housing, especially immigrant and Spanish-speaking community members. For some, these changes have already led to displacement or the possibility of having to leave Telluride altogether. In addition to these broader trends, residents have reported ongoing operational concerns. These include delays in maintenance requests and issues with the timely return of security deposits. One tenant moved in 2022, out in 2024, and still has not received their security deposit, nor an itemized statement showing why they were not receiving their deposit. Another story of concern included a resident who made a maintenance request for mold in their family's bathroom walls. Maintenance arrived to address the issue, removed the drywall and insulation, left it in the bathtub, and didn't return for several days. TCHN got involved in advocating on the residents' behalf. The problem was addressed and the situation is eventually resolved. While these are just 2 stories, they reflect broader trends that we've encountered in our work with THA residents. In our conversations with community members about this topic, we've also come across a sense of fear to speak up about experiences in the THA system. Residents cited concerns that if they spoke out about how policy enforcement was affecting their housing, town housing staff might impose more onerous requirements on them to prove their eligibility as a means of retaliation. While we understand that THA staff are working hard to do their jobs as advised by council, the fear of retaliation has been a common enough theme in our discussions that we would be remiss not to mention it. These are not just policy challenges, they are human ones. Families are being displaced, long-term residents are leaving the community, and many individuals are experiencing a growing sense of disconnection and instability. We believe there's a meaningful opportunity to respond proactively rather than waiting for the 2027 review cycle. We respectfully urge Town Council and THA to conduct a review or audit of key operational areas, including deposit returns and maintenance response times, to ensure compliance with state and federal law. Engage directly with impacted residents in a structured and ongoing way, such as through a resident advisory board. We appreciate the town's preemptive commitment to this step. However, we believe that for such a board to be effective, the town must first take steps to rebuild trust and address resident fears. Finally, revisit recent policy changes on a more immediate timeline to assess their real-world impacts and make necessary adjustments. Our shared goal should be a housing system that promotes stability, clarity, and trust, especially for those most vulnerable to displacement. TCHN is committed to being a constructive partner in this work. We will continue to engage directly with community members, elevate their experiences, and advocate on their behalf where needed. We also plan to host a renters' rights workshop to support residents in understanding and exercising their rights. Additionally, we welcome opportunities to collaborate with the town and THA to identify solutions. We appreciate the leadership and care that has gone into Telluride's housing efforts to date, and we offer these concerns in the spirit of partnership and shared responsibility. We believe that by working together, we can strengthen the system to better serve the entire community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next on the list, we have Matthew Logan. Look up. Sorry, I couldn't quite figure that one out.
Hi. So I'm here on the same kind of topic. I'm actually the attorneys who's going to be doing the workshop on the renters' rights. I would highly urge the town council to really take that to heart. If situations don't improve and the town continues to be basically trying to operate as a slumlord, then I have to get involved, because I mean, I can't have people come to me and say that the town is not meeting their duties of habitability, not following state law, retaliating against people. I don't want to get involved. I want the problem to be solved. But if it's not solved, that's where it's going to end up heading. And I really don't want to see that happen. So I really urge you to do something about it and not sit on your hands until next year when you review things and go, oh, well, we'll deal with it then. This is a problem now. And like she said, somebody hasn't had their security deposit returned for 2 years. You have to return it within 60 days if it's in the contract, or 30 days if it's not in the contract. And last I checked, 2 years is a little bit over 60 days. And that's just completely unacceptable. And I have rentals that I run. It's a hard job. I know a lot of people think having rentals is really, really easy. There's not much you have to do. You just sit around and collect checks. I completely understand how difficult it is. But the people that I have coming to me going, we have this problem, we have that problem. We talked about it with administration, and then they came back to us and now they're asking for all these more documents. That's just wrong. And I would much rather see the Housing Authority be an example of how to do things right than to be an example of how to do things wrong.
Great. Thank you so much. Next on public comment sign sheet is Amy Levick.
Good afternoon. You know, I know that there's a lot of activity that's going on about wildfire prevention and mitigation and information on, you know, how to be a good homeowner and take care of things around your house and planning on that end. What I haven't heard much about is what we are going to do as a community on evacuation, should there be a wildfire. And I don't have the answer, but I don't know who's in charge. I don't know whether it's the town, whether it's the county, whether it's the fire district. And I think that those of us who might be affected by it, hopefully not, you know, should start planning on that and start understanding what the plan is. I know from being in my house on the 4th of July, it's like a parking lot when people are leaving the park. So I would hope that there'd be some activity just to start getting the information out on what the expectations are. And maybe even share that with lodging companies, et cetera, so that everybody is prepared should there be a need to evacuate. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Is there anybody else in the room for public comment? Seeing none, we will close public comment for the room and we will go to people online.
So I muted Douglas Thule.
Great.
Hey, thanks, folks. Just quickly responding to the Tri-County Health Network individual. Do recall that Tri-County Health Co-Executive Director Gwendolyn Montoya was the previous director of the Telluride Housing Authority and managing Shandoka, where the problems of bias in allowing people to rent who were not qualified arose under her leadership, and that we are currently addressing those problems. And the turnover is an expected outcome of that. And I would raise the specter of bias in this accusation. And I'd also raise the question of bias in former senior staff member and County Commissioner District 2 candidate Paul Reich, his bias in his role at Tri-County Health. Both individuals, which I've personally experienced negative bias and documented. Thank you.
Great. Doug, thank you very much. Anybody else online? All right, we will close public comment for the meeting today. That brings us to presentations and proclamations, and there are none today. And that brings us to agenda item number 6, appointments to boards and commissions. Current board openings. Telluride Town Council is accepting applications for current and upcoming vacancies.
I think we do. New staff member
Oh, we do?
needs to be presented.
Yes, we do, but we're gonna do that under proclamation.
I was introduced already, so I skipped it.
Our new staff member came after the agenda was posted, but we did think it would be good to introduce her today. This is Tilly Joy Slayton. She is our new director of office morale. She will be 9 weeks old tomorrow. Please come say hi to her, any member of the public as well as a member of council, and any of our staff members listening, please come say hi to her at any point in time. She's here for all of us. So thank you very much and welcome, Tilly.
We love you, Tilly.
And don't bite me for skipping over you by accident. That is a cute puppy. All right, we'll go back to current board openings. The Telluride Town Council is accepting applications for current and upcoming vacancies from residents interested in volunteering their service on one of the following town's boards, committees, or commissions. Applications must be received by noon on Monday, 4/20/2026 for possible consideration at the next town council meeting, April 28th, 2026. Board of Adjustment and Appeals, 4 regular seats for a 1 or 2 year term, 2 alternate seats for a 1 or 2 year term. Commission for Community Assistance, Arts, and Special Events, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Ecology Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town or county resident. And I think I made a mistake with case. It's a town or county resident for that 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term. Sorry about that. Ethics Commission, 3 alternate public at large seats for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident, 1 regular public at large seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Planning and Zoning Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident at least 1 year. Please note that town council may choose to appoint a sitting alternate to a regular seat vacancy. Should that occur, council reserves the right to appoint any applicant to an alternate position. That brings us to agenda item number 7, consent calendar. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar, 7A and 7B?
I move to approve the consent calendar as presented.
Second.
We have a motion from Ashley and a second from Kristen. Ashley, how do you vote?
Ashley, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Maria, yes.
Elena, yes.
And Teddy, yes. It is approved. That will bring us to agenda item 8, public hearing, 8A.
7B. Isn't there 7B?
It's all part of the.
It's all part of it.
Part of the
Thank you.
consent calendar.
Yep. That brings us back to agenda item number 8, public hearing, 8A, second reading and approval of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, adopting the Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code, and Kristen is here to present.
This is the second reading of the proposed ordinance adopting the 2025 Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code and appendices with amendments. As you know, all Colorado municipalities are required to adopt the CWRC by April 1st, 2026, and to implement the provisions of the CWRC by July 1, 2026. Town Council had a work session and a first reading at their last meeting. And I have provided a motion along with a memo to you for your review and approval.
Great. Kristen, thank you very much. Any questions from council for Kristen? Seeing none and that this is a public hearing, is there anybody in the room for public comment on this agenda item? Seeing none, it looks like we have a hand raised online. Tiffany?
It's too late.
Hi, folks. I've been engaged in this process, as you're aware, and just reflecting on these presentations, these multiple presentations. I have not heard discussion of housing siding materials or roofing materials in this resiliency code. And, that just seems like a no-brainer. Am I missing something? Is this already in the building code? Is this something we should be addressing additional attention to? Thank you.
Doug, thank you very much. Kristen, do you want to address that? I don't mind.
Sure. So I posted along with the packet to the prior meeting and this meeting, the complete 2025 Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code, which does speak to all of the above. In terms of a materials list specifically, that is something that we are putting together on the historic preservation side as guidance, not as requirements, as an addition, as an additional resource to the community that will be in place and available by July 1st on the date of implementation. But the code itself does speak to roofing and siding, just not the specific materiality. So that is that additional piece we're working on.
Great. Thank you. Is there anybody else online for comment, Tiffany?
No, I don't see any.
All right, unless there is any further questions, certainly a motion.
I move to approve an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, adopting the 2025 Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code and appendices with amendments.
Second. Ooh.
We have a motion for Maria and a multiple second. We'll call Elena for that one. Maria, how do you vote?
Yes.
Elena, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes, that is approved unanimously. That will bring us to agenda item number 9. Action items 9A, consideration of approval of the 2026 Telluride Open Space Commission Work Plan, and Lance McDonald here to present.
Thank you, Mayor Errico and Town Council. Good afternoon. The topic is to review the 2026 proposed Telluride Open Space Work Plan. And as you may recall, the work plan is broken up into different categories and does not handle items such as the administrative items as the Bear Creek Ranger expenses, transfers to general funds, or routine maintenance expenses and activities authorized by the town manager, which could include the bathrooms at Bridal Veil and the U.S. Forest Service Ambassador Program. So this is basically the specific, almost like a capital type project with some operational in it for the Open Space Commission. Categories are Valley Floor Open Space, or Valley Floor Stewardship and Management, Bear Creek Preserve Stewardship and Management, and then other open space stewardship and management and acquisition. The table format is as past years, where on the left-hand side, it's the work plan is approved by Town Council with the budget estimates on there. They're not exact budget items, but they're budget estimates. And then the blue is the status of each of those projects and what the actual expenses were for those individual items. On the right side is the proposed work plan for 2026 as recommended by the Open Space Commission. We'll go through some key projects that the Open Space Commission and Josh and his crews implemented last year. The first was, well, this wasn't any specific order, but the first on this list is we explored and confirmed the alignment of the trail that would connect behind the Town Park stage, which would go from the Telluride, the Bear Creek Trailhead to Firecracker Hill, and then potentially onto a future perimeter trail if that was ever implemented by the Forest Service and by the Telluride Mountain Club. We also did grading improvements and drainage improvements at the Bear Creek Trailhead, and that was related to severe icing that we were experiencing in the wintertime, and was also creating a lot of mud and erosion in the summertime, especially with spring runoffs. So we used Sean from Big Loop Trails, and Josh went up there to reorient the flows, and it seemed to work this winter, although I don't know if this was a necessarily good test, given the lack of snow. We also did daily snowcat grooming on the valley floor. Again, it was a low snow year, very low snow year. So we hope that this will actually yield very good beneficial skiing to the public. We have yet to be able to fully realize the snowcat's full potential, but we will hopefully see that next year. And then also Craig Stein, who's the primary snowcat operator and winter operational person on the valley floor, developed this system of doing modular bridges for the bikes and for the snowcats in the wintertime. And you can see that on the upper image. And basically it's a panelized system. And you can see like an old bridge section where we were using individual boards and screwing them together and all that, where this is a panelized system that one or two people can actually install that. So the installation goes much quicker. We also think it'll be more durable. So it was many years of thought and driving snowcats and working with the changing river courses to come up with a plan that we think will be adaptable to changing stream patterns, but also be fast and easy to store in the summertime. Also, Craig developed these bilingual signs for all winter use on the valley floor. And so we have now all of our discs that go out on the valley floor. We didn't put out a lot this winter, but we have a full complement for all of our trails are completely bilingual at this point, which is great. The biggest project that we accomplished this last year was the phase 3 of the reach 3 of the river restoration project. And as you may recall, this was time sensitive because we were tying into the proposed rerouting of the river to the Forest Service land upstream. And Jason helped a lot with this project with the MOU. We basically completed all the plans, the budget and the permitting. We completed an MOU with the Forest Service and Trout Unlimited. We obtained a grant of $249,500 as a pass-through from the state through Trout Unlimited. And we completed the project in coordination with the Forest Service and Trout Unlimited. The project was completed about 3 weeks ahead of schedule and was on budget. If you have a chance to go take a look at it, it'll be very interesting to see how our revegetation takes the first year, given the dry climate this winter. But we've had good success in the past with revegetation in drought conditions, so we'll be watching that. The other environmental projects that we were working on this last summer were the continued weed mitigation and treatment program, and we included the goat pilot program. As you may recall, council was very involved in that approval. We amended and rescinded emergency ordinance 1289. We amended the management plan to allow working dogs for this specific use, and that sunsets December of 2027. So it's only a 2-year pilot program. And then you also approved the conditional agricultural use for using livestock for weed mitigation purposes. Now, since that time, we've had members of the public approach the Open Space Commission expressing concern about the activity. The commission will be discussing this matter again at its May meeting. And if the commission makes a recommendation to not proceed with the goat pilot program for the second year, that will be brought to council. If they decide to go forward with the second year of the pilot program, then we will not be coming back to you. We also did revegetation efforts in Zone 1 of Bear Creek, which is the area by Bear Creek Falls. That's also used for festival camping. We planted more holiday trees in Reach 1, which are the trees that are on Main Street, and we plant them in the old river channel, kind of across from Public Works in that stretch. And we also are continuing to put MCH patches on our Doug fir where we have them in the Mill Placer open space, which is around Cornet Falls, and then also in Bear Creek. And what that does is tells the insects and the bugs that the tree is occupied and to move on to another tree. It seems to be working, although we don't have very many Doug fir in our forests. We continue with the forest health monitoring study plots, which have actually been useful and used quite a bit in a lot of the fire management or the fire modeling, fire behavior modeling that's been happening at the county level. We continue to minimize the impacts on the lower Bear Creek Gorge. With the social trails, we are encouraging people to use the one access point on the east side, and that seems to be working, but it requires annual maintenance. We also had a comprehensive work session with the Commission, San Miguel Conservation Foundation, and the festival promoters about festival camping in Zone 1, the impacts that are associated with that, the historic uses that are permitted by the conservation easement, which does include festival camping, and looking at ways forward where we can have that area return to more of a natural condition. One way to think about this is that the forest that is in that area right now is old and it's aging. And the new trees are being stunted from coming up and establishing a new forest. Well, that's not just because of festival camping. That's been years and years and years of people using that area intensively, even before the town owned the property. So what we're trying to move to is a plan that allows these uses, passive recreational uses and festival camping, but also in a way that allows the natural processes to reestablish. So you'll see in the recommended work plan for next year that we'll be recommending that we actually do a restoration plan, which touches on those different issues moving forward to help guide future decisions. For 2026 on the trails, we're recommending that we implement, we go through the ecological review, we confirm the alignment, and we implement the first phase of the trail from the Bear Creek Trailhead to Firecracker Hill area. We also would like to relocate the river trail onto the valley floor to pull it further away from the Public Works facility. It's been contemplated for a while, but now it's timely because Public Works will be going through an expansion this year. So pulling the trail away from the Public Works facility is what this project entails. It may involve or will likely involve town council because you'll be looking at an amendment to the management plan to allow dogs for that short trail segment. Because currently dogs are only allowed on Boomerang Road on the valley floor. Okay, and then we're also continuing to look at the Bear Creek Trailhead to continue to make that function better and maybe even improve its appearance. It's, we want to keep the erosion from happening out onto Pine Street and make it perhaps a little easier for walkers to start the first 20 feet, but we always have to keep in mind making sure it works for emergency vehicle access. So putting like stairs in and things like that, maybe not the right approach in that situation. We also want to continue with the Valley Floor sign update. You'll see the signs that we've developed with Guide Studio, the same firm that's been working with the town's wayfinding project. We're trying to assure that we're aligned with that project, but also reflect the open space commissions and the conservation easements values about keeping signs on the valley floor low key and respectful of the landscape. So these are the conceptual plans that have been developed so far. For next year, we'd like to take these further and start implementing some of the smaller signs on the landscape to see how they fit in and learn from that experience. We are also going to update the Bear Creek kiosk relative to Native American acknowledgements, and we're working with Nancy Kraft, who has volunteered to act as a liaison between the commission and the Native American groups. And then we also are continuing with full Spanish translations on all of our signage. Every time we do a sign, it's going full translation, not QR codes. It's just full 100% translations. On the environmental front, what I want to go back is on one of the main things is to monitor the Reach 3 river restoration project. So right after we completed the project, we had a high flow in October. I don't know if you remember that event, but it was it basically hit the Placerville gauge at about the same as like a peak spring runoff. So we got a really good test to see if the channel was going to hold and all that rather than waiting a whole year. And it performed very well. You can see the land beyond where that large spruce tree is in the back. That's the Forest Service land. That's the area that we're recommending that we help the Forest Service out with revegetating their property as a way to increase the vegetation density upstream of our project that we just completed. So that was another recommendation in the work plan for next year. And that is on this page. So the idea is that we monitor the Reach 3 river restoration project, and we also assist the Forest Service and the EPA with revegetation of the tailings removal and remediation site. We also continue with the weed mitigation and treatment program, including the goat pilot program, pending further discussion at that open space meeting in May. We're also including in the monitoring plan this year at the recommendation of the Conservation Foundation, a soil health mycorrhizae study on soils, and then also to review the potential impacts. And we're not saying there are impacts that may occur on the property due to adjacent mitigation efforts on uphill from our property. So sometimes what will happen is that you'll see additional erosion. We are being very clear, we are not seeing any impacts at this point, but we want to put that on our radar to be checking for it. We're also going to be minimizing, and also come to the open space meeting in May. That's when the annual report on the monitoring plan is presented as well. And you can see how the drones have been working with identifying species and so forth. We're also going to continue minimizing those impacts in the lower Bear Creek Gorge. And we're going to continue recommending to continue revegetation in zone 1 of Bear Creek, the MCH patch program, and the holiday trees in Reach 1. The lower photo on this panel shows this is the work that Josh has been working with ERC on doing revegetation. That is 1 year revegetation in that area. Now that's really hard to grow grass on rocks and minimal soil, but this gives us hope that, you know, as we can start getting more of a vegetative understory in this area, be good for camping, but it's also going to be good for the environment. And so what we're going to recommend for next year is that we focus on the riparian area between the stream bank and basically the flatter parts of zone 1. That area has been eroded, it's just been beaten down. So we're going to focus on that part, which really shouldn't affect festival camping this season too much. And we are also, we're going to develop the restoration plan for zone 1. So it goes over the balancing of the different uses that I spoke about just a while ago. And we are going to, once again, ensure that public access to Lower Bear Creek Gorge. That's on there twice. Sorry, that was unnecessary. On the work plan for 2026, we are recommending an expenditure of $412,500 from the open space set aside. Currently, that budget is $4,600,122. The non-work plan expenditures were $248,535. And again, that's the open space ranger expenses, transfer to the general fund, and the U.S. Ambassador program, which was not pursued last year. The projected revenue for the open space fund this year, the annual revenue is $965,118. With last year's implementation, we were approved a budget of $424,300. Plus an 896 amount was added for the Reach 3 project in May after the work plan was adopted. The total expenditures were $357,000 or about $358,000 plus the amount that was expended on the Reach 1 project. But that would be minus the $249,500 we have for the grant. I think we spoke last year how some years the expenditures, if we're doing a large project, may exceed the annual revenues. And other years will be basically gaining funds into the set aside. This will be one of those years. I think our projected expenses are 661 versus a revenue source of 965. So this will be a year where we're collecting funds into the open space set aside again. With that, I would let you know that we have in the room Josh Williams, Open Space Ranger, Amy Levick, Open Space Commissioner, Chairperson Luke Lefemina, and let's see, and Chris Hazen of the Senegal Conservation Foundation. And we also may have other commissioners online as well.
Great. Lance, thank you very much for that report. Any questions from council for Lance? Mario?
So I think wildfire is a huge concern, given this winter. And so is there any consideration about removing, fuel that's fallen down or, trees that are not particularly healthy?
So there's the plan that was the CWPP that was just adopted identifies projects on the southern edge of town as a project area. It could be that next year we come to council with a recommendation that we do some clearing or some removal of dead vegetation in the area that's basically below Bear Creek Road, but behind the stage. The rest of the larger forest, that's a much bigger issue. And I think we're going to be following Forest Service lead and other entities that own more land in those kinds of situations. But we're also going to be looking at doing a fire mitigation project behind Shandoka and Virginia Placer, but that's not open space. That would be just part of protecting your town's resources. On the valley floor, there's not a lot of forest. There's this forest in the middle, but it just kind of skirts the bottom of the slope. So we can look at fire mitigation projects, but we'd have to blend that with the conservation easements parameters as far as when you can actually remove vegetation for standing dead.
Thanks.
Great. Any other questions for Lance?
Mario kind of asked my question.
Oh, yeah.
I guess maybe as a follow-up to that, it feels like because, this is one of the few places where we seem to have money. I'm wondering if as we look to kind of creating this perimeter, I just think about the interface between these forests and then where they meet the town, where the structures and people's homes and stuff are. If there's availability for us to create more of a partnership with those, I don't know if it's an MOU or what it is with our regional partners to maybe jumpstart some of that, because if we have the funding, that feels like that we might be able to kind of lead the conversation where there might be desires from other places, but they don't have the same kind of funding that we might have. I want to just echo what Maria said, that maybe we have to take a little bit more of a lead on that, and just explore what kind of conditions that might be, that might create for us.
It's not on open spaces, work program, but we are doing based on the CWPP, we are now doing, starting, I think, in a couple weeks, inventory of the forest that's behind Public Works, Virginia Placer, and Shandoka. And what that'll, I think it's going to be about a month and a half, we will actually have a recommendation as to what potential actions we might take in that area. And it could be that open space funds could be used in those areas if we're definitely not going to be using those sites for housing. So there could be there. The Forest Service has indicated to us that that's our partner or our boundary in that situation. They have really big priorities on the landscape. And so I don't know if we would be necessarily partnering with them on a multi-jurisdictional project and waiting for that, or if we just kind of move ahead on the town's property.
I'd also just think that the Bear Creek interface, that, because that bat preserve.
Okay, sure.
Backs up right to condos and things like that, to town where there's some density there, that I don't know if we've looked at any of those spaces that are in the open space of that Bear Creek corridor. And looking about if there's a project there that could help create another line basically for us to help harden those spaces that abut that forest directly.
Yeah, I do think that the extraordinary situation where we find ourselves in, makes room for some reprioritization of focus, because I think the fire risk is just something we've probably never seen in this community before.
Any other questions for Lance? Since this is an action item, is there anybody in the room that has any comments? Seeing none. Tiffany, is there anybody online?
Hi again. I hope I'm not overstaying my welcome. I have a question for Lance, and I guess this would go to former mayor, Denver planner, and open space commission member Amy Levick, who spoke previously about evacuation routes. And has the Valley Floor open space been considered as a sanctuary for evacuation from the town as needed? And how would you go about doing that with the rerouting of the river? And I don't know, Lance, I would suspect it's within your skill set to get both Ms. Levick and Fire Chief John Bennett to work together productively as we go forward into the future. And then lastly, I'd like to just note the leadership that Maria Stark is taking on Native American relationship issues. And I don't know if there's any potential in the current work plan, but she's doing, her initial work on that is noteworthy. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Kristen?
I just wanted to say thanks to the Open Space Commission for your hard work, the new liaison there, and the meetings are always full and the board's full, and I think they're really productive meetings. So thank you.
Great. Any last comments before I ask for the motion? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve the 2026 Telluride Open Space Commission work plan and authorize the Telluride Open Space Commission and staff to proceed with the work plan as presented herein.
Second.
Can we have a friendly amendment to consider spending for wildfire mitigation?
I think I might need a little more specificity
Yeah.
on, I mean, I guess I'm not opposed. That just seems pretty broad.
You're right.
So, and you intend it so? You intend it to be that broad?
Well,
Is open space the venue for that? I mean, you know,
We'll be coming
and-
back to council with specific mitigation plans
You said it
with
up and out.
what the funding source would be on that, whether it's open space or not. And you guys will be evaluating those and saying move forwards.
And just adding to that, because that's part of the planning from the larger regional project of
Yeah.
too many acronyms. What is that?
BWPP.
CWPP and identifying those and then working off of those and having that plan to get funding for those. So it's definitely part of a larger plan as well. But if we want to point to something in the open space plan as defined, maybe you can make a recommendation.
And
plans
if it
for
also-
10.
Yes, we can come forward with that. The River Rest, sometimes projects come up mid-year and you guys decide whether to add those to the open space work plan. And that could be one of those situations. But we are, on the CWPP, we are moving like immediately after its adoption, which I think is happening right now or in the next day or so. And we're going to be moving forward with a specific plan and come back to you with that. At least for the part that I said behind Shandoka, Virginia Placer, and Public Works.
So I can withdraw my friendly amendment then.
Okay. So we have, Dan has a motion, on the table.
Second.
And you second it? Okay. Then your second is after her withdrawal of her friendly amendment, correct?
Yes, totally.
Okay, just want to make sure. All right, Dan, how do you vote?
And yes.
Kristen, yes.
Maria, yes.
Elena, yes.
Ashley, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it's approved unanimously. Lance, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm really appreciate it. You and the Ecology Commission's work. That-
Open space.
Open space, so
Other commission.
other commissions.
Bye, guys. Thanks, Josh.
All right, that brings us to action item 9B. Introduction and first reading of an ordinance of the Town Council of Town of Telluride of Colorado authorizing the sale of certain deed restricted real property known as 155 West Pacific Avenue. That is Silverjack Unit 205, Telluride, Colorado 81435, located within the town of Telluride, San Miguel County, state of Colorado. And Ally is here. Are you here by yourself?
Where's the
I-
where's the new employee?
She is upstairs barking. I heard her as I was waiting. So I've handed her off to someone else for the time being because I believe I'm here in front of you for the next 8 or 9 items. So you have me for the rest of the afternoon. This first item here is very familiar to you. This is just an ordinance authorizing the sale of Silverjack 205. The town currently owns this unit. It has been entered into a lottery. That lottery will be drawn, I believe, on April 24th. Just as a reminder to anyone listening in the room today, the lottery deadline is coming up pretty soon. So if you are interested in entering the lottery for this unit and the next unit, as well as another Silverjack unit 202, please reach out to SMRHA sooner rather than later to get those application materials and submit them. But this item is just authorizing the town's sale of this property. Again, the buyer has not yet been identified. That will occur after the lottery. This is first reading of an ordinance. This will come back to you at your next meeting. Disposal of property owned by the town does have to occur by ordinance, which is of course 2 readings. So this is the first time you're seeing this, but I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Great. Ally, thank you very much. Any questions for Ally? Seeing none, is there anyone in the audience with any questions since it is an action item? Seeing none, Tiffany, is there anybody online? Unless there's any further discussion, I would entertain a motion.
Move to approve on first reading an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the sale of 155 West Pacific Avenue, Silverjack Unit 205, and direct the town clerk to set this matter for a public hearing on second reading of the same to be held on April 28th, 2026.
Second.
We have a motion from Dan and a second from Maria. Dan, how do you vote?
And yes.
Maria, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Elena, yes.
Ashley, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. That brings us to agenda item 9C, introduction and first reading of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the sale of certain deed restricted real property known as 398 South Davis Street, and that is element 52, unit Southwest 102, Telluride, Colorado 81435, located within the town of Telluride, San Miguel County, state of Colorado.
Same spiel for this one. The town purchased this unit so that it could be entered into this lottery, which is being drawn on April 24th. Again, same deadline. So anyone who might be listening, if you're interested in this unit, please reach out to SMRHA as the deadline is quickly approaching. One note to make, you might recognize that there is one unit that we're entering into the lottery, which you are not reading an ordinance for today. That's because the town does not own that unit. So there are 3 units in the lottery. 2 are owned by the town. 1 is being submitted by the current owner. So this is just the first ordinance for the second unit authorizing future sale of this unit following the lottery.
Great. Any questions for Ally? Maria?
Is this element 52 unit, is it one of those that has any issues with the HOA that needs subsidy?
I'm not sure I know what you're referring to. I do.
It's not.
It was
the fun-
created after we.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Okay. So now I understand the question. This unit was constructed more recently. So after those protections were put in place into the code. So the dues for the element 52 units are actually extraordinarily cheap because they are protected within the bylaws and of that condominium complex. One thing to note though, and I believe everyone who is submitted for the lottery is aware of this, because of the makeup of element 52 being condominium rentals, along with these ownership opportunities, lending requirements have changed federally. So there are no fixed rate mortgages available for the element 52 purchase opportunities. It is only variable rate loans, which is what we have also discovered is new for Silverjack as well. So when those Silverjack units were first sold, they were eligible for fixed rate loans. However, that is not the case anymore. So anyone entering for the lottery for these 3 units, all 3 units will be subject to most likely. And if you find a loophole, please let us know. We'd love to tell other prospective borrowers, but all 3 of these units will be most likely subject to variable rate lending. So that is going to be a discussion for the subcommittee at tomorrow morning's meeting. Typically, that would require an exception. We are proposing at the discussion tomorrow that there still be an exception required, but instead of that exception needing to come before the subcommittee, these exceptions would instead be administrative and also waive that exception fee. Otherwise, because every applicant would be subject to this, we're just making it harder. So what we're trying to do is memorialize that variable rate would be required, but also make that exception process much more streamlined for both applicants and staff. So again, that'll be discussed at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Is it variable for the, entire duration, meaning like, is there like a 2-year lock? Because I think we're hitting a rising rate environment right now.
I think it depends on the lender. So all I know is that they're not eligible for conventional financing.
Yeah.
And again, that's not the town doing anything. That's just the way banks operate now. So it's possible that in the future, those lending requirements could relax again, and we might see these units to be eligible in the future for fixed rate financing, which is what we like to see because that is more predictable and typically affordable for unit owners. But as of right now, we're under the impression and the understanding that anyone who is seeking a loan for these units will most likely be securing a variable rate finance loan.
And typically 3-year, 5-year, 7-year, or 10-year. Any other questions? Seeing none, is there anybody in the audience that would like to talk about this action item? Seeing none, Tiffany, anybody online? All right, unless there's any further discussion, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve on first reading an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the sale of 398 South Davis Street, element 52, unit SW 102, and direct the town clerk to set this matter for a public hearing on second reading of the same to be held on April 28th, 2026.
Second.
We have a motion from Dan and a second from Maria. Dan, how do you vote?
And yes.
Maria, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Ellen, yes.
Ashley, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. And that brings us to agenda item 9D, consideration of a request from Bindon Overlook LLC to amend the Town of Telluride Workforce Housing Deed Restriction and covenants for the property known as Lot 17, the Overlook at Telluride Subdivision PUD, Telluride, Colorado 81435, located within the Town of Telluride, San Miguel County, State of Colorado, to extend the deadline for constructing a workforce housing unit on the property.
Thank you. We have two in a row that are going to be quite similar. So background on the first one, Lot 17, the Overlook at Telluride, is subject to the provisions of a planned unit development agreement recorded on August 30th, 2018. Per section 5.7 of the PUD agreement, Lot 17 is one of 3 lots subject to a workforce housing unit deed restriction, designating the Town of Telluride and the Telluride Housing Authority as beneficiaries. Each of the 3 lots subject to the workforce housing provisions of the PUD agreement are required to be improved with a workforce housing unit, as evidenced by a certificate of occupancy or CO for the primary residential unit within 10 years of recordation of the replat. The workforce housing unit must thereafter be occupied at all times, subject to the workforce housing unit deed restriction. So the unit completion deadline for CO issuance is currently August 29, 2028. And the owner of Lot 17 is requesting a 2-year extension to that deadline, extending the deadline to August 29, 2030. Per the PUD agreement in section 577, if the respective owner of Lot 17 in this instance has not timely completed the construction of the workforce housing unit by the unit completion deadline or such later date agreed to by the town may elect to declare default with respect to only the particular lot that is in default. So we reviewed this, and because the PUD agreement does include this flexibility through the inclusion of the provision I just read of or such later date agreed to by the town, staff have determined that a PUD amendment is not required relevant to this request. But because Lot 17 is subject to the workforce unit requirement and a deed restriction, which provides August 29th, 2028 as the deadline for obtaining a CO, we do need a deed restriction amendment in order to grant any extension to the deadline to construct the workforce housing unit and obtain a CO. So both the town and the THA are beneficiaries to the deed restriction and would need to grant this permission for an amendment to be effective. What I just stated is also going to apply to the next project, so I'm just sort of saying it once. So our recommendation as staff in this instance for Lot 17 is that this 2-year extension is a reasonable request, and we recommend approval of an amendment to the workforce housing deed restriction and covenants granting this extension. And in this instance, because this applicant has not yet submitted an application for a HARC certificate of appropriateness and has therefore not begun or is not far along in the development process, staff is recommending inclusion of a timeline for application submittals and inclusion of a letter of credit to ensure that this workforce housing unit is constructed and a CO is issued by the extended deadline of August 30th, 2030. So, Allie?
I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about the deed restriction itself. This deed restriction operates very differently from a lot of the other deed restrictions that most of you are familiar with. These lots were created, there's 3 lots within this subdivision, lot 17, 2, and 4, I believe. 3 lots within this subdivision, which were provided as part of this PUD agreement back in 2018. When I say provided, I mean they were deed restricted. And what that means for this particular deed restriction is that a workforce housing unit has to be constructed. However, a lot of the income asset limitations that we have do not apply to the owners and occupants of these eventual units that will be constructed. However, what we did not want to see were these lots sitting vacant and nothing constructed on them, which is why this deadline was put in. However, in the last 10 years, we've had a pandemic. There's been some significant community changes. I think there probably are some justifications for extending the deadline for receiving a CO by 2 years. Contrasting this request with the one that you're about to see for Lot 2, I believe, That project has already been approved by Hark. They are fully ready to begin construction, but they've requested an additional buffer time. Whereas for this lot, they have not started the process yet. So they still have quite a bit more time before they're going to be receiving a CO, potentially. So this is just to buy more time, but it does not change any of the occupancy requirements, any of the ownership limitations for these lots. And it definitely does not change the requirement that a unit be constructed. It just changes when that unit has to receive its CO by.
Got it. Dan?
Thanks. So you somewhat preemptively addressed some of my questions, Ally, of, the assumable reason for that deadline is that these don't sit endlessly empty. You noted some challenges on that, but I want to provide a counterexample that Kristen just presented this morning. There was a record number of building permits issued last year. So I don't feel very convinced of an argument that there are these challenges preventing building in our community to a large degree. Perhaps one of the applicants would like to speak to that if they would be so interested, if the mayor would allow it, because that would be my main question is, why would we further delay this needed community resource affordable housing when there clearly is evidence that other development continues to exist and happen in our community at a higher rate than ever?
I mean, I think we can discuss it before asking for the applicant to chime in. Ashley?
I think the biggest counter to what you're saying, Dan, is that these are being built by the individuals that are going to be occupying them, that these aren't the developer building these homes to then sell them, that these are lots that are owned by the people who qualify for the deed restriction that are then building their lots.
Sure.
So the expense of building just might have increased to a point where they're trying to figure out finances, that it's not, this isn't something the developer is building. This is the individuals that are qualified for the deed restriction that are building.
I understand. I don't know that I'm convinced.
And I have trouble with us, not granting this, knowing that we have a lot at Sunset Ridge that we've held on to in a raw land capacity for probably 20 years and haven't sold it, haven't built on it, haven't done anything. So I think that would be a little hypocritical. Elena?
Yeah, I think the thing that I find interesting on this particular application for an extension is that they haven't started the design process, which I think is in contrast with the next one we're gonna see. And I think both of the other deed restricted lots have CAs from Hark. So this one's interesting because they haven't started the process at all. I actually do resonate a lot with the cost of building right now and the availability of general contractors. It's really hard to find someone to take on a big project. So, and I think the amount of building permits kind of speaks to that everyone's just really busy because there's so much going on, and a lot of it is free market, not deed restricted. So probably jobs that are, a higher return on their time. So I think that resonates with me. I think I just am curious why this one is kind of lagging behind the other projects that are similar.
I don't know that I want to speak for the applicant per se, but I will say that what you just expressed in terms of the availability of contractors, that is a challenge. The economic circumstances of recent years, I think, threw some projects off track, and we are hearing that as well. And I think in this instance, our recommendation to approve the 2-year extension is based on, clearly, we want these 3 lots built with workforce housing. The applicants in this case and the subsequent one are very interested in making that happen and fully committed to that. Ally and I have met with both of the applicants and talked this through with them. And in this case, the way we feel comfortable doing this, and the applicant is absolutely in agreement with moving forward, is to have a very serious hard deadline timeline for submittals to Hark and for building permit submittals, as well as that inclusion of a letter of credit. So this would be part of that development agreement that Ally is bringing forth, just to commit them to making it happen with just 2 extra years of time. So I think we have that guarantee from the discussions we've had with the applicant.
Okay, great. Because it does seem like if they don't have designs approved or even submitted, I don't think they're, well, I don't know. But it seems like even the 4 years to complete this is ambitious.
I don't know if I fully agree with that. I think that that timeline is quite achievable for both staff and applicant.
They also might have plans that just haven't been approved. We don't know. They're not here to talk.
They haven't gone to Hark.
That's what I'm saying. They might have the plans
Yeah.
that just aren't approved.
Okay.
Like they might not have started the approval process. We don't know where they're at.
And I can speak to the very hard deadlines we've put in the development agreement. So we and the applicants agreeing to this have the deadline of September 30th, 2026 for the complete application. And that's for Hark. And so that's a fairly quick turnaround time because we want to make sure we get that in, and it may happen sooner. And great, the applicant is here.
Okay.
I guess one other idea is to split the difference and do a 1-year extension, but I'm not sure that would make sense
I
for.
mean, I'm okay with the 2-year extension. I think it's just questioning if that is enough to get the ball
It's in the
rolling to
pipeline.
make it. Yeah, yeah. If it's in the
1-year.
pipeline, then yeah, I saw that. It's just until it's approved, it's all, well, the first timeline was agreed upon too. So I just want to make sure that this is in motion. The other projects, we've seen a little more evidence of the ball rolling on those. This one, it feels like is a little behind. So I was just curious before we move to extend it. I'm fine with the extension. I just wanted to understand a little bit more context of why we're here.
Sure.
I guess that's my cue. Hi. Tom Kennedy on behalf of the owner and the applicant, the Bindon Overlook LLC. So I was actually involved in the Overlook subdivision when it started. So I've kind of been around for a while on this one. And initially, so this sits at kind of the westerly edge of the road, the cul-de-sac. And so it's the last one on the front side of the road. And then next to it are two homes that are at the end of the cul-de-sac, which are not deed restricted. And when Windhorse initially sold lots, they sold several lots to a third-party purchaser, who then in turn has sold a couple of those lots to the Bindon Group, so the Bindon Group, and they own the free market lot next to it. And they've been going through a fairly complicated review process with them because there's a shared driveway, there's shared retaining walls, things like that are occurring with the other lot owner. So he owns 16, he owns this lot 17, and then lot 15, or the 15 and 16 sit at the end of the cul-de-sac. His plan is to build both of these things at the same time, and including this deed restricted unit, which he would then sell to a qualified third-party purchaser. So the delay's been a little less on this lot and just trying to deal with the complications on the free market lot next to it. He's been working on plans, they've been working on plans, and I think that the staff did a nice job of having trigger events. We got to have a Hark application in September. And so if there's an issue, we'll all know about it sooner as opposed to later. So while it's a technically 2-year extension to get it done, there's some milestone events that are going to need to occur fairly quickly. And there's a significant consequence. I don't know if we said it, but if this thing doesn't get built, then they have to convey the lot to the town. And so in addition to that conveyance requirement, they were saying in that event, if we have to convey the lot, we'll also convey, you'll get $250,000. So in addition to the lot, you'll have money to help with the design and the construction. So it's a big deal for him. But the reason that it hasn't happened is not because of ambivalence or anything like that. It's really more tied into the neighboring lot. So that's really why we find ourselves here.
I would like to make one more comment on that too. The applicant initially only asked for an extension of 18 months. However, the lot owner for the next lot that you're going to hear, exact same issue, they asked for a 2-year extension, and just for purposes of having this very clean deadline set, and it gives them through the summer to complete construction, which we know is a very busy time. Staff proposed extending to 2 years rather than 1.5 years. So I think there's been a lot of good faith shown on behalf of the applicant here to extend this. Mr. Kennedy is absolutely right. Should they not construct this unit and get the CO by this date or any other future extension date, they would have to convey the lot to the town. However, I don't know if the town is particularly interested in developing one, this would not be a project, a rental project for multiple households. This would just be one unit, significant cost. So it's much better that we hold them to the agreement that they've signed, with or without an extension, and have them construct and sell the unit rather than put that onus on the town.
That was a really helpful bit of context. I think I actually know the lot 16 that I brought this up in my all too detailed HARC reports, but where the developing hillside is, when the lots are going down the
Yeah.
grade, it's a little harder to design in a way that fits within the design guidelines, but deals with a downward slope, whereas building up the hill is easier. So that was very helpful context that gave me a lot more understanding of why we're here. So thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, and that this is an action item, is there anyone in the room for public comment? We have one person online, it looks like.
Hey, folks, in the service of better communications, I have a question. However, to start, thank you, Mayor Errico, for mentioning those Sunset Ridge lots. I was not aware of those. I'm also reminded of the 10 lots that the town owns on the out near the cemetery, which have also not been dealt with either for sale to private parties to raise affordable housing funds, or for development as affordable housing, or as a mix of both, as I would propose for those particular lots. My question is this: where is the Telluride Overlook? I'm assuming it's some of that slope side east of town, but what specific street? How many total lots are there? There's at least 17, I gather. Sounds quite big. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Doug. Anybody else online?
No.
Unless there's any further discussion, I would entertain a motion.
I move to authorize an amendment. Oh, wait, did you want to discuss?
Nope, no.
Okay. I move to authorize an amendment to the workforce housing deed restriction and covenants for the property known as Lot 17 at the Overlook at Telluride Subdivision PUD to extend the deadline for constructing a workforce housing unit on the property in substantial form to the proposed First Amendment attached to the staff memorandum for this item for consideration on March 31st, 2026. Such amendment must be executed in writing and signed by the parties to the workforce housing deed restriction and covenants, and must be recorded prior to becoming effective.
Second.
We have a motion from Elena and a second from Ashley. Elena, how do you vote?
Elena, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Maria, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes, that is approved unanimously. That brings us to agenda item 9E, consideration of a request from Ryan Casuno and Rhea DePachter to amend the Town of Telluride Workforce Housing Deed Restriction and Covenants for the property known as Lot 2, the Overlook at Telluride Subdivision PUD, Telluride, Colorado 81435, located within the Town of Telluride, San Miguel County, State of Colorado, to extend the deadline for constructing a workforce housing unit on the property.
And I'm going to recuse myself from this discussion because I have a work relationship with Chad at the same real estate brokerage.
Okey-doke. You will give Ashley a moment to hide in the green room.
Okay,
All right, we're ready for you.
great. I'm going to be more succinct this time because it's very similar to the previous. Lot 2 is subject to the same planned unit development agreement, the same unit completion deadline of August 29, 2028, et cetera, that we just discussed with the prior application. The owner of Lot 2 is requesting a 2-year extension to the unit completion deadline, extending the deadline for CO issuance to August 29, 2030. The applicant has already obtained a HARC certificate of appropriateness and is working on preparing a complete application for a building permit and has therefore made significant progress towards fulfilling its obligations under the PUD agreement and deed restriction. Again, there is that flexibility in the PUD indicating or such later date agreed to by the town. And because this flexibility is included in that provision of the PUD agreement, staff has determined that a PUD amendment is not required relevant to this request. Since Lot 2 is subject to the workforce housing unit requirement and a deed restriction which provides the August 29, 28 deadline for obtaining a CO, a deed restriction amendment is still needed in order to grant any extension to the deadline to construct the workforce housing unit and obtain a CO, and both the town and the THA are beneficiaries of the deed restriction and would need to grant this permission for an amendment to be effective. So our recommendation as staff, we've met with the applicant who is here with us today. Because the applicant recently completed the HARC process and obtained a HARC CA, and in light of the applicant's expressed challenges finding a contractor able to complete the project by the deadline, staff finds that this 2-year extension is a reasonable request and recommends approval of an amendment to the workforce housing deed restriction and covenants granting this extension. And because this applicant versus the prior is further along in the development process than the similar request we just heard, no letter of credit has been recommended by staff to secure the applicant's obligations.
Great, thank you. As the applicant, do you have anything to add? Or the owner?
Personally, we just want to say thank you. We're very grateful for this opportunity and appreciate your time for our consideration here. We're very excited to try to be here long-term. Rhea grew up here and I've been here for a while, so we're excited to try to make this happen. But as many of us know, it is expensive and very challenging right now, especially with the competition we're having with some of the contractors. So we appreciate your consideration for this, and we are doing our best to make this happen, and we're very excited to make this happen. We just love a little more time if possible. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any questions from council? Seeing none and that this is an action item, is there anybody in the audience with a comment? Seeing none, is there anybody online? Unless there's any further discussion, I would entertain a motion.
I move to authorize an amendment to the workforce housing deed restriction and covenants for the property known as Lot 2, the overlook of Telluride subdivision PUD, to extend the deadline for constructing a workforce housing unit on the property in substantial form to the proposed first amendment attached to the staff memorandum for this item for consideration on March 31st, 2026. Such amendment must be executed in writing and signed by the parties to the workforce housing deed restriction and covenants and must be recorded prior to becoming effective.
Second.
We have a motion from Maria, a second from Elena. Maria, how do you vote?
Mario, yes.
Elena, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. Good luck finding that builder.
Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to action item 9F, consideration of adoption of a resolution of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the acquisition of certain deed restricted real property known as 1001 East Colorado Avenue, Wilkin Court, Unit H, Telluride, Colorado 81435, located within the town of Telluride, San Miguel County, state of Colorado. And Ally is back.
Thank you very much, Mayor Errico. This is also a very familiar discussion for the town council. This is yet another notice of intent to sell that we have received from a affordable housing unit owner. In this case, this is a Wilkin Court unit. The unit details are included in the staff memorandum, including the potential maximum sales price. This is a mitigation unit. While Wilkin Court was constructed by the town, it was constructed by the town to mitigate town projects. So it's not considered a town constructed unit. It is a mitigation unit instead. I'm not sure if that will matter for your consideration, but I thought it was worth mentioning. This is a 2-bedroom unit, 2-bath unit. It is a tier 3 unit. And that is what I've discussed in the staff memo. We have discussed in the past phasing out tier 3 units. However, I do think it is also important, as is also stated in the staff memo, that while this is a tier 3 unit, it is very appropriately priced, despite the fact that this is an original owner. It is very appropriately priced over appreciation of 20 plus years for tier 3. However, because it is appropriately priced for tier 3, that means it is also very appropriately priced to be a potential tier 1. If you would like to purchase this unit and re-tier it and then either enter it into a lottery, or as we are doing in the previous matter where we purchased a unit and re-tiered it, we could also prioritize this current owner's qualified purchaser. So there are many options. You could pass on this option today, let the current owner, who is an original owner of this unit, sell to their qualified chosen household. We could purchase this unit, re-tier it, enter it into a lottery. I will note that we by this time have lotteried 6 units this year. So I don't know if you have any appetite to hold yet another lottery. I don't know of any other units upcoming right now that we would have multiple units for a lottery, but that changes day by day as we receive more intents. But I do think, again, it is worth mentioning that that option is available if you do want to re-tier this unit. And then finally, we could repurchase this unit and prioritize the person who the current owner wants to sell to anyways. I do not have any information right now as to who that current household might be. They're not under contract with any household at this time. I can tell you that. I believe there are multiple potential households that this current owner is interested in selling to. But I think he is awaiting your decision today before moving forward with any individual. If you have any questions about what re-tiering might look like, any questions about this unit in particular, I'm happy to answer those questions. I do not know if the current owner is online right now, but I did attach to the memo, as always, our first right tracking document, which goes back to every unit purchase, every intent that we have received since 2022. And list the unit type, the tier, number of bedrooms, and then ultimately what became of that unit. So whether we exercise the intent, if we exercise the intent and still hold the unit, which is of course the case with the Pheno units, which we're still trying to figure out how to dispose of those units. And then of course the units that we have entered into lottery and those units where we have prioritized town staff.
Great. Ally, thank you very much. Any questions for Ally?
I mean, I think I know the answer to this, but there is no way to adjust the tier without the town purchasing it.
There is. So we cannot do that unilaterally. So that is a deed restriction amendment. So it would require an application from the current owner to desire to re-tier this unit as to either a tier 1, tier 2, or tier 4. This unit would be wonderful if we could re-tier this to a tier 1 because it is very affordable for a tier 1, and tier 1 units do not exist at Wilkin Court right now. And of course, we're trying to phase out that tier 3 because it is very confusing. However, without the applicant or the current owner coming forward and saying that they would like to re-tier the unit, there's nothing we can do on our own. It might not be desirable for that owner to come forward because while tier 1 and tier 3 are very similar, tier 3, it has a slightly wider range of eligible incomes. So by going to a tier 1, that owner is actually reducing his potential pool of buyers, which just isn't in his best interest. So while it's not possible for the town to unilaterally make a change, there is a way for this to be re-tiered without the town purchasing. However, it's very unlikely that the current owner would be willing to submit such an application.
Well, he would, I mean, we don't know that necessarily. If they've identified a purchaser, or maybe it sounds like multiple purchasers, but if they've identified a purchaser and the desire for us is to allow, which we've talked about, to allow when people have that right, to allow them to do that because we're phasing that out, that if they can still identify their purchaser and their purchaser would still work within the re-tiered income levels, it seems like it might be mutually beneficial. They still get to choose their purchaser and you exercise that right that they have, that we've been talking about honoring for people that have that still. And then we get the benefit of trying to diminish those tier 3s. I think that this whole thing is complicated and most people might not understand that that's available to them. And so like, if we present it, there's a chance that they might want it to do that. And then we could accomplish 2 things at once.
But when this buyer goes to eventually sell it, if it is still a tier 3, even if it is done by lottery, then it would still be a greater pool of applicants in a tier 3. So there is a benefit to this buyer, keeping it as a tier 3 through that lens.
But they might not have a choice. We want to get rid of the tier threes, is my understanding, right? That they're problematic, that the income to
Which I guess is just
asset ratio.
me saying we should buy it now to re-tier it now, because there is really no benefit for that buyer to re-tier it at all. Because by keeping it tier 3, even when if it's a lottery, to Ally's point, they still have a bigger pool.
It would benefit them because they don't have to enter into a lottery to purchase a property. They get to be an identified buyer.
Right.
But
But that
there's no
happens
advantage to the seller, to the current seller or the prospective buyer. Like it presents no advantage to either of them.
So there is one way that we could potentially meet all of our desired outcomes here. You could exercise your option to purchase the unit. However, make it conditional upon if this owner submits an application for re-tiering, we could then withdraw that notice of intent to purchase. So that would, if the owner would like to re-tier it and choose their purchaser, they could go down that path. Or if they just want to sell the unit, then the town would purchase and re-tier. At which point, again, we could have a discussion later or now if you would like to see this unit entered into a lottery, or if you would like to prioritize the person who this original owner would like to sell to.
Sorry, can we try to make this a little simpler? Because I think we got a lot going on. Can we do a straw poll really quickly? If you are in favor of letting the current owner pick their buyer for this unit. Great. Okay, so that I think is sort of step 1. And then I agree with that. And then whether or not to so should the town buy this unit knowing we will allow it to still be picked by the buyer in order to re-tier it first?
Is there a cost to this seller to re-tier it?
There is no cost. There would be potentially a delay in closing. However, I think if we could allow them to go under contract and do this re-tiering at the same time, with the understanding that whoever it is they have in mind to sell to would need to meet the tier 1 requirements rather than the tier 3 requirements.
Can I adjust your question? Or do we all have a desire to see this re-tiered as tier 1?
I don't know necessarily if there's a bigger pool of people in tier 3 for this person. to
Tier
sell
3
to.
is very problematic.
We've been trying to get rid of.
Trying to
we've
get rid
been
of tier 3.
eliminate Tier 3. So when they come up, we've been
Re-tiering
finding
them.
ways to re-tier them as tier 1 because the affordability, it wasn't designed well.
Tier 3 was a placeholder. So before we had the tiers,
Yeah, we talked about this before.
they got reverted into tier 3, but tier 3 is it's confusing to explain when people are applying because tier 3 is actually between tier 1 and tier 2. It's almost like a tier 1.5 rather than a tier 3. So we're, for many reasons, trying to phase out that tier 3 designation. There are other tier 3 units that came up in prior years that we passed on. However, the most recent tier 3, we did exercise and re-tier. So I think this is a discussion that we are going to have more of in the future as more tier 3 units come up.
How many
And
3s are there?
I do have that number, but I don't think it's in this document. I can find that for you.
Does this one bring us like that much closer to not having any, or there's still 20 or 30 or?
We got to start somewhere.
There's many tier 3 units. This is not 10, 20 units. It's dozens of units. So it's a long-term project, but again, there's nothing we can do unilaterally to change a deed restriction. All we can do is purchase the units or incentivize a current owner to change that tier designation.
Yeah, I mean, if staff thinks we got to get rid of tier 3, then I agree with that. I think we need to re-tier it.
I liked your proposal of exercising our first right, but like conditionally. And if the current owner was willing to re-tier it, then they could sell directly to their selected buyer. Or if we re-tier it, if we purchase it, if we exercise our right, then we could prioritize their preferred buyer so that we're kind of getting the best of both. We're honoring the seller's ability to choose their buyer, but also doing our administrative cleanup.
Just on a hypothetical on that, and I don't have a strong feeling, but if this owner's buyer ended up being a tier 2 qualified household, would we allow for a re-tiering into tier 2 instead of tier 1? Or like,
I don't think the purpose of this retiering is to fit the specific household that this person has chosen. Rather, it's to do away with that tier 3, but also create a new tier 1 unit because we won't be changing the purchase price here. The purchase price fits perfectly within that tier 1 designation. It's almost just a shameless plug here. It goes to show how our MSP calculation is actually working really well over a period of time. I was very happy to see how well this tracked. This is an original owner and the unit is perfectly affordable for the next household at tier 1, which is pretty incredible. So there's no change to the purchase price. It's just a change to the tier, removing the tier 3 designation, placing it in tier 1. If we put this at a tier 2 or tier 4 instead, we're making this unit incredibly affordable for a tier 2 or tier 4 household. I think we should save those designations for next time we get an overpriced unit. So I think this is a good opportunity to do away with that tier 3 while also creating a tier 1 unit without any change to the purchase price.
Got it.
What is what is the fastest way to do this?
So what I would propose, if based on the feedback I've heard today, what I think would likely work, you would adopt the motion as presented to adopt this resolution to purchase. However, with the direction to staff that if the current owner submits an application for retiering, which of course would be heard by you, if they submit that application for a retiering, we would be willing to withdraw the notice of intent to purchase. Now, if for some reason all they want to do is sell the unit, they don't care who it goes to, they don't want to go through the retiering process, just understand that by exercising that option to purchase, you are binding yourselves to purchase if they do not want to retier. So that's what's important to understand. We can only withdraw if they take that action and they want to take that action. But you will be obligated to purchase within 60 days if they do not want to take that action. However, I don't see any problem with that.
Elena?
Do we need to specify that we would sell it to the buyer, to the seller's preferred buyer?
We didn't do that in the past in a motion. If we could just, if that could be the staff direction, because that is what was, the last time the situation came up, that's exactly what we did. You wanted to honor that previous owner's chosen buyer. However, that unit did need to be retiered for affordability purposes. This needs to be retiered not for affordability purposes, but just to do away with that tier 3 designation. But I think I've heard loud and clear that you don't intend to lottery this unit. You would like to still honor the current owner's chosen buyer. We would just like to see that tier 3 done away with.
Right.
Kristen?
Yeah, my question is for the seller. I mean, does the seller have a preference here? The seller already has potential buyers, and so
So I
just don't know
don't,
what tier they fit into.
is the seller online by any chance? Metcalf? Mike Metcalf?
I don't see him.
Yeah, so it's my understanding, just from what I hear from SMRHA, they have many interested buyers, of course, in this Wilkin Court unit. I believe that they all understand what they know what the requirements are. So my guess is almost all of those interested people would fit within tier 3. Tier 3 is not too much higher than tier 1, so I would imagine that at least, even if it's not their first choice, I would think that their second, third, fourth might fit within that tier 1 designation. They do want to, from what I understand from SMRHA, and Pam might be online as well if she wants to offer additional comment, they do not wish to see it put into lottery. They would like to choose their buyer, which is not unusual for someone who's been in a unit since 2002. So,
yeah.
Dan?
So my question now is, like, does this meet, I'm trying to pull up the deed restriction now, does this meet our exercising our right of first refusal? Because this feels a little not exactly, I mean, it's not clearly not how we exactly normally operate these things, but putting these sort of conditions on that first right. I'm trying to find the language in here.
So
See
if we are in fact meeting that condition.
It's the opposite. Sounds like the easiest way is to say that we're going to purchase, we're saying we're going to purchase the unit unless it is retiered to this lower tier, to tier 1.
Sure.
And then if it is, then we are going to withdraw our intent, and then the purchase with their identified buyer can be
Yes.
proceeded with.
And Dan, it's paragraph 9C of the deed restriction, if you want to read the language, but with the understanding that withdrawal of the intent has to be accepted. So we can attempt to withdraw that intent, but under the deed restriction, once we exercise that intent, we are obligated to purchase unless, of course, the owner is willing to let us go from that. In this case, if they are serious about wanting to choose their buyer, then they would do the condition, they would perform that condition that we put on this. They would re-tier the unit, at least submit the application, and then we could withdraw that intent if they accept it. But we cannot unilaterally withdraw that because the deed restriction itself says that once we exercise it, we have to close within 60 days. So it's not, I'm not going to call it a risk because at the end of the day, we know we'll be selling this unit anyways. But there is that potential that we might be obligated to purchase if they are not interested in re-tiering.
And then it would go to a lottery.
Could go to a lottery.
Or
Mhm.
could
Discuss
make a
it.
decision.
You'll make a decision at that time. I don't think we need to spend the time on that today.
Mhm.
Because that's low on our priority list for this unit.
Question.
Yeah. We
Yeah.
don't have to decide right now.
Any other questions for Ally on this one? Since this is an action item, is there anyone in the audience? Seeing no one in the audience, is there anybody online, Tiffany? Unless there's further discussion from council, I would entertain a motion.
How do we need to say this motion, Ally?
So I think you could state the motion as written. I don't think there's anything needed to be added. We've heard your direction. So we will exercise this intent. If the motion passes today, I will convey to the current owner that if in that, when I send the letter exercising the intent, I will convey to them that if they submit an application for re-tiering and do get the unit re-tiered, you would be willing to withdraw that notice of intent to purchase if should it be accepted, in which case they could then move forward with their chosen buyer after the re-tiering is performed.
So you don't need anything added to the motion?
I don't need anything added to the motion. Next steps will be occurring at the next council meeting.
Can I just, and you might already do this, but just request in that communication that you just like in one sentence briefly explain why we're asking them to re-tier?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I move to adopt a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the acquisition of certain deed restricted real property dedicated to affordable housing known as Wilkin Court Unit H and located within San Miguel County, state of Colorado.
Second.
We have a motion from Dan and a second from Kristen. Dan, how do you vote?
And yes.
Kristen, yes.
Maria, yes.
Elena, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. Ally, thank you very much. With that, we are going to move back in time to agenda item number 3, administrative reports, and hand it back to Zoe.
Great. Since Ally's here, I'm just going to touch quickly on where we left off in the manager's report under the vacancies. I had a chance to speak with her on how best to move forward with a more direct approach to the wait list. She would like to see a policy statement at the April 28th meeting, just to kind of memorialize that difference from the policies. But we will direct Delaney to start that process now, just looking to not exercise any of these leases that don't fall within our current wait list policies until after the 28th meeting. So just kind of wanted to give you a heads up on that. If you have any questions on that.
Thanks.
Okay. Great. Then moving on to the manager's report. I do want to start with our communications team. We have a merchant meeting coming up on Tuesday, April 14th. This will go over what council just saw, which is our summer construction. It will also touch on our wayfinding and placemaking, which I will now encourage everyone. We thank you to Lindsay for hosting an open house Friday, March 27th. This was in the morning, and there are now several prototypes throughout town. So some of these prototypes, this represents the first physical step in bringing this program to life. They are intended to help visualize the proposed sign types, materials, colors, and scale and placement in real world conditions. You will find them throughout town, those being at the park, so Town Park, the River Trail. There is also a parking sign right here at Rebecca Hall on Columbia Avenue. And we will be showing a vehicular wayfinding sign at Checkpoint Charlie here in a moment. So have a look. There is a QR code to put your questions or any other input on that form. So everyone, please have a look. They're out and about. With that, just in the manager's report, a quick statement on bear safety. Those bears are coming out of hibernation and they are looking for easy calories. So please secure your trash and recyclables and latch them securely. More information of that in the manager's report. Touching on our housing projects, for Canyonlands and Tower House. Canyonlands is about 60% complete. Tower House is about 35% complete. And our Virginia Placer 2A is about 36% complete. And we're continuing our work for the Carhenge redevelopment project with a work session that came to P&Z for the PUD and subdivision on March 26th. And our Shandoka Lot redevelopment project had 2 open houses for Alternative to Concept on March 25th at the AHA School and on March 26th at Coffee Cowboy General Store. So thanks for those that came and participated. And you can always learn more at either bit.ly-tot Carhenge Lot or bit.ly-tot Shandoka Lot.
Zoe,
Yeah.
Kristen has a question for you.
Oh, thanks, Kristen.
Yeah, I've had some questions or a similar question from different people about that day skier parking on Carhenge. Do we need Telsky approval to move the parking?
So
From our
on
end
the original, the original agreement is for the Shandoka lot and we, for the, Carhenge lot.
Where the skiers, yeah.
Yep, the original agreement, it does not designate exactly where the lot is, I believe, unless Jason has more on that from a legal perspective.
I don't
but-
have more, but I believe that is correct. That the original agreement contemplated that the skier day lot would be on Lot L initially, and then I think there was the movement to Carhenge. So it is
They're moving it back.
we're moving
to
it
its
back to
original
where it was
spot.
originally placed.
Yeah.
Yep.
But if you need more details on that, I can reach out to staff that might know more as well. Reminders for the 2026 special election, the petitions are now released. So please stop by our clerk's office and those must be returned by April 20th. So to learn more on that, go to bit.ly-tot election. For liquor licensing, our applications for parklet modifications are due April 9th, and the applications will be heard at the April 23rd meeting. For the Ethics Commission, the members were unavailable to meet until mid to late May to consider the ethics complaint that the town council referred. So we have not set a meeting quite yet for that date. Vending Committee, the subcommittee will meet on April 2nd to award summer vending permits. 8 applications were received so far, and those are throughout the Spruce Park and 6 food vendors along Colorado Avenue and the Gondola Plaza. For community services, we already had our vacancy update. For the boarding house master lease lottery process, the public notice was published on March 26th, and the lottery opened on March 20th and closes on April 10th. The drawings will occur on April 24th, and the leases will be made for May 1st. And more on that in the report. Touching on finance, for our real estate transfer tax, the month of January finished just over $800,000, which is essentially flat from the year prior. Sales tax, the January sales tax revenue finished the month at just over $800,000 versus the prior year total of just over $1 million. It represents about a 26.4% decrease or shortfall. We now have our preliminary estimates for February sales tax, and not going through the numbers, but we're seeing an approximate 23% decrease. This is pacing consistent with the month of January, but is also elevated due to the number of delinquent accounts yet to report. So we'll have a more firmed up reporting of that as we continue throughout the months. from the short-term rental excise tax for affordable housing. This is about 36% lower than previous years for January. And for the lodger's tax for January, it is about 38.2% lower. So we definitely did, as anticipated, see quite a decline in January, and we're going to keep our pulse on our revenues as they evolve. I think I will skip through historic preservation and planning, but great work from our staff there. They went to several conferences and are working on our comprehensive plan. Have a look at the manager's part there. I think the important thing that I do want to touch on from the marshals is the license plate reader. Our LPR is up and running. So everyone, please pay attention to parking signs. That means your permits, if you need to pay to park, all of those things. So please follow our parking rules as the enforcement is becoming a bit more efficient. Parks and Rec, I think the biggest things to highlight, our campground opens May 15th. Look out for online for our booking windows. We have our winter programming ends on March 26th, and we have our summer and spring programming opening up. And for our special events, the upcoming event is the Kodo Street Dance on April 3rd. So let's celebrate our winter season together as a community, thanks to Kodo. For Public Works, I won't talk too much about this, but it's within the manager's report on the regional action plan for the Transportation Safety Action Plan, which was brought to council last couple weeks ago. Just a reminder and to learn more about that. And I won't touch too much on Public Works. We had a great presentation from them this morning, but street sweeping is out in full force, as well as our pavement and marking maintenance, aka striping. So striping is going to start taking place, which requires us to sweep and clean all of the streets. So you'll see some water scrubbing done there. Also, just a shout out for Shandoka and Entrada lots. Those will be striped April 15th through the 17th, with the hopes of the south part of Shandoka lot being striped on the 15th, north side on the 16th, and then the Entrada lot on the 17th. So just look out for that. And you'll also see the crew with their crack seal programming. So those are big black stripes, but it's not striping, it is crack and seal, which really helps our roads stay in good conditions. They did want to give a shout out for the community for right-of-way construction. Construction season is underway with a notable increase in permit requests and development inquiries. Public Works is actively managing this demand while coordinating with the 2026 capital improvement project. So applicants and contractors are encouraged to plan ahead. So please do so to help our staff. And I think that'll cover it for Public Works. Any other things, please look in the report. And then from our water and wastewater team, I won't touch too much on our backflow program, but I do just want to give a shout out that testing compliance has increased from 49% in 2023 to 98% in 2026. So they have done some great work there. Also, aligning with the town of Mountain Village and our other needs, the town will be going into water restrictions effective today, March 31st. All town of Telluride water utility properties may water their landscaping on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays only. Irrigation locks must be set to run at a level of 70 to 75% of normal water consumption. Irrigating hours will be either before 8 a.m. or after 7 p.m. There's other aspects of water conservation best practices for business and restaurants. Please fix leaks immediately and conduct water audits. And for any new landscaping is to receive additional watering to help these plants become established, but property owners with landscaping installed in 2025 and or 2026 must apply for additional watering permission. So there is a form available, and you can email the planning and building at telluride.gov to request this form. And Lindsay will be sending out ample communication around this as well. So with that, I will open it up to any questions.
I just had a small question about the sales tax table.
Yep.
Just because I was looking at, where we saw some significant drops.
Yep.
Can you just explain to me what our wholesale, like, sales tax collected, like, what does that encapsulate?
Let me text our finance department just so it has
One of the categories, it went down 28% in January and then 42% in February. It's just not as obvious as
but they're-
retail and.
They're low numbers, though. I mean, there is
Yeah.
perhaps some, just variability in that.
I'm just curious what it is, because we have, like I said, retail. I'm just curious what is encompassed in wholesale, what those businesses.
Let me get that exact definition for you and I will get back to it.
Thank you. Like I said, just mostly curious.
Along those lines, I was wondering if we could have like a more, thorough session for next meeting with, about the finances. Because obviously, like the rest of Colorado, our revenue has been hit pretty heavily. Like back of the hand calculation, we're down 2 million if you include the $1 million of recovery. And then we're already intending to spend $1 million of reserves. So, it's just maybe time to have a reassess.
Yeah, and I don't know if we'll have enough information at the next meeting. We do mid-year budget adjustments, which is kind of a full analysis, that is usually around June, with kind of that information. We also are understanding what our true spending is versus our expenses. So we can definitely continue these reports, and along with that, our finance director, myself, and our finance manager are out before April 28th.
Yeah.
Maybe we can look at this at the May 18th meeting after I talk with some staff.
That's awesome.
Any other questions for Zoe? Zoe, thank you very much. And we'll hand it over to Jason for attorney's report.
Nothing substantive, Mayor. Just as you guys know, I think it'll be Ally and I covering definitely for the April 28th and maybe even for May 19th. May have some additional information with respect to the core lawsuit on the 28th, hopefully.
Great. Jason, thank you very much. That brings us to council reports, and we'll start with Maria.
Okay, so at the SMART meeting, Ashley was elected as the vice chair, and
I wasn't present, but
she was voluntold into vice chairdom. And
it was the day before ski touring.
Yeah. And I offered to take over her investment committee role, and she agreed to that. So now I'm on the investment committee, which is great. And we discussed the scope of a regional transit plan, but decided to not pursue planning this year, save that money and do it next year. And next is Region 10. Colorado is broken into 14 regions for regional economic development planning, and we're in Region 10, and I'm a member of that. And one of the most interesting things that came up with that is that San Miguel County will be eligible for enterprise zones by the end of April. So I've asked the director of Region 10 to come to Telluride to do an educational program to explain to businesses and nonprofits how enterprise zones provide some great tax credits for various investments. And so it's kind of shocking to think of ourselves as eligible for this, but we do have population decline and obviously revenue decline. So that's definitely something for us to keep our eye on, because that could be huge. And then she asked me to join the 5-year planning committee, so I'm doing that. For the Ecology Commission, we did not have quorum, so we discussed some energy saving ideas. Our recent new commissioner, Chris Arndt, gave some ideas around a geothermal heat loop and putting on heat tape to reduce energy from 5 to 9 for cost savings. So thanks to Elena for that addition to our commission. And lastly, I went to the planning and zoning meeting, and there was a great work session on the Shandoka lot with a lot of feedback from the commissioners.
Great. Maria, thank you very much. Kristen?
I attended open space where the work plan was presented today and approved today. Those meetings have been very thorough. Gondola subcommittee or gondola leadership committee meeting, I attended that on Zoom. That was very informative. From all you guys have been working on it in the past, I think that's going to be a big topic of discussion moving forward. THA subcommittee, there's been some exceptions, another meeting tomorrow morning at 9. And that's all.
Great.
Thanks.
Kristen, thank you. Elena?
So I had a case meeting. We have a handful of new events proposed. And the mountain run is expanding to 2 days. There's with the surplus of events, we have a lot of banner hang requests and a lot of conflicts. So that's just always something that in the summertime, it's hard to meet everyone's desires for when they'll have that banner over Main Street, but staff does a really good job kind of finding the compromise and getting organizations and event planners to work together to kind of find the best solution for everyone. But that was definitely a lot of action items on the last agenda. Our case grant funding agreements are all signed and most people have their checks. So it's really exciting to get to the end of that process this year. I had a HARC meeting and I was actually going to mention, similar to what we were talking about before with the extension on that deed restriction agreement. There is another house being built, it was approved in the developing hillside, but just the same issues are kind of coming up where it's really hard to build within the design guidelines down the slope. So I don't know if there needs to be like a separate set of guidelines, but that continues to be challenging for architects because a lot of the guidelines are kind of written with the idea that you're sort of like looking up the hill, and it's really hard to, be within some of the restrictions when you go downhill just because that entry point looks different. There is a conversation around like utility placement because the front of the house was technically along the road, but the part that you actually see is the side of the house. And we do have guidelines dictating where all that stuff goes. So I wonder if, big picture years down the line, if maybe something that might need to be looked at is maybe an additional set of guidelines that addresses those downhill lots more specifically. And it's interesting that came up today already. There's also a challenging project. It's a full contributing historic structure that is only 14 feet wide. And that's been a really interesting project to watch. It's on West Columbia. And, I think keeping that balance of historic preservation, but being able to reasonably rehab and add to these historic structures to maintain them. It's a tough balance. So this particular structure is in really a state of disrepair, and I think an overhaul will help preserve it, but then it's hard to fulfill all the desires of the owners while maintaining that historic character. So just more challenges. I think that's all I need to go into specifically. THA, I just wanted to mention that we have a lottery open right now for 3 units. This has been mentioned a couple of times today, so I won't go into too much detail, but the lottery closes on April 10th. And the lottery drawing will be April 24th. So just keep those dates in your head. And we know this is over off season, but we really wanted to prioritize getting people into houses as quickly as possible. And also hoping that off season might be an easier time for people to move. So I know those dates can be tricky, but you're always welcome to Zoom in to any of those meetings. And all of our staff is available by email. So even if you have off-season plans, please stay engaged. went to Whitefish with Zoe and Teddy and Tyler and Corey from our wastewater treatment plant. And I just wanted to touch on that a little bit. We've been talking a lot about how we need to rebuild and reimagine our wastewater treatment facilities. And Teddy, I don't know if you want me to leave anything for you here, but
Okay.
we saw what's called, it's an Aqua Narita system, and it's granular sludge technology. And the few things that I wanted to mention, the infrastructure is like fairly simple and easy to maintain, which I think is really nice, and it works well in cold climates. So that was that was where Whitefish was kind of a comparable location to ours. There was almost no smell, fairly small footprint, and just overall a really interesting trip with it made me hopeful that we have some solutions in our future. So that was really interesting. I can go into more detail with you guys individually.
The only thing I'll add is that this Aqua Narita, there's only 14 plants in North America at the moment that utilize it and 80 in the world. So it is a relatively new technology. So it was really great to see it.
Yeah, yeah. And I think it was really nice to see it in a community that had so many parallels to ours. It sounds like we would want an equalization tank to deal with the big like influxes that we get during festivals to help kind of handle those peaks in our intake. But overall, it seemed like it's a good option, a good possibility. I think we still have more things that we want to explore, but that was just an exciting trip, and it really made me hopeful. I feel like, yeah, it was nice to see a system working really well.
Anything else?
Oh, sorry.
Good.
Like probably, but I think that's all.
All right. No problem. I'll piggyback on that wastewater treatment plant tour in Whitefish. The two things in addition to what Ellen has said that I learned personally was there's no substitute for enthusiastic staff, and Whitefish certainly had it and conducted a wonderful tour with lots of enthusiasm for a wastewater plant. And our staff members, Tyler Patterson and Corey Booz, were very engaged in that tour and questions, and that was a treat to see. And in addition, we also had Pete Dupre, Tucker Majid, Scott Pearson, and Scott Pittenger from the town of Mountain Village joining us as well, so they could learn with us as well. But it was a wonderful trip, and thought it was well worth it to really start. I can understand that more seeing than reading, or so I thought it was really helpful for that. Other than that, just had an airport board meeting. We're continually working with the neighbors to make sure the airport can be, in compliance for its uses and communications and being the best we can be moving forward, with some challenges we had in the past with the lot that we had leased to the town of Mountain Village, for example. And we're in those early phases of development of the south side of the runway for additional airport hangars. And so just getting excited about that option, more for revenue for the airport, which means more stability. And in the short term, just like everybody else in town, numbers are off, and we'll have to figure out some things as we move forward, and adjust, like current airport hangar rentals. But not a whole lot you can do when you have a ski patrol strike and no snow. That's it for me. So I'll hand it over to Ashley.
Great. I think that Maria touched on the SMART meeting that I missed where I was appointed vice chair, so I'll leave that update to her. On that same note, during the off season, I'm going to be taking a trip to France to tour Leitner Palma's gondola factory systems, and also be able to attend Mountain Planet, which is a big conference that is going to be held there. So I'm excited to get to understand those systems more. And we'll give the thorough report back after I get to see all that, which is very exciting. Beyond that, I had a museum board retreat. So we did some strategic planning at the museum board level. which was very good. We reviewed kind of, some financial strategies for the next coming years. The museum is in a good financial place, which is great. And probably the most pertinent thing to what we discuss here is, as we all know, the town of Telluride actually owns the building, owns that, the museum itself, the physical space. So the museum is working on really getting down to some very specific, improvements and things that need to happen to maintain that historic building. And I'm sure they'll be circling back with us about kind of what our position is going to be in with that, as as we know, maintaining historic structures is an ongoing process. So just making sure that that building exists as a town asset for the foreseeable future. So we'll, like I said, in the future, be getting more detailed information about that structure. They are very good stewards of that building for us. And so really, really appreciate it. I know that museum is, I can't remember the exact date, museum is going to be closing for the off season, and then it'll reopen for the summer season. And just as a reminder that there are free days for locals. I want to say it's Sunday is free for locals. So if you have,
Saturday, I think is
is it Saturday or Sunday? Anyway,
I thought it was Thursday, but
I was going to say.
there is a free day for locals that I'm sure could be found on their website. Sorry, I don't know it offhand. But if you are a local that has not visited our fabulous museum, I really encourage you to take a trip up there. It is well worth your time. The Telluride Museum is going to be deeply involved. Kiernan is going to be deeply involved in the 250th birthday for the United States and the 150th birthday of Colorado. So there's going to be simultaneous celebrations for that, like I said, he's very involved in. So be on the lookout for all of those things this summer. And I think that's it. Those are
Saturdays is the free local.
Thank you.
indeed, I looked it up.
Saturdays, thank you. Saturday is the free day if you're a local. Please go up and check it out when the museum reopens for the summer season. It's fabulous. So that's it.
Ashley, thank you. We'll pass it off to Dan.
Cool, not a lot from me, Mayor. We had a special P&Z meeting where we mostly talked about the wildfire resiliency code that was adopted earlier today, as well as the comprehensive plan and some land use mapping that the expertise of and long-standing members of the community on P&Z help sort of go through the town and show sort of the current conditions map on the ground. I don't need to talk too much more about that because without seeing it, it's not very helpful, but that will be included in our upcoming comprehensive plan that we'll continue to work on there. There's a few other things that I've attended that we've already been touched on. The couple that I'll mention that I believe everyone here was all in attendance for, but for the members of the public were both the gondola subcommittee meeting. That one felt more or less like a sort of an overview.
Gondola leadership.
Thanks, gondola leadership. The agenda says gondola subcommittee here, but so I got thrown off. It's what it says.
Oh,
Anyways, but you're right. It is the gondola leadership.
gondola leadership. I was like,
Yeah.
we haven't had one. We already have. Anyway,
Yeah,
good.
yeah. Anyways, just it was more or less a general overview, but a good one on why some of these discussions or why some of these decisions were made of what to replace, the project A and B elements of it. If it is so a pretty high level overview. I don't need to go too deep into that, but just sort of setting the groundwork for all of our members on why we are where we are and how we need to keep moving forward. And then the other one was our IGA meeting that had been rescheduled a couple times, but did get to re-meet the relevant topics for us. I'll note we talked about our wastewater, which again we've covered, and town's own geothermal feasibility project that Darren presented on. The high level overview for that one is we're continuing to see positive results or positive indications that that is a feasible source of energy in our region, and the town is going to continue to look to implement that here in the not too distant future. And then we got an update from Dawn Katz. She's with CTC, right? Communities That Care, for the shed, because they're just about to hit their 1-year anniversary of operations there. And there will be a 1-year party, I believe, at the end of next month, end of April, I believe was what they stated. The overview that she provided is that things have operated quite smoothly and there hasn't been any major incidents, which is great to hear. And that's what I have. Thanks.
Great. Dan, thank you very much. That wraps up our council reports. That brings us to 3D, related organization reports, and we do not have any of those. And please provide any comments on payments via email. That will get us back to our regularly scheduled programming of the agenda.
Sorry,
and that-
Mayor, before we go on, can I just bring up a moment of other business related to sort of what Maria brought earlier of water and fire? I know town has methodologies in place for automatic water restrictions, and I imagine some of those are going to be implemented here soon. I know our counterparts over the hill, Mountain Village, just preemptively issued water restrictions. So I'm just raising the topic. It's obviously something all on our mind and would love to just be talking as proactive as possible.
Zoe did mention
Okay.
other restrictions in her report.
So
Thank you.
yep, I just mentioned we're
Right.
also into water restrictions now and we'll be putting out that information. But that did, no, but that did prompt me, and I wish I said this when Amy was here as well. On the April 28th meeting, we do have a scheduled agenda item with Shannon Armstrong from the county to present evacuation and other measures for wildfire and preparedness. So that is already on the agenda for public discussion.
Would you say, Zoe, that those water restrictions are in effect today or are they
Yep.
starting tomorrow?
They're today,
Today?
I believe. Yep.
Great.
As soon as I get the order out, but yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, back to our regularly scheduled program. That brings us to agenda item 10, Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority. There are no items for the Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority. And then that takes us to agenda item number 11, the Telluride Housing Authority. Do I have a motion to go into the Telluride Housing Authority?
So moved.
We have a motion from Ashley. Do we have a second?
Second,
Second from Maria. Ashley, how do you vote?
Ashley, yes.
Maria, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Elena, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes. And with that, hand it off to Ellen.
All right, I would like to call to order a meeting of the Telluride Housing Authority. It is Tuesday, March 31st, 2026, and it is 3:07 p.m. We are in Rebecca Hall as well as online on Zoom. The first order of business is a roll call. Present, we have Maria Stark, Kristen Permakoff, Teddy Erico, Ashley Von Sprecken, Dan Enright, and myself, Ellen Levin. The first item on the agenda is item 1, approval of minutes. And we have the minutes of the meeting of March 17th, 2026.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting from March 17th, 2026.
Second.
We have a motion from Teddy and a second from Kristen. How do you vote?
Teddy, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Maria, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Elena, yes, it is approved unanimously. Next on the agenda, we have new business. Item 2A, consideration of a request from Biden Overlook LLC to amend the Town of Telluride Workforce Housing Deed Restriction and Covenants for the property known as Lot 17 and the Overlook at Telluride Subdivision PUD, Telluride, Colorado 81435, located within the Town of Telluride, San Miguel County, State of Colorado, to extend the deadline for constructing a workforce housing unit on the property. And here to present, we have Allie Slayton.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Levin. So this item is the exact same, this one and the next item 2B are the exact same topics which were discussed by Telluride Town Council earlier in the day. However, as we often see, both the Town of Telluride and the Telluride Housing Authority are beneficiaries under that deed restriction. Therefore, any amendment to that deed restriction will need to be approved by both separate entities. So the discussion is the exact same. There is nothing different which might pertain to the Telluride Housing Authority. And if you are ready to make a motion, there is a proposed motion in the staff memorandum for you. As I believe you all probably recall, this was adopted by the Telluride Town Council. I'm not recommending any different action by the Telluride Housing Authority.
Thank you, Allie. Do we have any additional questions or further discussion? All right, are we ready for a motion?
I move
I move
to,
to, go for it. Okay, I'll do the next one.
I move to authorize an amendment Oh, sorry. I move to authorize an amendment, should say, to the workforce housing deed restriction and covenants for the property known as Lot 17, the Overlook at Telluride subdivision PUD, to extend the deadline for constructing a workforce housing unit on the property in substantial form and in the proposed First Amendment attached to the staff memorandum for this item for consideration on March 31st, 2026. Such amendment must be executed in writing and signed by the parties at the workforce housing deed restriction and covenants and must be recorded prior to becoming effective.
Second.
We have a motion from Ashley and a second from Kristen. How do you vote?
Ashley, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Mario, yes.
Teddy, yes.
Dan, yes.
Elena, yes. The motion passes unanimously. Moving on to item 2B, consideration of a request from Ryan Casuno and Ria DePactor to amend the the Town of Telluride Workforce Housing Deed Restriction and Covenants for the property known as Lot 2, the Overlook at Telluride Subdivision PUD, Telluride, Colorado 81435, located within the Town of Telluride, San Miguel County, State of Colorado, to extend the deadline for constructing a workforce housing unit on the property. And here to present, we have Ally Slayton.
And I will also recuse myself from this as I have a work relationship with Ryan Casino.
Exact same spiel, exact same motion, except this is for Lot 2. The previous one was for Lot 17. The Telluride Town Council heard from the applicants earlier in the day, and Town Council did approve this motion and resolution. So I would recommend at this time that Telluride Housing Authority take similar action.
Thanks, Ally. Does anyone have any questions or want to discuss this further? So with that, I would entertain a motion.
I move to authorize an amendment to the workforce housing deed restriction and covenants for the property known as Lot 2, the Overlook at Telluride subdivision PUD, to extend the deadline for constructing a workforce housing unit on the property in substantial form to the proposed First Amendment attached to the staff memorandum for this item for consideration on March 31st, 2026. Such amendment must be executed in writing and signed by the parties to the workforce housing deed restriction and covenants and must be recorded prior to becoming effective.
I'll second.
I have a motion from Kristen, and a second from Teddy. How do you vote?
Kristen, yes.
Teddy, yes.
Mario, yes.
Dan, yes.
Elena, yes. The motion passes unanimously. Moving on to item 2C. We have discussion on the formation of a resident advisory committee. And here to present, we have Delaney Young-Tapson and Ally Slayton.
Hi again, everybody. I hope you had time to look through the memo. We tried to keep this as simple and straightforward as possible and allow some questions, as giving credit to Ally, she has done for a couple of years when presenting things like this to you so that we can move forward with additional direction. As a reminder, this is coming to you in regards to Town Council Goal 2C7, which states, look to establish a resident advisory committee composed of representatives from town managed housing projects to strengthen communication, promote resident advocacy, and ensure resident perspectives are integrated into town decision-making processes. We did touch on this a little bit at your prior meeting to let you know who we had been talking to and how we were trying to accumulate information in order to educate us in how to present this to you. And so what you see in front of you is some draft language for a resident advisory committee and some questions to garner further direction for what I believe will be a future work session. And those dates at the bottom of the memo will outline when that could potentially come back to you. So if we go to the first section, unless there are questions before, there is some proposed draft language that would be the initial mission statement or purpose of this resident advisory committee. And the questions for consideration are, should anything be added to the mission statement? And what should the purpose of the resident advisory committee be based on the goal stated?
Teddy?
I've got a question on this, and I'm a little concerned on the makeup, just because of some of the comments from our public, an outside attorney about their fears of retribution and honesty in how they report, and wondering how we would feel about having a staff member on this resident advisory committee. That's kind of my question for discussion.
I mean, I think that I think it would be good to have a representative from the staff and housing authority on there. I mean, the discussion by these groups wouldn't be confidential. It's not like they're going to be happening in a, behind closed doors kind of anonymous way. They would be public. And so anyone would be able to attend them, I would assume. So I don't know if I hear your concern. I just don't know if it feels like whatever would be said at these meetings would be a part of, a public discussion anyway, I'm not seeing how not having a member of the staff or representatives on there would benefit that.
But if there's a fear of retribution from things that they say and how they feel now, whether it's public or not, are they going to be forthcoming in this resident?
But the discussion isn't going to be like behind closed doors. Is that the?
No, but that doesn't matter. If you have a fear that the staff member will hold it against you as being a resident or owner in deed restricted property, is that going to be the most advantageous way to put the committee together? That's my only point. And it's for discussion. I don't,
I hear your point, Ashley, and I think from a certain lens, yeah, I understand what you're saying, absolutely. But I think I agree more with Teddy that if we are looking to encourage the greatest amount of input given, freely so, having, this input is going to come to us and to staff. That's the purpose. And, if for whatever reason, and I know there's some disagreement and that's fine, but I think that just seeing staff there might make certain people less forthcoming with their feedback and input with it. And I don't know that. I mean, I guess there is a desire to have staff perspective represented on the resident advisory committee, but I feel like that perspective is represented when staff presents to us and in these other communications. So I think I agree with Teddy on this one.
Can I just jump in and maybe ask something to help with this conversation too? Is the staff member there to participate or to help facilitate? Because if staff is not involved, where does the facilitation fall? And then is it beneficial I'm hoping one day we'll have like a deputy town manager, but maybe a representative from like the manager's office, a little bit separated. I'm not quite sure how to facilitate without a staff member there and who that would go to.
Since I asked the question, I mean, I think having, let's just say if Hayden was still here and his purview was community services, then he would be the person there.
Right.
We don't have
But
that
until we
luxury right
have
now.
that would fall to somebody else. That would be you.
I just don't, I guess I don't know. My only concern with it is like, I don't want the perspective to be from the people serving on this committee that it's like, that it's like a closed door discussion. Like I want other people that live in these communities to be able to attend and to like, you know what I'm saying? I guess maybe I'm not understanding the point and purpose of.
Well, I think I'll also add maybe to that point, like, are we trying to create an us versus them dynamic? Is that a perpetuation of that? Is this a way to kind of bridge that gap a little bit further? I think you have to bring it back to the purpose as well when you have these conversations.
I think we could get to that point, but I don't know if we have that trust yet from what we hear continually from our locals.
I agree with Teddy. I think that to have a staff member to facilitate would be helpful, but then for these people who live in the units to actually talk among themselves with, other people in different units and see if there's commonalities, because we're trying to figure out the underlying problems and maybe they'll be more forthcoming. Like Dan said, just among themselves, more as an advisory group to us, it's not us against them, but it's advising.
But are you going to limit and are you going to say then that certain people can't attend? Like, are we going to
No.
say?
I think it's an open meeting, but I think it's asking the question of what is the composition of this resident?
Exactly. Yeah.
Who are the people sitting in I don't know if it'd be here, but who are the people actually like sitting in the seats and guiding the discussion.
Maybe what I'm thinking about more is it's like maybe it's staff liaisons that are there to like hear and like understand, but maybe like you said, are not necessarily sitting at the table as part of the committee.
I mean, I almost wonder if the council person is more of a liaison than a member, because right now it's kind of
Like you mean the
proposed,
THA.
or sorry, the THA member. But wait, Maria, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I had two thoughts. One is, I think the people that are kind of, in fear about retaliation are probably not the ones that would want to participate, regardless. I don't know. But I think what I'm concerned about is like, we want to bring everybody back together into mutual understanding. And, if people are just talking in a silo and maybe, just things that come up, not being able to get correct information, in the moment, then there might be carrying on with misunderstandings about policies. So there's plenty of things that there's simple explanations about why this or that can or cannot happen. And to me, that means someone who really understands it needs to be there from the staff. Because otherwise I feel like it's an echo chamber.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Teddy.
I mean, you have a council person, and the hope is that, when we get a deputy town manager, that would be that person. So there's some separation between the community services department and that committee. And that person will be overseeing community services like Hayden did, I would guess. I mean, that's up to Zoe ultimately. And I just don't know what to do in the interim because I mean, maybe you don't get the people to join the committee because their fear of the retribution and the retaliation, but we want to open the doors for those people to be able to speak freely as well. I mean, we're hearing that time and time again. And I don't want us to just be accused of just, window dressing and same old for what we're trying to accomplish.
I do tend to agree with Teddy on this. I think, I think that it would be helpful to have, I'm going to call them a liaison who could answer questions as they come up. But I also think part of why we're seeing the necessity for this resident advisory committee is that people either like don't feel comfortable or are just, kind of hitting a dead end in the communications directly with staff. And that's why we're adding this additional piece of our structure. And, we also, people do come to THA subcommittee meetings. But I think we're trying to create a conversation that feels more centered around the residents, that feels more that doesn't have to be in fear of saying the wrong thing around or like to a staff person, because that is consistent feedback we're getting. Whether or not it's true, I think we have to acknowledge that consistent feedback we get is that people are afraid to speak up to staff and that the communications haven't always been effective. And I think to really get to the core of what we need to hear from the residents and from this resident advisory committee, it might be more beneficial to keep this to just residents and a council liaison. And I think we need to call it a council liaison. I don't think they should be a member of this resident advisory committee.
Can I ask a quick get in the weeds question?
Mhm.
So from a facilitation standpoint, we have to send out invitations or coordinate. Is there agendas? Is there minutes? Is that going to fall on the council liaison? I also don't think it would be the best use of the time of a deputy town manager. Those type of facilitation fall into certain, categories of staff, which would make most sense to be one of the housing staff, but would that not even be, how removed does staff need to be from this resident advisory committee? And then is council prepared to step into that?
Or how official
role?
does this need to be? Like,
Right. I think we're jumping around this memo, but it's all tied and connected.
Well, I know that later on in the memo, we do talk about the composition. So do we want to kind of keep moving through some of these questions and we can circle back to this point? Or Dan?
I feel like what would be most helpful for me is get to the fundamental of what is our purpose here? What are we hoping to achieve? And I think that that would help guide the rest of the conversation.
I think it's addressing what the guy came and talked about, the lawyer, because he expressed some serious concerns, that we're slumlords, that we're, there's retaliation and what was that, the third thing?
We're not following state and federal.
Well, fine, yeah, they're not getting the
Speak to that if you'd like her to.
the payments back fast
I'm not
enough.
saying it's true, but that's what.
Not at all.
that's
I
what
had
we're
an
trying
attorney, by the
to-
way.
That's what we're trying to accomplish with this, to try to get people's voices heard outside of an attorney showing up for public comment. And in an honest way that we can answer, certainly can answer questions in a form, even if it takes subsequent meetings, depending how we decide to set it all up. And it's tough, right? You'd love to have that staff person there to facilitate it and have the answers right off the bat. But if we don't have that staff person or put somebody in there that hurts the whole process of it, then what's the point of doing it?
So I'll answer my own question a little bit, but what I feel like the purpose here is because I have the same concern of what Teddy raised of this being window dressing or sort of lip service. I think that's very much what I'm looking to avoid is how do we incorporate this feedback while still, allowing us to play our role of the legislators as possible. But I do want to have more just more regular touch-ins with residents, making sure that those sort of emotional elements are heard, felt, and responded to some degree, and that the feelings, sentiments, and ideas are given more formal processes to be integrated into our rules. And so that to me looks like this board, they make recommendations to the full THA board, or the resident advisory committee makes recommendations to the THA board that the difficult line that I kind of go back and forth between is I want us to incorporate this. And I think that having more involved citizens is going to result in a better process. I also recognize that we are here to be the legislators, and putting that responsibility on this advisory committee, well, then that's not advisory, then that's legislative. So I think how do we sort of bridge that gap of really truly wanting to incorporate that feedback with this being an advisory committee? And that is a difficult gap to bridge, excuse me.
I mean, I think whether or not the advisory committee has an agenda, I think it could be helpful. But I don't know if it's necessary, but I think I see that committee mostly just having work sessions where they're just talking about concerns or problems that are brought up by people in the housing, residents in our housing, or by members of THA, or by staff if there's something that we want to send to the resident advisory committee as a work session. And then the resident advisory committee, I think, can collectively come up with a recommendation, kind of like we have staff recommendations. We could, on certain items, also have a resident advisory committee recommendation. So we don't necessarily have to follow what they say, but it can help guide our conversation. I think there's.
I mean, I don't think we can empower them to do anything to where we'd have to do what they say. It's not.
No.
We couldn't, even if we wanted to.
But I think if we want to kind of like give it some structure, because right now it does feel very like conceptual, but like, how does this actually work, and how does this actually start to enter into our conversations at THA? That's sort of how I see this. And, so maybe there's an action item that we have, or a work session that we have, and we know it's coming down the line in a couple of months, and we can have it go on this resident advisory committee agenda. And one of their tasks is to come up with a recommendation for us to bring to our conversation. And I'm ending that as a question because I don't know if this is the right way to do it.
I'm wondering if it's like, I wonder if we do like a biannual, like work session, kind of like meeting with the resident advisory committee where it's like on the THA schedule twice a year. And then the committee itself meets like quarterly so that they can, get together concerns or, draft kind of what they want to talk about then. So it'd be like every other, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm
Yeah.
just wondering if there's a way for us to structure that. And then that creates a work session, kind of more of a discussion, a space where like, a representative could come and present ideas where it doesn't feel like individuals have to come and raise their hand and like they're presenting more of a broader.
Yeah, and maybe they present to THA sub instead of the full. That might make.
Which can get elevated up to
Do you-
the full
yeah.
THA. I'll leave that to you guys. Your guys are very focused on policy and policy recommendations. I just want to be very clear that is true and that's your focus, and any operational items are outside of this conversation, because those would not go to THA sub or the full THA, but we don't have a staff member to then address operational concerns, which was brought up today. So I just want you to be aware of a missing gap potentially if you do have an intent there.
That is a good point. That's a good point. I think I know we don't currently have a deputy town manager, but I think someone from the manager's office would make more sense, because I do think some of the operational concerns we're getting sometimes.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
I'm the one who recommended it. I just know it's just
I know.
a
I know.
plate that, but we have a future plan where that can make sense.
Yeah. Yeah, because I feel like
I picture this committee more as a group of people who live in rental housing right now, who want to get together and talk about common grievances. And I don't think that we need to be giving them direction at all. I think it could be a kind of a looser group, maybe quarterly, and maybe Lindsay could facilitate a meeting. She likes to keep people on track, something like that. And then just have ideas come out of it, to take it off your plate. Just have ideas come out of it, maybe that are all, 5 people are saying the same thing, 10 people are saying the same thing. And keep it more casual. I mean.
Yeah.
And it's not that I dislike what you're saying. It just feels like it's still missing something.
Right,
And-
that's why we're still trying to.
And because then, I take it back to like the example that Teddy brought up. I also have had numerous residents express operational concerns to me, as it seems like many other.
Mhm.
So then what then? Like, okay, we hear this feedback, and if this came through the RAC and we hear that feedback, what then? And so that's the
How do
part
we
where I
address it?
just feel like we're still missing what is our goal here?
Well,
Or what do we do with the information once we have it, or the feedback once we have it from our citizens?
and that's where I could see the benefit of someone from the manager's office being present, because that is where we can deal with the operational concerns. Because you're right, you bring up a really good point that I hadn't really considered. We don't manage staff and we don't manage operations, we do policy. So anything that's not policy related, there's not a whole lot that we can do on like an actionable level. So Dan, I think I agree with what you're saying, and I think that's where maybe that person is missing if we don't have them. But I do think we need to be thoughtful about who it is and make sure we're getting the intended outcome.
This is striking similar to the VCA Resident Advisory Committee, which I served on in my deputy role up there. And that was the exact intent. There was someone from council as a liaison when there was policy concerns brought up, and someone from staff that was there when there was operational concerns brought up. We did definitely have a member from the housing staff there as well, but I can see maybe that's something that can be brought in at a later time as well.
Maybe for sake of argument, so we can get through other aspects of this, we just remove the composition from the mission statement, draft language, and then that'll help us maybe further define what this committee does, and then help us circle back, even if it's at a subsequent meeting, for how we figure that out.
Is everything else in the policy statement feel like the purpose as it's broad, or does it need to be more defined? So maybe moving,
I almost feel like something about the resident advisory committee being able to provide recommendations to council would be helpful, because I think that's what I'm really looking for out of this is, we make decisions that we think are in the best interest of the most people, but sometimes sometimes we miss. I think we can acknowledge that we're not a perfect body. But I think that's where I'm really looking for this resident advisory committee to come to us and say, hey, what we would really like to see is X, Y, and Z.
Or it feels like actually what you're saying is that when we have specific policy related questions, we would pose those to the advisory committee.
Exactly.
Rather than them coming to us, we would say, hey, we want to get your feedback on bleh.
Yeah, that's where I was like, whether it's a formal agenda or not, we can be like, okay, we know down the road, we're gonna do our review of the rental housing policies. Let's make this a work session for the advisory committee, and then they can come to us with a recommendation. Teddy, sorry for
Nope,
taking
no problem.
the stage for a little bit.
Yeah, I think instead of recommendations, it's just a feedback committee, because you don't want to set expectations of what they say is going to be implemented, right? I mean, I don't think to me, if THA goes against their recommendation, it's going to go, you're creating it in a way that's going to, could create more animosity. We just need feedback both ways.
My only thing about the difference of that is feedback feels like it's a space for complaints, whereas recommendations is more solution oriented. Because what I really want to come out of this is solutions, because it's really easy to point out all of the problems, but it's really hard to figure out what the best solution is. And that's my only thought about just the word choice of recommendations, maybe getting a more constructive feedback, if you will. You know what I mean? And we are going to take public comment at some point on this. So thank you I see your hand raised, but I think we're going to discuss this memo a little bit more, and then we'll give people an opportunity to comment.
And I need to apologize in advance. I have to leave at 3:45 for a very important doctor's appointment.
Okay, so let's table composition for now. Do we want to add language to this mission statement? If we either take out or edit the composition element, does anyone want to see anything? Is there anything missing from this mission statement? I would almost add and provide provide an avenue for recommendations to council or something. I don't know.
Kind of
Covers it? Okay.
I think it's just, it'll give us more flexibility if you take out what the composition is as we
Okay.
figured it out, as we figure out what we want to do as well, I think.
Okay. I feel good about that. Anyone else?
I just wanted to quickly point out, we have the mission statement and then below is the purpose of the committee. I think we're kind of merging both of these conversations. So I just wanted us to be aware of that.
Right. Okay.
I think honestly, we could start it right at the draft language for the mission statement, just start it at the town of Telluride will establish, and then establish the committee, and then scroll down and then say kind of advisory committee will provide recommendations because they're result oriented, and then go on from there, and maybe just even leave out the part about, I just lost my place, about the community services department out of it, because
Yeah.
just to make it more concise as a mission statement.
But you gotta have that lead in sentence is is a pretty good over
It-
view of what it is. I think it's just simply Town of Telluride will establish a resident advisory committee composed of representatives from town managed housing, elected official and member of staff. I think you just take that part of it out and reword it a little bit. Cause I think everything is there. It's just, we're not sure how it's gonna be comprised
Yeah.
and we're getting hung up on it. Sorry, that's my fault.
I mean, and I also I think, I think this, well, never mind. I'm not gonna say what I was gonna say. That I feel like we haven't really given super clear direction to
Yeah,
staff.
sorry.
And I'm kind of looking at Dan because I
So
feel like,
what I've heard, and I'm just gonna try to help. You want something, we'll put a pause on the composition. You want to give the sentiment that it is solution oriented within that mission statement.
Yep.
And then I think we can add some of the purpose, we do have in there for these perspectives be integrated in town decision-making processes, which could be recommendations or to staff or to council. And maybe we can wordsmith that so it's a little bit more clearer of what it means to be integrated in town decision-making processes.
yes.
Okay.
Does that feel consistent?
Yeah, I mean, I think what my feeling is at the end of the day is a lot of this is going to have to operate on our good faith as legislators to really wish to incorporate it. Because I don't think we can give them the authority to craft the legislation, nor is that what I'm expressing my own desire for. But so much of this is just operating off of good faith, which I think is a bit of a scary position to be in and feels a little to the point of window dressing to a degree. So I'm not saying I don't want to do this. I just worry that it is a little bit of it could be lip service because we are just forming an advisory committee that gives recommendations. Both of those words, in my understanding of them, are non-binding and just referrals, which I think is what we're all leaning towards here. So at the end of the day, it is just based off of our desire to get feedback, which we do get some, but we want more. So that's
Which that's what it has to be right now. Like, it can't be anything other than this unless we go and completely change the way that THA is structured. Because there's two paths that we can take for a housing authority. We can either do it where it's the town council, or we can do a construction of a board. And unless we want to change where we're at, it has to be the town council that is serving on THA.
And let me say it one other way, because it was my feeling in the rental policy debate that we did receive a lot of input that wasn't fully incorporated and that wasn't always fully listened to. And it feels like we're now having to scramble to try to fix some of the problems that were raised at that time. And that's my feeling. You might disagree.
No, I was just gonna say something else.
But and so we already have systems of input from our citizens, and we do receive input from our citizens. And so if this is just another way to hear things that we don't actually incorporate into our decisions, I'm going to have struggles with it. And that's not an accusation, so I'm sorry if it comes off that way.
No,
No, I want us to sort of sit with that and think about that of we receive input. If we receive more input that doesn't actually get incorporated into our decisions, that doesn't feel like we're accomplishing anything. Thank you.
I think that's why I really want it to be focused on solutions, because I think it's, we get a lot of people coming in and just telling us what they hate. And it's not, or what doesn't work for them, but it's not really providing we have this situation and we need to figure out how to solve it. So what are the actual tools, or what's the path that is actually the solution, not this doesn't work for me. And I think that's what I'm hopeful that this advisory committee can provide, because I feel like a lot of our current feedback just via public comment is critiques, which is fair. That is what public comment is for. And I think that's an appropriate use of that. But I think what would be more helpful to us as legislators is, here's the system. Like, what about 3 tiers instead of 9? What if we go back to, this housing is for this income level and that housing is for that income level? I think a more like, solution oriented, perspective is what I think would be helpful to me as someone who sits on this board. So to kind of follow up on what you said, I don't disagree with everything you just said, but that's what I'm hopeful that's the gap that I hope that this fills, and what I'm feeling the communication, like where the communication is missing. If that makes sense.
So, can I
Yeah,
say-
yeah.
So, Zoe, when we have those like, comprehensive plan update, you invite the public, and it's at the AHA school.
Yeah,
something like that. Like maybe we start with doing something informal like that and having something at the AHA school, inviting the public. If you live in rental housing, you're interested in being a part, giving us your feedback now, and kind of start there. Or, I mean, how does it
so
happen?
again, the reason why this concept came up, and I don't want to blow that up, it's really great to have advocates and representatives that can help broaden and equalize some of these voices.
And I
some
think people feel intimidated coming into this room. So I think maybe having,
but to Dan's point, like for the rental housing policies, we did that a lot. We had those community forums, we had all these other pieces, which some people came, some people didn't. So I think the committee is the next step or next evolution in that, to ensure that some of the voices that do feel intimidated by those avenues maybe have an advocate or representative that they can kind of.
so how did it
go
work in the
to.
village then? How did that group,
Yep.
how did that work?
So I think, I can't remember now. It needs to have a purpose, a very strict purpose. And I'll just tell you that because it does become, you want to have the people, good people that can understand the responsibility of that advocacy role and bringing back some of this information. So not just being there to, I think Elena said, or someone like bring complaints or things like that, but really hold an advocacy role of, here's an issue that a collective group has heard. I am representing of it. Now I have information of what the action is or the education behind that. I will bring it back to that group. And that broadens the bench and makes so much value of this committee. And once you start losing touch with that, then the committee has then we should just do a more broader piece and let the people that have complaints come and talk. But it's the advocacy role that holds the additional value in a committee. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. I guess I'm asking about the Mountain Village committee.
Yep.
How did that committee, did they?
Well,
go
they
to-
only have VCA, so they have
Only
they-
VCA. Okay, so
yep,
how many
they-
people are on that committee?
I think it was 5.
5.
Oh,
Okay, so those people,
yeah.
do they go to the Mountain Village Housing Authority? Or they go to Mountain Village Town Council? How do
They meet as a group
Right.
with the representative staff and council, and we talk about certain items. And then with those, hey, we've heard about.
Staff brings it back to.
If it's operational, staff then addresses it, provides action items or education. And if it goes to council, then council hears that and either says, yep, that's warranted of a work session, or, it provides action up from it.
But the difference is the animosity. It's not about, in a perfect world, you'd have a level of trust. But we're
I wouldn't
accused of
say it's
not-
that much different in VCA, so.
They get
I wouldn't
accused,
say
they get accused of the same thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes. Sorry, I didn't mean to say it like that, but yes.
I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel, but if.
Yeah.
We could
And
always go
I
down-
will also say,
Yeah.
it's been 4 years for me, so I haven't, sat on that board
But thank you
within
for
the
that,
next.
experience,
Yeah.
I think is relevant.
I think we have organically shifted into the purpose of this committee. And I think looking at this language, I think this represents what we've been discussing. It's not a decision-making body, but an advisory committee. There's my provide recommendations that I was talking about in the mission statement. Through town staff and elected representatives. I think something I might add is maybe we could add and bring up operational concerns. Because right now this
Okay.
is, I think, more,
I think operational concerns though need to go to the manager's office. not to us.
Right, but they can come from the advisory committee. So I feel like the purpose, the draft language on the purpose of this committee just addresses the policy recommendations, but I do think part of the purpose of this is also for operational concerns, right?
We just need to clarify that those operational concerns are not coming to us.
Yes.
That they are going to a manager's level
yeah.
office.
But I think maybe we can add the operational concerns into the purpose of the committee. So
Can I ask Zoe a question? What was that committee considered successful? And did it bring down animosity?
I do not want to speak for Mountain Village. We initiated it during a very just a similar time like this, where it was felt like the livability of VCA needed some improvements. And so it was brought to fruition due to a collective concern. They still have it now, again, 4 or 5, it's been a long time since I've been up there now. And I think you'd have to talk to Drew Nelson or whoever the staff member is of how successful it is in this current moment and iteration. So I think that's why having a defined purpose and timeline to check in on the value is important. Because I think they may be, I don't want to speak for them.
Okay, I don't want to get too hung up. But I feel like we're all aligned that this needs to address policy concerns and recommendations as well as operational concerns. I think this just needs to be a catch-all, but we also don't want it to be just a forum for people to just complain, because that's not productive. We want it to be more solution oriented. So is everyone okay with kind of moving forward from the purpose of this committee? And do they feel like the draft language addresses that? If we added and operational concerns?
Sure.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dan?
I mean, I would maybe add a little, just more specificity of advising policy and implementation, because I just don't, the word policy isn't actually included in the purpose draft language.
Okay.
So, because I think that's part of it, right? So I think,
Yeah.
So just adding somewhere in there.
I'm okay with being more specific about that if it makes it more clear.
I think.
Ally, are you good with that direction? Okay. So I think just to not get too caught up, we can keep moving down these lists of questions. And do you want to, I didn't mean to jump into the role of presenting the questions. Ally, do you want to take over on the memo?
I'll be honest with you, Delaney drafted this memo and unfortunately she just
Yeah.
had to leave, but
I didn't want to rush this discussion for the purpose of that. So I'm glad that we're taking our time moving through this, but I'll go ahead and keep going. So other questions for consideration. Is this an advisory role only? I think yes, this is that we're okay with. Is the sunset clause adequate?
Go ahead.
Say, I don't think it should sunset.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
This should be a long-term solution.
Yeah.
Agreed.
To reboot THA into a different composition, which is the next step if we choose that way down the road based on how this goes.
Yeah, agreed.
I agree. And I think hopefully, if this committee doesn't need to meet quarterly because there aren't issues, that would be great. But I think I would rather keep it in place. Should it be longer? I think we addressed that. Should the resident advisory committee operate under formal bylaws or another defined governance structure? I don't know what I think about this.
Do
Does
you,
anyone?
do you want a little bit of background? on
Yeah,
What,
yeah.
what that means?
Yeah.
I'll leave that to you, Ally, if you want to describe the difference and the value.
I'm not sure if I drafted this memo, if I would have put that in there, because my recommendation would be a firm no. If this is not a decision-making body, this is a forum to present complaints, to give feedback, to come together and share ideas and suggestions. If they're not voting, if there's no action taking place, I don't think there's any need for bylaws or other defined governance structure.
Agree.
Okay, staff has suggested the term operating agreement to avoid potential legal or procedural constraints associated with formal bylaws and to allow flexibility as the RIC evolves. Do we even need an operating agreement if it is more casual?
Go ahead.
I'll leave that to Zoe. One idea I have for this formation and operation of this board is to put it in the policies. And so if we put it in the policies, there is no need. Again, one reason we adopted those policies was for a central document, one PDF we could send off to residents, send to reporters, anyone who might be interested, to provide all of the provisions under which we operate, including this resident advisory committee. So rather than a separate operating agreement, I would recommend that we amend the policies to put this board in there, put in what the composition is intended to be, how frequently they meet, and also who's going to be providing these minutes essentially from these meetings, and then reporting what these meetings are conveying to staff, to the either board or subcommittee or council or whichever entity you decide is going to hear these complaints and this feedback. So I think putting it into the policies is probably the best practice.
I think that sounds great. Does anyone else have feedback on that? Okay. All right, so we're back to composition. Do you want me to read the memo?
I mean, I think we've all read it.
Okay.
And I think if we can just stay away from the representative of community services staff and just take that out of the discussion for now, then we can be productive.
I think if someone from the manager's office or like communications, but I don't want to.
I think the manager's office makes more sense only from the actionable items. It just kind of adds a additional layer potentially. But I think, can I think about it?
Yes.
Yeah, I hesitate because I know that you are short-staffed. And
Yeah, and
already
it could
feel-
be, you know, for right now, I ask Lindsay to take that over until, but I do think it's beneficial, if we're not having a member from that staff, to have someone who's associated with the oversight of.
Yeah, and I think what you brought up about kind of being able to take action on any operational concerns, that really does make sense. So I appreciate you bringing up that point. So in terms of the composition, we're looking at 5 residents, 2 from Shandoka, 1 from Sunnyside, 1 from Virginia Placer, and 1 from Voodoo. I think the draft language, you know, it is kind of vague in how the board will be adjusted. I don't know if we want to be more specific. And Dan, I would love to hear your thoughts on this.
Yeah, so I still have the same concerns that I expressed last meeting, that of just getting 5 or 7 people that are residents, no matter which
Place they
unit-
live. Yeah.
place they're from, is probably goal number. I mean, not goal number 1. I get the desire to have a set breakdown of it. I don't think that this is the breakdown I would advocate for. The primary reason being around 50% of the residents in our rental housing policy live within Shandoka. And so that needs to be weighted more heavily in my mind.
I'm going to disagree with you. They have 2 people that are going to be representatives. They're not making decisions on behalf of their constituents. They're bringing information to have a discussion. So if there's 2 of them from Shandoka,
We're
to
talking
me,
to all of their neighbors.
I'm just
Are
like,
we Congress or are we a Senate?
yeah, I was going to say, it feels like if we're going to do it proportionate, you're going to end up with like a 15-person body. Otherwise, these other projects are not going to have any representation.
And I think maybe where I was leading with this is, I don't know that I want to maybe the Ophir model is the best model where it is, what is the name of their assembly? I think the assembly method where it is who shows up, that for that meeting. The hesitancy I have with that is.
Council meetings.
My only,
Yeah.
we need people committed to
That,
showing.
and that was the counterpoint I was going to make. Cause yes, when you agree to do it, then you're committed and then you actually show up and I understand that.
Well, and I think more
Um,
people can show
We could do
up, like,
three, if we're gonna lose the housing authority employee person, then you could have a third Shandoka and then at least one from every other.
That's a good idea.
And again, is council also considered part of that 7, or do you want them just to be in a
It's a
liaison?
liaison.
I think it's a liaison.
Something else? for you to
Yeah.
think about.
Do you need like a member at large?
Oh, like that's not part of well, I'll leave that to you guys.
My only concern
Yeah.
is by definition, a resident advisory committee is composed of residents. And that's my only, like, I do agree in a lot of boards and commissions that's helpful, but with this in particular, I feel like it strays from the,
That's fine. I just want to bring it up.
yeah. But I, what I wonder is, like, do we, yeah, this is hard because Dan, I agree. I agree, but I also don't think we need to have a 15-person
Sure.
board
That
and
2, 1 and 1 then, if without the member of the Telluride Housing Authority or community services staff, it'll be 5.
and this isn't
one-
a voting body, so the idea of having a majority, like an odd number, doesn't apply as much.
Yeah. That's true.
I think I could live with Ashley's recommendation of 3 residents from Shandoka, especially if we were talking about building F also being included in there, which we clearly does operate and we treat differently. And having that the THA representative not be included in the membership and acting as liaison. I think I could live with that. I mean, we can always adjust these compositions down the road. Again, I would love to be proven wrong and just see 100 people show up to these meetings. I'm a little skeptical of that, but
I think you're right.
And Teddy, were you gonna add something?
I was just gonna say, we can adjust any of this to be a better fit as we move, as we
Yeah.
move forward and it starts, and that would be smart. And, and for me, with all the people that live in our affordable housing, if we can't get 5 to show up, I would be extremely disappointed. Like, if you want to be part of the solutions, this is a big piece of that puzzle.
Yeah.
That at least shows we're trying somewhat to listen to your concerns and create avenues to be more constructive in what we're doing and more participative with what we're doing. And if you don't show up, I don't know.
Ally?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions to pose to you and also a question for Zoe. So first of all, do notice, and I think that Delaney did put it in her memo somewhere, boarding house is not included here. So you might want to discuss whether or not putting a resident of the boarding house on this committee would be desirable. But then also, Zoe, up in Mountain Village for that resident advisory committee, I think you brought up a really good point. Town manager representative and or staff representative, and then also potentially one of you are not residents. So should the resident advisory committee be made up of actual residents, and then we have staff attendees to these meetings, much like Zoe sitting here is not a member of council, but she's here to converse with you and to respond to questions and to relay information and to gather your concerns and then implement those. So we could take these staff members off of the committee itself, but still require that they attend these meetings to be the facilitators.
Yeah, I think that is, yeah. And I think that's where, like, the council person also is not a member of the committee. They're just a liaison. I think the point of this is to give the voice to the residents. I'm kind of speaking for everyone, but I think we're all on the same page with that.
If we added another member to Shandoka to make that 3, and then added a boarding house member, that would still keep it at 7 members of all residents. And then we could have the potentially two, however many staff, whichever designees you think are most, would meet the goals here, could just be, again, the facilitators that are required to attend these meetings. So we could still keep a committee of 7 with that composition.
Okay, I'm good with that. I think I just want to point out that the intention behind the boarding house is that it would be more temporary residents, but the reality is it has been a lot more long-term residents. So I feel like, you know, that's probably initially why it wasn't included, but if it makes that composition feel more inclusive, I'm okay with that. And I think, I don't know if this needs to be written, but I think even if we have vacancies in this advisory committee, they still meet. So it's not like all positions need to be filled. If someone from the boarding house doesn't want to do this, the committee continues. And that space will remain vacant, and if someone's interested, they can fill it.
And I would just treat it like a regular commission. Half the people are on a 1 year, the other half are on a 2 year, and people get to reapply, or new
Yeah.
people can mix in, however it goes.
And we appoint them similar to our boards and commissions. Oh wait, have we gotten there yet? Hold on. It's the next thing. So appointment structure, resident members will be appointed by the Telluride Housing Authority. THA will appoint an elected official from their board. The Telluride Town Manager will select a staff representative. Okay. So that, and you have direction. Do we want to have it in writing who we want that staff person to be, or is it okay to leave that vague?
I think it depends up to you, and maybe things will evolve and we might see different value of different staff members at some point. So I don't know if you
I would
want to define it.
recommend that we put in the language, representative of the manager's department or their designee. And if you are not happy with who has been appointed, or if that relationship's not working, you can always communicate that to the manager, who can then designate a different person to facilitate the board.
That sounds great. Okay, questions. How long should staff solicit applications from tenants? I mean, I think until all the positions are filled, is that?
Do we really want to appoint this? That was the only thing that came up to me, honestly, through reading all this, that I was like, I feel like they should elect a representative and put that person out there.
But like, where do you, how do you even?
It's more random, right? Like you might even randomly select them. Like if you have more than the positions, maybe it's just silly as pulling it out of a hat, and then there could be no accusations of, steering who's on that committee as us, I mean, you just want people in there to contribute. And if you've got more, it'd be a great problem to have if we have more applicants than positions. And so maybe it becomes
I mean,
random.
I'm just thinking about like an HOA, and like the HOA elects like who serves on the board.
Right, but they don't have HOAs. So like the structure to run an election to elect this representative doesn't really exist.
And it's scarier to run instead of just being like, I'll be on it.
Like, there's not like, they don't have like board meetings and.
I mean.
I know, but it doesn't exist yet. That's what I'm saying, is like that structure to.
Why don't we just appoint the first wave and then have the resident members
Decide with, I would be in favor of that. Like I said, I feel weird about like us appointing the advisory
We can
committee.
appoint the first round, and then the resident people figure out how they want to do it.
The resident advisory committee could make a recommendation to change policy to a better system to pick the advisory committee.
Yeah, I hear your point. I don't think it's a bad point. I think it is true that running a election solely amongst the residents maybe seems a little hard, but I think we do, my vision is that this is sort of a self-determining, self-guided organization. So from that perspective, I do agree. But getting it off the ground, maybe, again, to my point of, can we even just get enough applicants to fill all these seats is still a concern. But again, would love to be proven wrong. So maybe start with an appointment and with the acknowledgement that, yes, if you guys want to hold an election after this, we support and encourage that.
I mean, I think that's
Whatever they
literally
wanna do.
the recommendation for a policy change that we're looking for from this resident advisory committee. Like the solution is built into the the committee. If they want to see it done by election, they can recommend that.
Well, and because this board isn't making like, they're not making decisions. So it's like, it can be like, the election can be as loose as a Google sheet that you put your email address and your address in and then your vote. Like it can be that simple.
Anything that makes it harder for someone to be
Yeah, I feel
committee
like
is not gonna happen.
I feel like it
Right.
is adding.
It's just, we just gotta get
Extra.
people on and then leave it up to the resident.
Tape than having to fill out an application and come in front of us and
Because you
get an
go,
appointment and.
because you're going into the public to then be voted on in a popularity contest and people don't want to do that.
They don't want to come in front of us either and ask to be put on a board, you guys.
I was gonna say, I think the execution of how to do this like resident election just seems like we don't even have a system to do that. And that feels like another work session of, okay, how do we run the resident advisory committee election?
I like the idea of letting them make that determination. I don't think, like I said, to me, it doesn't feel like that big of a hurdle because this isn't as formal of an organization as, say, a lot of the other things that we do.
I agree, but it's still something that has to be done in, 4 different.
Sure, and we still have to have a
We're
meeting
saying-
and have 7 applicants come in front of us, or 15 applicants, or 21 applicants.
Right. To me, that feels more streamlined, at least for the initial creation of this. And then I think the resident advisory committee, we can assign them a work session of how do you want this board to be composed in the future? And like, do you want term limits? Or like, ask those questions to them and then they can advise us.
I just don't want the perception that we're creating an advisory committee and then we're putting the people on it. It's just, that was my concern when I saw that in the memo.
Teddy?
I'm with Dan in that I hope we find the people. So
Yeah.
I would just say, it's by appointment. And if we have more applicants than seats, it's going to be random and just get a board set up. And then there's no argument about who we selected and how.
What do
and
you mean
people
it's gonna
come
be
up.
random? We're just gonna lottery it?
Who cares?
Okay, I'm just trying to
We
understand.
need to get the committee going in the fairest way possible to create trust. And I think you have the opportunity, even if you did everything correctly, that people would look at us a little skeptical on who got chosen by us. I think if it's just random, that's who we picked and go with it. And then they can everyone can have a 1 or 2 year term to get started and then they can set the policies to move forward with how they want to do it. They can recommend.
Policy changes.
In terms of incentives to participate, I mean, we could consider, that each session has a meal that goes along with it, paid for by the town, and maybe a stipend of $100.
I think the stipend might be like most of our boards and commissions don't get a stipend. So I don't know but a meal, if we could feed people, that's my favorite part of heart. Tammy knows.
The meal is reasonable.
The reason why I mentioned stipend is just because, if you're some people that are living in affordable housing really need to be paid for their time. And, from an equity point of view, I think that actually makes sense, but it's probably a little more complex.
I think if we did that, we would have to offer that to our other.
Yeah, I'm like,
commissions.
What about a rent credit for anyone who participates?
I could get into that.
$50 off a month or something.
oh,
It could be a nominal amount, just to encourage
Acknowledge.
participation and because it's hopefully what I've been brainstorming is you guys have been giving us feedback. I imagine whoever's facilitating these meetings would hopefully come to, we'd have a survey that we could give each one of these 7 members beforehand that they then go around and ask their neighbors, people in other buildings, and it will help kind of facilitate these conversations. And that survey might have some yes, no questions. It might have some open-ended questions. All answers would be anonymous, but it helps get the conversation started. But of course, even filling out that survey and talking to your neighbors would require some time. So they're facilitating, these conversations. That's not just the time that's spent in the meeting, but there's also time that's spent outside of the meeting gathering this feedback. So some kind of, again, nominal rent stipend, not $1,000, but maybe $100 off a month for the period of time in which you are on this resident advisory board, might be an incentive to really encourage active participation and applications.
Then do we need to have then participation minimums then?
I would
in order
think
to
so. Mhm.
That was
qualify for the
covered.
And that is proposed in here.
Yeah, that's, if more than 50% of meetings or 2 consecutive meetings are missed, then the member will be removed and replaced.
One other equity consideration is whether we have a translator available if necessary or helpful.
Mm-hmm. And, oh, we kind of jumped ahead. Okay. So, how long should staff solicit applications? I think until the vacancies are filled. I feel like that.
I mean, we got to give a minimum of time to like allow for
Okay.
multiple, so at least a month, maybe.
Well, and there was that timeline in here where we would be doing appointments on June 30th. Does that seem like a good amount of time to solicit applications? If you, on page 18 of the packet.
And if you did it May
think it could
1st,
be
it gave you 60 days.
yeah, it
I
could
think
be.
that would be good in the first go around
Wait, hold on. May 1st would be,
to June.
Schedule the future work session to.
2 months.
Is my math right?
What?
Sorry, my brain is starting.
yeah, no, I know. I'm with you. Yeah.
Then that's 60 days, which for the first go around should be plenty. I think 30 would be too short in the first
Yeah.
go around.
60 days.
Somewhere between 30 and 60. I don't know that have a hard opinion.
Just because this is falling around off season, I would be more generous with timing, but I don't have a strong opinion on this.
Can live with Teddy's recommendation.
60 days?
Days,
Was-
May 1st to June
Lack
30th.
of,
Sure.
and so I am looking at you. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Do we, yep.
Sorry, I'm just trying to go through these questions so we can kind of keep in order. Should the application process be outlined in the agreement? Well, we're not doing an operating agreement, but I think it could be outlined in the policies, like in the addition to the policies. We can outline the application process. And I think it can be pretty similar to our boards and commissions, maybe even a little more minimal. But I don't think this needs to be a lengthy application.
Sorry, I'm kind of looking at these timeline things for
Oh.
just a second. I just want to go back. April 28th is our next council meeting. I think at that point, can kind of make sure that what we have packaged aligns with exactly the direction that council has. Maybe May 1st may work for an application deadline, but maybe we will need more conversation based off that. So I think a 60-day application period makes sense. When we launch it,
Great.
let's keep it a little
May
bit
19th.
more, right?
Yeah,
Let's keep it a little
I-
more.
I think that's fine. Yeah, I don't feel strongly. So that works. Are you guys okay with the application process just being similar to boards and commissions?
Maybe simpler.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I
Yeah.
could see it being simpler. Like I think
I'll
a
live
brief,
here.
yeah, length of residency, your occupation, and a brief like spot for a narrative of why you want to do this.
I mean, if we're gonna do kind of more of like a randomization of like, hey, everyone that applied from Shandoka, we're doing a lottery and here are the 3 people from Shandoka.
I don't know that I'm on board with the random.
You want to actually appoint them?
Well, I would just be curious to see who applied and if there's someone who's, I don't know if there's someone who like has an interesting, if they fill out the application and they have an interesting reason why they want to be on it and they've lived here a long time, that might speak to me. I think it's hard to know because I don't know who's putting their name in the hat, but
You may also receive significant public comment in favor of one
Yeah.
particular person at each residence. So I would advise against doing it completely random. I think the appointment process itself will allow for consideration and hopefully certain candidates rise to the top as to who might be most conducive to this.
And I think in the appointment, like we could decide to flip a coin. I just don't want to lock us into that. If we look and we're like, great, we have 4 excellent candidates. I can't decide. We can maybe put names in a hat. Teddy?
And since I suggested random, the only suggestion why for random was to, help us not create someone thinking we have bias and then letting that resident committee decide how they want to go.
I will just suggest, we have a great diversity in our housing portfolio, which is fantastic. But I don't know if random is exactly the best way to go to get the most benefit out of some of these conversations.
It doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
like
to me.
you know, and I
We're
think,
gonna give them a rent discount.
yeah, I
I
think.
mean, I don't like the appointment thing at all, so I don't care whatever we decide.
Yeah.
And I think we can move away from that based on what the resident advisory committee says that residents want.
That's fine.
But I think this first time around,
Is it possible if we end up in the circumstance where we have more or an abundance more of applicants than we have spots available, that then we pivot to an election model at that time instead of flipping a coin or what have you, picking a name out of a hat? I mean, because if that's what we feel like, we would encourage them to, there is at least some degree of self-determination that we are trying to allow for this committee. And an election seems like the most in line with self-determination. Again, I mean, it seems like the less likely outcome, but if that were to happen, I feel like that would be a thing I would support, is if we have 21 applicants in front of us, I would say to them, you all vote amongst yourselves and decide who you want it to be. And then that's it.
I would even be willing as a county election official to be the spearhead of forming and figuring out how to run an election for the residences if we decide to go that route. I have done it for HOAs. I do it for the county. I'm like, I can figure out a way to do a very clear, very simple election for these spots. If that's, I like Dan's proposal that if we come up with, there are an abundance of people that are running, I'm happy to spearhead that on behalf of this.
I keep giving experience because I've had experience with this. My only experience to that as well is at times, sometimes it's helpful to have a minority voice in these boards. And those voices aren't necessarily those that come to the top during elections. So there is a benefit toward an appointment at times for that if it is a priority.
Yeah, because we could get really, I mean,
I don't like
to get really in the weeds here. I mean, around a quarter of our residents are Hispanic or immigrant populations. Many of them don't have English as their first language and are going to be, it feels even more challenging to incorporate those voices or to encourage them, especially to run an election. So I guess I'm arguing against myself to a small degree here. It shows the challenge in front of us, but Mario raised a good point of really wanting to incorporate diversity and be inclusive, trying to break down those barriers, which I think we should want to do, especially given the high makeup of immigrant populations in our housing system.
Why can't we just say that one of the seats has to be for somebody who is Spanish speaking or bilingual? Like, why can't we just designate that?
We can do that.
I don't want to like tokenize. That feels weird.
Well, it's not saying that it's just saying that like one is going to be for sure. You can have everyone on that board could be Spanish speaking if they wanted.
I still don't want to tokenize like that. I just don't think that's.
But we are going to tokenize if we're appointing somebody for those
Well,
reasons.
But it can be based on who our applicants were. We're not saying this seat is for this person, but we can look at, hey, we have 3 applicants and I think their voice is going to be helpful. I think that's a little different than like.
Feels exactly the same to me maybe, but whatever, that's fine. A point away.
What if you just had an interest information
I
session
so
to
I-
see if anyone's interested, period? Like what if
We'll
you
take
get two
public
people?
comment and maybe someone from our housing can provide some.
Do that.
But I think, I lost my train of thought. Oh, I think public comment can guide some of these appointments as well. Like we take public comment when we do appointments. And I think if people really feel passionately that one person should be their representative, I hope that would come through in public comment. I think without the organization that we're creating right now, I think it would be hard to execute an election where we have the right representation and turnout that we're looking for. I'm not going to die on this hill. To me, that sounds like a whole nother hurdle to take on. And I don't know that I don't think we're going to have like a ton of applicants. I think we're going to be pretty limited on, I just have a feeling that, well, I shouldn't say that, but
If we have a rent discount, we might have more
right,
applicants
that's
than.
true. Yeah. I just, in general, like it's hard to get people to fill these positions on other boards. So I'm kind of going from that experience that I don't think we're going to have like 20 people lined up to do this, but maybe we will. And then I think at that point, maybe in the appointment meeting, we can choose to take a different path. I just don't think that's going to be the case.
Yeah.
But prove me wrong, please. To anyone listening, prove me wrong. Unless like more people want to advocate for an election process or have ideas on how to execute an election, I think I'm open to changing it till an election, but I think for the initial creation of this, it would be difficult to come out the gate without having some organized committee to try and run an election. I think once we have this, then it makes sense that resident advisory committee could start to create the framework around what an election process would look like.
The only additional information maybe I can offer council for this discussion is, as we discussed when we look at appointments versus elections for council, there's a timing element as well. One's a little bit more, can be a little bit more quicker than the other. Put more out there.
So can we just straw poll appointment versus election? So people who want to do appointment.
The appointment, there's a stipend attached.
Like, yeah, I mean, I'm okay with it, but it's sort of circumstance dependent. If there's abundant interest, I think election is better. Under the more likely scenario that we're having to really push to fill all the seats, then appointment feels like the way.
Okay, and then, so you're kind of split and you would rather see an election. I'm okay with, let's start with an appointment, and if we see like an abundance, we can maybe revisit this. And if the resident advisory committee wants us to change the policy to be an election, I think that's like literally the point of this. So I think the change is built into the committee. But I think just to keep this moving along, let's move on to the next question.
Can I add a question? I'm so
Yeah.
sorry. As we keep kind of evolving the facilitation and administration of this committee, I think it would be, if we have a staff representative, a council representative, it may be helpful to have a chair as well to kind of help, to Ally's point, coming up with some of those proposed questions and just an additional, if we are wanting them to be the leaders in that facilitation,
Agreed.
I think that would be an important element to that success.
Sure, but elected amongst themselves.
Great.
Yeah,
Yes,
a
that's good.
self-elected chair.
We're not gonna.
No.
I kind of thought you'd go in that direction, but I think that's important to kind of add in there.
Okay. Staff, do we need to talk about this? Staff recommends that it remain an internal policy to allow flexibility if adjustments are needed. I'm not really sure what that's referencing.
Oh, I think that goes under should the application process be outlined in the agreement, but staff recommends it remains in there. So
Okay.
I think, yeah.
Okay. And then should THA make all of the appointments? I think in this initial go around, yes, but with ability to be flexible on that, seeing how this goes. I think a lot of this is uncharted territory, so we'll see.
And that will be the THA board, not the subcommittee, correct?
Yes, I think it should be the full board. And so the staggered terms, this draft language, I think since we're changing it to 7 resident members total, I think it would be easy enough to just say 4 of the resident members would be initially appointed for 1 year and 3 of them would be appointed for 2 years. And then that way it'll stagger in the future.
On that specific note, yes, but that should be randomized.
That I agree. That should be, I'm with you. Yeah, that can be random. Members are expected to schedule meetings. If more than 50% of meetings or 2 consecutive meetings are missed, then that member will be removed and replaced. I think we could say by a new member because we don't know if it's going to forever be appointees because we might change that, but I don't know if that feels important to change that language.
Sorry, can you reiterate your question?
At the top of page 17, it just says that member will be removed and replaced by a new appointee. And I was saying, do we want to have it say a new member in case we choose to move away from appointments?
Sure.
Just making that more evergreen. Questions for consideration are the term definitions necessary if there's a sunset clause? We're getting rid of the sunset clause. So I would say 2-year terms similar to our boards and commissions probably makes the most sense.
Fine.
Sorry, I'm kind of guiding this to keep this moving along. Should the number or percentage of missed meetings be adjusted?
If we're doing 4 meetings a year, if you miss 2 meetings,
Yeah.
you're not really that committed, I don't think. I mean,
Betty?
I'm okay with it. I just, if there's a kind of just like us, if there's a legitimate reason for it. I mean,
Yeah, but it's also if it's only 4 meetings a year and you have a legitimate reason to be missing half of them, then
getting the
maybe
substitute
should you
Make
step
room for
down?
somebody else for that.
Yeah,
it doesn't bother me.
okay.
I mean, I think it's legit, especially if we're doing. There is, by way of, it sounds like we're gonna do a rent reduction, which I think is great. Like, there is a compensation element there.
Yeah.
And so I think that that's fair.
You don't get the
Half-
compensation if you don't show up.
Yeah, and it's half of the meeting.
Meeting, that should be prorated.
Right.
Yes.
Yes.
Agreed, but that sounds complicated. I don't know if we want to get into the weeds with that.
Not that.
Yeah.
No, we don't need to. My point
Okay.
is, it's like, if you can't make the 4, it's.
That's fair.
Yeah, if you can't make 3 out of the 4.
Are we going to allow remote attendance?
Yes.
Yes.
Good question. Proposed quarterly meeting schedule feels good to me. Any feedback on that?
And
Or more as needed?
yeah, and just like our boards and commissions, they can,
They can call a meeting.
or reschedule.
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
that we put something there that they meet no less than 4 times a year.
Yeah.
Like, I think that we need to keep it active. I don't want it to be like, oh, we're kicking the can. Like, I want them to be meeting actively. I think that especially at the initial onset.
Mhm.
And then if they need to meet more, they can.
Okay. You good with that, Ally?
Mhm.
Okay. The THA recommends that this committee meet at least once every 3 months. We dealt with that. Members may want to meet more often when amendments to the policies are actively being considered by THA. So that kind of addresses what Ashley just brought up. And we decided that frequency is acceptable. The proposed structure allows for basic organization while maintaining flexibility and an informal approach. Do we need to say something about if we're having, I think we should have loose agendas for these meetings. I don't think they need to be like as detailed as some of our other boards, but I think a really basic outline of an agenda just to keep.
So I'm going to touch on Ally because we use this for our employee advisory committee, which is exactly kind of this intent of how are things going in the town, and it's worked with whoever the chair is beforehand on what are some of the, at least for this agenda, like what are some of the questions or answers we'd like to get broader feedback on. So I think that should be considered beforehand so that there can be feedback. And then other than that, maybe just a broader agendas, but I agree from the flexibility standpoint, but.
Does everyone feel good about that?
Yeah, especially if the intent is that we're gonna ask specific questions of them. I think that
Yeah.
it makes sense for there to be at least a outlined agenda. It doesn't need to be like minute by minute.
Okay, and then the committee may elect a chair who will be responsible for scheduling and managing the meetings. The committee may elect a secretary who will be responsible for taking notes of actionable items at the meetings. The information will be shared at the next regularly scheduled THA meeting. Or do we want them at THA sub or full THA? Do we have opinions on that?
I think initially THA full.
I
Okay.
think I would,
We don't have full THA as often as THA subs, so that's my only reason.
I
for
think
bringing it.
THA sub could then decide if something needs to come up to full THA. That
kinda
I
what I
would
was
leave that
thinking.
at their recommendation.
And up to THA to read the minutes and ask questions, right? Like, I don't think we need to present it all to us, but we all want to be engaged.
Well, and I think the minutes would be part of a memo for THA sub, like, for if they were presenting to THA sub, the minutes from that meeting could be included as part of the memo. And then THA sub would decide if something needs to be elevated to full THA.
Is there any way we could just get them, like whatever memo is generated from the meetings, just disseminated to the whole THA? Just so that we have them?
Yeah,
Or would we just make it available to the public? Just put
I
it,
mean, I think both, all of the above.
It could become, since they're only meeting 4 times a year usually, that we could make it part of the manager's report too, since that staff member is falling under the manager's designation. So only 4 times a year, these minutes would be included in the manager's report. And if there is something of note, she could highlight that, but it does become part of the agenda for anyone in the public to review if they're looking through the whole packet.
Yeah, I mean, I think the whole point of this is to be transparent, so.
It's fine. And the manager's report is a little bit more widely spread than
Yeah.
just council because it's at like, they printed at the library and it's just, you know.
Does that feel good?
oh,
But then I think the report could just be to THA subcommittee, and then anything that we want to elevate to the full THA, we can decide. Okay. Keeping this moving along. We just dealt with that question. I think, okay, the committee I don't want to read all of this on online. Yeah, I think this all looks pretty straightforward. Are there additional limitations that THA would consider? In addition to the limitations in the draft language? I think the private or confidential, unless it becomes public record.
I don't know.
This looks pretty good to me.
I would change the will result in immediate expulsion from the committee to, I would just soften that language a little bit, may result in removal, something like
Okay.
that, so that it's someone needs to make that decision and
Yeah.
it should be all of you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we can soften that just a little bit to provide a little bit more discretion. But I do think that confidentiality will be important, especially since, the idea is not to facilitate retaliation. So if they're getting comments from their neighbors, we want that to be kept confidential and we want to be able to hold them to that.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know if we want to write this out in the limitations, because I think it's clear in other parts of the draft language, but that the committee does not create and enact policy, just makes recommendations. I don't know if that should be part of this limitations section, but just looking at everything else we have, that seems like the one missing piece.
Sure.
Okay, yeah, Dan?
This last part on there, I do want to have a brief discussion around. The committee will not make recommendations regarding personnel issues. Personnel issues are handled in accordance with it. I think that that's part of implementation. And again, this is an advisory committee. Staff is very much allowed to not follow the recommendation. But I don't know if a preemptive exclusion of that feels in line with the goals that we're having here.
Agreed.
So I think
Can
we could
remove it.
eliminate that.
So you just want to
portion.
remove the entire,
Yes.
probably the entire paragraph.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah, good catch. Okay, so I think now's a good time to open it up for a public comment. Thank you for everyone who's stuck around. We don't have anyone in the room, so we'll go, or I guess, Julia, do you? Okay, so we'll go online. Tiffany, would you like to unmute Douglas Tooley?
Dave was first.
Oh, Dave might have been first. Whoever was first. Sorry if I.
I can go last.
I'm gonna unmute Dave first. Okay, Dave, we're gonna hear from you first. You'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, I was actually somewhat hoping for Doug to go first because I was still somewhat collecting my thoughts there, but I wanted to definitely get in line. So this is going to be kind of random. My apologies for disorganization here. First of all and foremost, I'm very psyched to hear you guys are contemplating this kind of committee. It's one of those ideas that's been floating out there in the community conversation about housing for quite a few years, but nobody ever thought to really get serious about taking it up. So thank you. Like I said, I'm going to be super random. You guys mentioned the possibility of targeting somebody who is bilingual. I agree with you that it's a little problematic to target, but we need to make sure we've got really good outreach. The Latino community has its own social circuit or social organization, and I actually don't understand it very well, and I'd like somebody who does. Oh, my problem here with all of these things. I think the biggest thing is to say the two most important things to me, one of which you've done very well here, which is to leave this very open-ended to start. Trying to define it too much is going to cause problems, but I think you guys are taking the right direction with making it as open-ended as possible. I think eventually it's going to evolve into something more than just residents, but we're not anywhere near there yet. I very much like the fact that you're considering giving us a way to speak about operational and maintenance concerns. I don't think that there's a huge problem, but it does need some thought. I very much like the focus on recommendations rather than complaints. One of the things that I think, and I hope I can get this in 30 seconds, one I think that's important is the confidentiality and bias problems. But I think if we provide a way for individuals to go out into the greater rental community and talk in confidence with people and then bring that information back anonymously and confidentially, that I think that will take care of a lot of the problems with people's anxieties about that issue. I think I can actually leave it right there.
Thank you so much, Dave. Next up, we have Douglas Tooley.
I too am quite happy to see you form this. I don't know if Town Manager Donal would concur, but that was at my suggestion. There has been the formation of that committee in Mountain Village. It'll be in Town Council records up there somewhere. The one success they've had was the creation of a bus stop shelter at Village Court, also used by the school bus kids. And that was a suggestion of the current chair, Ursula Crystal. English is a second language instructor, as I recall, with the school district, and a longtime member of the committee. The first first chair was Amelia Martin, and she developed quite a bit of animosity in her bullying and the management of the community garden. This would have been under Zoe's tenure.
Let's keep this relevant to what we're discussing right now. I don't think that we need to go there.
So what I'm hearing you say, I think you're addressing some of those weaknesses, and it will be interesting to see how that plays out. And of course, Mountain Village sets the agenda up there, and that's a council that is dominated by members of the Ski and Golf Country Club, and whereas the town of Telluride has a much more balanced representation of council. And just to remember that an important part of this is creating constructive dialogue, so you don't end up in those negative cycles, that you don't create those and then blame other people for them. And that's a measure of the leadership of the town of Telluride. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Anyone else online for public comment? No. And Dan, did you have something you want to add?
Sorry, just one last thing. I don't think we nail down that stipend amount. My opening salvo would be 125 per quarter, so $500 per year, given full complete attendance. I feel like that's an appealing number. $500 feel like it's a good amount. It's enough to get people to show up, but doesn't feel like too much. It feels somewhat in line
Yeah.
with like Hark and PNC. So
That seems great to me. I do think the proposal of $100 a month would make this like a $10,000 committee. so-
No, I meant more like $100 per meeting, but so
Oh,
that's about
okay.
the same.
Yeah, I like an even 500 a year, the 125 a meeting,
yeah,
a quarter.
the only reason I didn't say a meeting is in case they hold
Right.
additional, we don't want to incentivize to hold a bunch of extra useless meetings. And so,
Yeah.
yeah. So,
Like 125 a quarter, and then that aligns nicely if people either step down or don't attend and get taken off. It aligns nicely with that cycle. So I think that sounds good. Does anyone else want to?
Sounds great.
Okay, great. So I think we would love to see this at the April 28th meeting if possible. And is there anything else that you need us to recommend?
Yes, I'd like to go back to that timeline real quick. So are we thinking about another work session at the April 28th meeting because this is very rough language. There's going to be more that gets added after this. But this is going to be a policy, the policies document is going to be changed with a new chapter. I could bring that forth at the April 28th meeting, but then we run the risk of making a lot of changes. So I would suggest another work session, April 28th, adoption, May 19th, and then we could start accepting applications. Is there any concern with that timeline?
I think your concerns about modifications are realistic, even though I would love to see this happen sooner. So while I would love for it to be adopted on April 28th, maybe that's not realistic.
I feel like we're pretty close.
I mean, I think
Do you want to risk and do a work? It's always hard on staff.
Whichever staff prefers, I don't know.
Yeah,
Because
I think
the
Allie's
alternate would be,
recommending another
I
work
would say a work session and then a first reading, but that's a lot of scramble work during lunch. That's not.
Fine. Work
Okay.
session's fine.
Yeah, I think we would love to have this happen sooner, but if that's your recommendation on the timeline that works for you, I think.
Well, and also depending on, I mean, if there's really good consensus at that work session and not significant changes that are made, we could even open up the application period before the policies are adopted. So I think that, that could be.
That
Mhm.
works, yeah. Because I'm more anxious to get
Unit filled.
yeah, and residents
Well, the
like
resident advisory.
the residents participating in this. So that sounds great. Anything else that anyone wants to add to this before we adjourn? Okay, so I will adjourn the meeting of the Telluride Housing Authority at 4:48 p.m. by unanimous consent. What did I say? Felt wrong.
Yep,
you
nope,
did.
that works. All right, that takes us back into the Telluride Town Council meeting and agenda item number 12, executive session 12A. Town Manager Annual Evaluation for discussion of a personnel matter under Colorado Revised Statute, Section 24-6-4024FI and Section 4.6B of the Telluride Home Rule Charter, and not involving any specific employees who have requested discussion of that matter in open session, any member of this body or any elected official, the appointment of any person to fill an office of this body or of an elected official, or personnel policies that do not require the discussion of matters personal to particular employees. With that, do I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Elena and a second from Ashley. Elena, how do you vote?
Elena, yes?
Ashley, yes.
Maria, yes.
Kristen, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously to go into executive session. The time is now 6:21 PM and the executive session has been concluded. The participants in the executive session were Ashley Von Sprecking, Dan Enright, Maria Stark, Kristen Permakoff, Ellen Levin, myself, Teddy Erico, and partially Zoe Denal. For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion to go into executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation F of the open meetings law, I would ask that you state your concerns for the record. Seeing none, the next item on the agenda is adjournment by mutual. Thanks, everybody, for hanging in today.